the files they released, right?
Yes.
Yeah, sadly, those files they're talking about, none of those confirmed that alien life is a thing, right? They're all they're talking about unidentified flying objects, not about aliens.
Okay. Well, then what can you say those are the unidentified flying objects?
Bro, for all we know, they could just be drones, bro.
Yo, do you guys
If we
want to play
knew,
like
they wouldn't be unidentified.
If they were,
Okay.
huh?
Let's look at it
If
from this
anybody
perspective.
knew what they
I
are,
make
then they wouldn't be unidentified. They'd be identified flying objects. There's a reason they're called unidentified.
Yeah, but they don't call them alien spaceships, okay? Because they have no confirmation of alien life.
So what would you say is your conclusion is that you don't know, but you are
I'm
denying the
saying no,
fact
they
that
don't
it's
have
actually
any evidence of actual aliens, man.
okay. Yes, you can say the actual alien. Yes, we don't have information about that or any evidence about that.
So
Usually it's
why
just
would you
the
say we have
human.
undeniable evidence? Like, where's this coming from?
Like, wait, not I'm not saying undeniable like to the like on 100%. I'm saying there's some evidence that has been presented which you have to say that okay, here it's like it's difficult to deny this because it's present here. But I'm not saying that it's they know everything, they open the spaceship, they do no, I'm not talking about, just saying they have some evidence of it. So we have to like not say oh it's not
That's
real,
like
but
saying,
it's you see
bro. That's like saying,
Even if they found a craft, bro, and they showed it to the public and announced, yeah, we've found this craft. Look at it. It's like nothing that man's ever made. There's still no evidence, zero, put nothing that indicates where that thing came from.
then it must be from Earth, of course. Because then if something can't go in Earth, then
oh,
it belongs
really?
to Earth. Huh?
Said no, really. It's not like somebody made this or anything, guys. It's not fake. It's not cardboard. That's not what it is.
Bro, what are you saying?
Bro, have you seen show me one of these undeniable these unidentified flying objects, bro? I can guarantee you all of them have been disproven.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Okay,
sure about that.
okay then I'll do some research on that. I'm not the type of person who would say that I'll deny when the truth is facing me. I would definitely like to do my research on that so that if what you're saying is true, then I'll make a conclusion that it is true. So I'm not so blind to say that
Even if you don't
I'm
find
gonna
anything on it, I would guarantee you if you looked up just like specific ones, and each one you would look up, guaranteed someone's gonna have some video like disproving it.
What does that do for you
I'll
anyway?
definitely do it.
What does the alien, this line of logic, where do you come out at? Where does it do?
What does it do for what? What do you mean?
Okay, so there's aliens, pathway 1, yes. There's aliens, no. What do these questions bring you? What's the conclusion? Like, let's get to a full logical conclusion. Because I'm guessing, based off the way you're talking, is that it's completely vacuous. Yeah, there isn't a conclusion. You're going to say there's aliens, no conclusion. There's no aliens, also no conclusion.
Okay, so if wait, so okay, I'm not saying if aliens exist, then the conclusion would be that the Earth is not as the man explained there. He's saying that the world is air pressured. It's like there's an invisible bubble. That is like the simplest way that I can put it. So if aliens do exist, then that would mean that something can go out of that bubble. You see, so that would be the conclusion. To say that
Why?
Huh?
You'd be talking about beings which can enter and exit a closed system. Exactly. Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
that would be the conclusion.
But even if that was true, even
So
if there were
since it's
beings that had the ability to do what we can't, right, and enter and exit this closed system, it doesn't say anything about where they're from, or what they are, or how they survive, or whatever. Like, it doesn't say anything about that.
that
It doesn't mean they come from a spinning rock somewhere out in a galaxy of infinite vacuum, right? Like, it doesn't mean that, does it? But they essentially they would be alien to us if a being that was unlike anything we'd ever seen before, like, approached us, we'd say that's alien to me, right? I don't know where it's from. That's what alien means. Alien's like foreign, unusual, right? To your normal experience. So it wouldn't necessarily, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it comes from some planet or something, like a sort of thing, yeah, right?
yeah,
Could be
you're right on
interdimensional,
that.
or could be a ghost being, or I don't know, a spirit, or whatever. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's an alien creature from Alpha Centauri 1,
Yeah. The one thing we can say is that their technology would be more advanced than ours, because our technology doesn't work in a vacuum. So if they can travel through the vacuum of space, they've got some advanced materials that don't outgas and cold weld, for example. And then they can take on the radiation and then the cosmic ray particles. So they would have some advanced equipment that we don't even have yet. You see that? Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. Not that they exist anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they don't exist anyway. Yeah, that's the thing. The natural and neutral position is they don't exist. That's the default position. There are no such things. All we have are words and stories. In actuality, in the physical sense, zero. On paper, on ink, loads of stories. That don't mean anything, does it, though?
But you can't deny that every story but you can't deny to say every story that has been
I
told
will
is actually
deny
fake.
and not accept every story related to aliens. I will do that. That is my freedom of choice. Believe you me.
You can justifiably deny anything if there's no evidence for it, right?
Yeah. I will not be accepting any story.
Let's put it this way, okay? I would put anything that's involving aliens up there with people that wear tinfoil hats. So
there you are.
That is funny. That is funny.
If aliens are real, I can prove it. Like,
you can't prove it. There you are. So I don't waste my time. This is the longest I've entertained this crap. It's junk. I don't have that in my head. I don't waste a second on this stuff usually. It's always somebody else bringing it up. I don't talk about it. I don't talk about it with my kids. I don't talk about it with anyone unless somebody brings it up. And my position is very clear. They don't exist.
I respect that.
Yeah.
I respect that, but for me, I'll keep on doing more research on it until I make a conclusion for myself.
Yeah, I've already done that. I've already done that when I was 10 years old. So this position was concluded. All right. I concluded it when I was 10, not recently.
I can prove this.
I'm now 64. Okay. So 54 years ago. 54 years ago, I already said that's a nothing. What a waste of time that was. Nonsense.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So another last question. That's the last question I have.
Oh, it's gonna be
So
interesting.
usually when I huh?
I said this will be interesting.
Hopefully okay. So usually when I talk to the flat earthers, they usually there's this thing they say that at like there's an ice that surrounds the whole the whole earth or something like that.
Okay,
So
okay, okay.
I just want to know your thoughts about that. Is it
Okay,
true
as an
or
end,
is
okay, I'll give you my emotional position on this one because it will be emotional because I haven't actually confirmed it as a fact. As we need air to breathe, and we have a pressure of 14.7 psi, then we need that container. Okay, right now the way
okay?
I see the map, the AE map, it looks like the continents are laid in the middle, and then the oceans are there, and then the ice wall is there to contain the water, of course, and as a temperature regulator. This is how we have our weather system. Now, my emotional state of mind says, I hope that is the design because I love that design. You understand? I love that layout.
Okay.
And I hope that is
Okay.
the actual layout because it makes sense, it's logical, and it's beautiful. That's as far as I can go with the ice wall. I've seen images of the ice wall in a large expanse, but I have not seen it in a 360 degrees in circulating the whole of the continents. I haven't seen that yet. Okay? But the ice wall is definitely there. How far it expands around the earth, I haven't got that dialed in at all. Okay? I haven't seen the whole image of the whole earth yet. But that's my emotional situation there. Okay? Take it or leave it. Anybody else,
All
please
right.
add your position. Everybody has a different position on this particular one. Okay? So go ahead. And someone else can answer if they wish. But that's me giving the emotional position of because I like the design and it makes sense that you would have this ice wall all the way round. And because of it's a temperature variation as well, because it's cold. So the air is going to be passing through that, bringing in the weathers. Lovely. Carry on anyway. Go ahead.
Anyone want to say anything? Or like, should I say some other things on the same thing I said?
Anyone else
Just
wants to make a comment?
it's just a
Ice
kind
wall.
of a theory type deal, right?
I would, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a theory, but the thing that makes me say it, like it might be true, is because there have been. I know you guys say you don't believe in the stories, but there have been stories of people who actually went there, and for some reason they say that the military is surrounding the place, so that no one can actually like
This is
uh
true actually.
see it.
Like whenever you go to Antarctica, the only time you can go there, they don't actually let you go on the actual island really, but you can only go to certain parts of it, and like they like give you a tour of the place or whatever. And if you try to go if you try to go away from that, then you'll get in trouble, or you'll like this. Okay, so one guy he went there to get something. I don't remember what it was. To like he like crashed his boat or something like that. And he went there and he legally he had legal repercussions for trying to pick his stuff up that was in
Yeah, that was
Antarctica.
Jarl Anderhoid, the Norwegian sailor, famous in Norway, and he went down there in a ship called the Berserk. That ended up being grounded there because he went there without the proper documentation. That's the guy. He went there 3
And
times.
then they're saying the reason you can't do this, which is this is like the most like load of crap thing I've ever heard in my life. The reason you can't do this supposedly is because that there's a specific ecosystem there that's nowhere else on the planet. By the way, you can like
Right.
look this up. Yeah, therefore that's the reason we cannot go to these other places because it's
Yeah,
a
that's
fragile
nonsense.
ecosystem. Which
That's
is a
right.
load of
Yeah.
crap.
Yeah, they're talking about keeping the ecosystem of the whales. It was the whales and the sea lions, and they
Oh,
wanted to
whales.
protect it for them. That's what it was. Yeah, you're right.
Whales
And
are
that,
giant. They don't fucking. A whale's ecosystem is the whole ocean. That's such a
yeah,
load of shit thing I've ever heard, bro.
absolute crap.
Yeah, and there was this celebrity guy that actually he went there with his crew, and when coming back, he was like, "That you can't take pictures of the place because there's like a magnetic magnetic field, so that any technology doesn't work when you go there." And to him coming back, he died in a plane crash because he went
Are you talking about
public
Oliver
saying
Tree?
that the ice war is actually, yeah, he's the
Yeah, dude.
celebrity guy. I don't know his
Yeah, you
Yeah,
know what? I don't
he got
trust. I
silenced,
never
bro.
trusted that guy anyway. I don't trust that guy.
Dude,
Okay, his
Oliver
name
Tree
is
got
something
silenced,
Tree.
bro.
Yeah, something Tree. His name was now. He seemed to be like a Will Duffy type character. He wasn't as straight as a guy for me. So I don't talk about that guy. I know what you mean. He was introduced to me just the other day. I throw him in the bin with the rest of the junk at the moment. He's just not somebody that I've got any. There's no
I think
validity.
they silenced him, bro, because what
Well,
he talked
maybe
about that,
if
like,
that's true, before we know, he could have been wearing a mask all the time. You know, because you know these actors, the mask is on, so that's the face you see all the time for a while, and then he disappears. Really, see, he could have been an actor all along. That's what I think. Just a bit too convenient after Will Duffy. Just too convenient. All this happening in recent years. Crap. Earth's measured flat. Can't go there because they're lying. And if we get our freedoms back, we'll be going there regularly. You watch. Sit. That shut everybody up then, won't it? Just be careful of the
okay.
stories.
What do you? Huh?
I said, just be careful
what's
of the
up?
stories. Because you can't validate them. The problem
All
is
right.
you can't validate these stories.
Yeah, of
And you end
course.
up, all right. And then they disappear on you. And you think, oh, he's dead, is he? But
Yes.
was that a real person, or was that guy always wearing a mask? You know those ones that you can just strip off and then the real person is underneath. You don't know, man. You just don't know these days. Okay, there's a lot going on out there that we're already being deceived with. Okay? Yeah, man. I'm telling you. I kid you
What?
not. Yeah. I'm the
Wait,
man that
is
wants
this
to look.
actually
I'm the man
proven?
that wants to look inside the machine. I want to see how that machine works. Then I know I can trust it. Thank you.
Okay. 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 So then, what they say is that the military is surrounding the place for some reason,
Yes,
so
that's
that
true.
no one goes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's
So now,
true. That's
the question here is that what are they protecting, or what
they're
is the
keeping
motive
humanity.
of
I've got the answer for you. They're keeping humanity corralled on the main. So they don't companies that we buy. Thus, then if people realise that we're being corralled and the governments are controlling our lives to this extent, they might want their freedoms back. So they've got to keep everything under control. That's why they're doing that. And for all we know as well, these powers that shouldn't be the elites, they could be removing precious materials that they value. Okay, and that keeps them in a stronger position. For all we know, they could be extracting the most out of there. Okay, we don't know what's going on down there for real, but they don't want us there. Clearly, there's something to be hidden there. Okay, and part of that is keeping us controlled, mainly.
ooh, I got a really
I
good one.
personally
What
think
about
that
like the oil?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
personally think that it's other life out there, like
Yeah, well,
beyond
that's
the
wishful
ice.
thinking again.
That's just my personal opinion. I think there's something that they're
It's
hiding
wishful
out
thinking.
there. Which is like, wishful thinking. So hopefully somebody will actually
Yeah, no, I
go
doubt, I
there
doubt
and
that. I don't think
actually
there's other life out there. That's the last thing I think.
tell us
I
what's
think
on
it's
the other
more
side.
to do with minerals and some kind of valued rock that they're looking after down there, and then they're keeping us away because it would expose that the Earth isn't a globe. That's the other thing. Remember, when you start to travel and you don't see the curvature and you see this ice wall, and then you follow it, and you were to follow it all the way around, no matter how long it takes, you're making a discovery that the Earth isn't what we've been told. That's going to incite some anger. Why did they do that? Let's go find out. Revolution. etc., etc. Humanity will want
I don't think
answers for that. Okay.
I don't
What is your-
I don't think people would believe even if they were shown the evidence, because it would be very difficult for somebody to be like, the earth
Not
is
really.
actually
No.
flat,
Now that would. I
because then
guarantee you, if
they
you
want
put
to
me.
see it for themselves.
Yeah.
So if
Yeah. No. Of
everyone,
course. Of course. Of course. Yeah. Yeah. So you show them. You explain it to them. You show them, because they have to go and see it for themselves, like you said. But they will know that the earth is not a globe. It's easy to prove that. Okay. Easy. And when they realize that, those who don't think about it, I would say to them, don't you think the government owes us an explanation? Or do you think the government is correct to lie to you? Oh, now you're waking up. Let's go get them then. That'd be me. I'm in the front.
that
Don't worry. I'll show you where they are.
that that, that
Bastards.
could have
Go ahead.
happened a long time, because you
Well,
guys
not
do
really now.
have
People are
like,
still indoctrinated. No, they're indoctrinated at the moment.
because the
Even the
information
military is
is there.
indoctrinated.
Like
Come on.
here, you're talking about,
Yeah.
but
No,
what is
people are.
somebody gonna do about this?
It's not one somebody. Everybody has to be involved. Okay, everybody has to be involved in that, because it's an everybody problem. Come on, man. The realization that they've been lied to, been devalued all these years, and they've never gone to space, and they're asking you to pay for it, makes you look stupid. You want redress. You're going to think, you know what? You're absolutely right. We can't let them get away with that. Exactly. Let's go get them. Anybody gets in our way will be taken down. Simple. Because they're stopping us from living free. No human being has that right, whether they're a king, queen, or the president or prime minister. They don't have the right to
Jim,
stop me from living free.
so I made this discovery the other day that kind of disproves like everything about essentially like what do you call it? What am I thinking of? Like the rising prices of gas and stuff. It's all just like nonsense.
Yeah, go ahead. Explain.
So essentially what I was looking up is like just some basic stuff like what exactly gas is made out of and all this stuff. And if you look this up, so one of the most abundant things we have is this thing called tar. And you can actually convert tar into gasoline.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so also not only this, but oil is like one of the most abundant resources there is. So
Okay, you're right.
it's
Yeah.
it's all nonsense.
It is nonsense. There's better oil we could be using, and we call that hemp oil, which is a cleaner, non-carcinogenic oil, cleaner to use, easier to extract because it grows naturally rather than drilling holes all over the place in the ocean and that, and then polluting when it goes wrong. So I agree with you. Yeah, the oil is there. They've been doing that. They've been lying for the longest of time. Even Hugo Chavez realized it, and he was trying to make his country and South America a powerhouse, a rich, and they took him out and poisoned him with cancer. He's gone now. And then they put a puppet in his place. Now the puppet is keeping the status quo. More devaluation, of course. So what you said is true. I agree with that. Yeah.
And also,
I can agree with that.
this one guy he figured out how to turn like plastics into gas or something like that, and they sound simple.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I've heard of that. Yeah, I'd rather not use plastics though. In the end, I don't want anything to do with. Just stop plastics in its tracks and start to use hemp. Hemp plastics, which is not actually plastic, it's hemp fiber. That there is recyclable. You release the gases, the trees breathe it in. It then gives us oxygen. It's a natural life cycle resource. That's what I want to use. Don't want plastics from petroleum at all. Don't want to utilize that. Want to stop its usage immediately and just go to hemp, plant-based. It can be done. There's more than 500,000 ways to utilize hemp on this earth. And if you can't make a life from those 500,000 ways, who the hell are you then? Okay. So, yeah, we should be using hemp, to be quite honest. It's a cleaner resource. It grows naturally. It's free. In the temperate areas, you can get 4 harvests a year. In the more colder areas, 3 harvests a year. So it's still working out for you. It's a hardy plant, and you can do everything with it. Inks, oils, food, clothing, building structure, fuel, medicine, health, skin protection. You know, everything is there for you. You can even smoke it, and it gives you health. Hemp. Yeah, no, you can't beat it. Better than crude oil any day of the week, any day of the week. And plastics as well. Yeah.
What
I don't want to
exactly
use-
is hemp?
It's a plant, isn't it? There are 3 types of hemp plants. Okay, and it grows naturally. Okay, you can eat it, drink it, make it a tea, make medicine from it, make your clothing, make ink, oils, car, body parts, structurally 10 times stronger than steel, and yet it still flexes. The thing is, you can build your house out of hemp. Hempcrete, hemp buildings. There's no limit. Remember what I said? 500,000 ways to utilize this material. Anything you can imagine, it can be made from hemp. Shoes, everything. Footwear, clothing, socks, underwear. You name it, it can be made. And it's a plant that's been outlawed by governments because of its usefulness. And they want to bring in the petroleum from DuPont and the lycra and the nylons, polyesters, oil-based fabrics, which we don't really need. Poisonous, dangerous, highly flammable. We don't want that. So if we're going to go proper, we're going to go hemp. That's the proper way. And everything is biodegradable. So if you leave it, it will biodegrade back into nature. The insects would eat it up and love it. Yeah? All your creams can become from hemp, and you're washing up stuff for your body. All from hemp. Yeah. One of the best soaps I ever used was hemp body wash. Still use it today. Made by the Body Shop. So I'm always trying to do my best for the least money. Although the idea of recycling plastics is an ingenious idea, it's nice, but we should stop making it anyway. You know, we should be doing, you know, we don't need plastics because hemp can be the way to go. Hemp solar panels. It can all be done, man.
It can, but I don't think the powers that be is going to really
No.
allow it.
Yeah, I'm talking about after the revolution has happened, what will happen is the good people will just come to the front. All those with the knowledge will be at the front there saying, this is where we want to go. Go ahead. That's it. That's what would happen.
Definitely.
Because there are people out there already who want it and who can do that. And they're doing it secretly in their places, right? They're doing it anyway, right? So, no, yeah. Of course, you're right. The powers that be wouldn't allow it, but we are the power, really, and that should be, but we're sleepwalking at the moment. The 99% still sleepwalking at the moment.
That's the question, isn't it? Is there going to be like a new beginning, new outcome? I don't know.
Yeah, it's coming slowly.
I don't really see it happening.
It's coming slowly because as I look across the world, the thing that we shouldn't be getting in our arms, the needle, that's at an all-time low. So people have clearly woken up there. Flat Earth is unceasing, unwavering, unstoppable. People are becoming flat earthers every day. And the more people that listen to what we've got to say, their minds are going to be changed pretty quick. Okay? They're going to learn where they've gone wrong and realize that looking to the governments who do not have our backs is a thing. It's going to have to be a thing of the past. That's because this is not what the creator intended. And then when you ask every civilian on earth, do you want to go and fight the Japanese? Do the Japanese want to go and fight the Germans? Do the Germans want to go and fight the Americans and the Brits? They're all going to say no. All right. So you know who was doing that? The leaders. So now that they've gone, can I have a kumbaya handshake, please? Okay, let's get on with this stuff now. Now you got that resource, I need that. We've got these resources. Let's have a swap. There you go. Thanks. Right, let's get going. It's easy. Humanity just wants to get on. It's leaders and silly little stories that they tell us in our induced, indoctrinated state of mind that keeps that perpetuated. So it's just a matter of time. Don't worry. It's coming. Don't give up on it yet.
I don't think, has it ever been in recorded human history where there hasn't been a king, hasn't been a gov? I don't think so.
But then when they're not good, they get removed. When they're not good, they get removed. I'm not looking for a leader, by the way.
Yeah,
representative. Hang on. Representative of the people. Hang on a minute. Representative of the people, yes. Leader of the people, no. Okay? No. It's just the way we structure it. You're a representative of us, great. You're not leading us anywhere. You don't have the power. Yeah, that's what we want to have, yeah.
That's the way. But I don't know. I just don't see it.
Well, the only way you're not going to see it is if we're still indoctrinated to want leaders. I'm not. And anyone with any integrity would say, look, I'm not your leader, but I'll represent you and let's go out and meet the rest of the world. Fine. And your needs are what I'm going to be talking about, not my needs, as I have no power. Thanks. It's that simple. You know, that's a no-brainer to me.
I wonder what the percentage is, because is it still going to be like 90% that still follows?
It would be 90% getting on with each other, and the 1% will be in jail. The ones who've been causing the problems. That's what it's going to be. It'd be 90% of the rest of the earth getting on, because they realized that they've made such errors that they just want to get on and live on the earth in peace. They don't want to hear another bomb or another bullet going off. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of people going to be needing counseling. You know, those who've been doing the drugs to try and forget. You know, they want to get out of it, because people out there, they're doing drugs and drinking alcohol because they realize the world is shit. They're going to now realize that the world is not going to be shit. So they're going to need cleaning out, drying out, counseling. There's a lot going on still. Still a lot of work to be done, but we're moving in the right direction. Flat Earth is the beginning.
What do you think of the idea of people, like, of course we're talking about it on Discord and it's online and other stuff like that. So since you're saying that flat earth is like the beginning, what do you say about people, like an organized group of people, start to go around people's doors and tell them about flat earth? I know it sounds dumb, but
if people want to do that, if people wish to do that,
what do you think about that? Because
I think it's okay, because if people want to do that and go out and do that, and the people whose doors they're knocking in are welcoming them in and sit and have a cup of tea, let me have a listen, that's fine. It's not a crime, is it? Not a crime at all. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that at the end of the day. You know, because you're only knocking on the door, whoever it is, want to partake in some mouth-to-mouth, you know, word-of-mouth kind of information, fine. And if the people are kind enough to say, yeah, come and have a cup of tea, I'm quite interested in the flat earth. Yeah, boom. And there you go. And then they learn something and they move it on to the next person, spread it around. So there's nothing wrong with that in the community that you live in. It's fine. It's all about communication. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that as such. You could be doing that now. Of course, you're going to meet with someone, you know, just look, I don't think you're going to get a lot of response.
Yeah, okay. So now with the whole thing of flat earthers. Okay.
What about it?
Okay. So with the flat earther thing, I think people will brush you off like,
well, they're free
you're
to.
crazy
That's
or
their freedom at this moment, and always will be their freedom of choice.
Okay,
They
so
don't
what I was
owe me
saying is
anything.
that
They don't owe me anything.
I forgot what I was
if I
about
say,
to say.
can I have a moment of your time? I'd like to talk to you about the flat earth.
Oh yeah, I remember now. So like
go ahead. Can't hear him at all. Hello. Okay, carry on.
Hello.
Carry on.
Okay. So yeah, okay, with a flat earther thing, because definitely in any group of a belief system, or there's always a different like, okay, there are flat earthers, but then there are flat earthers that actually believe in something that is, you would say, that is false. So what are the things that you have seen flat earthers, like some things that you disagree with, like, I don't think that's like true?
Well, as I said earlier on, yeah, that flat Earth is unstoppable, unceasing, unwavering, right? Numbers are increasing each day. So it matters not what these individuals believe in their heart, okay? The fundamental thing is the Earth is not measured as a globe, right? You need air, a containment for air pressure, because it cannot survive in a vacuum, right? And we're not spinning through the fucking universe. So outside of that,
Okay.
people carry whatever they want to believe. But that's the main foundation, yeah? And when
Okay.
people
The
realize
reason
that,
why I asked.
you're not letting me finish, because this is not just 1, 2,
Oh,
and it's
sorry,
finished.
continue.
Right. When people
All right.
come to realize that they've been lied to about the shape of the Earth, then they'll investigate that they can't go to space. Then they're going to investigate the wars that have happened. That wasn't, they're going to do a lot of tracking back in history, and they're going to realize that it's been their fault that they got away with it. And then they're going to wake up to the fact that, okay, things have got to change. Okay? So doesn't matter what they're believing at one point. The main core is we're not a globe spinning through the universe. Governments have lied. Education is wrong. Okay? We're not getting away from that. There's no
Okay.
escaping that point.
All right. You are
You
right
have all
on
the
that
beliefs.
one, sir. Yes.
Yes, you can have
Now
all the
the
beliefs
thing
under
that
your
made
belt.
me okay, so the thing that made me ask this question is, in previously I talked to some, I've encountered talking to two guys that actually say that that the earth is flat, but then they say that only the only thing that is true are the what do you call this, the what do you satellites, that the satellites exist.
Yeah, well, I
Then if you
explained that.
say,
Hang on, I explained that
yeah,
to
yeah,
you.
wait,
You understand? We shouldn't.
I
Hang
know
on.
you explained that.
Okay, right.
Let
So
me
we shouldn't
finish.
be
Let
talking
me
about
finish, bro.
satellites. Okay, go
Let me
ahead.
finish.
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead. Go
so
ahead. Yeah.
now the thing is that there are people like, yes, we believe that the earth is flat, but
Yeah.
then there are people who have other beliefs on the same flat earth. The flat earth, they may have other beliefs like, oh, the only thing that's real is that there's a satellite out there. So then if you look at those certain things, that they'll start to contradict the actual
Yeah.
truth,
Well,
you see. That's what I was
yeah.
saying. That
Let me just
whatever
explain
thing.
this. That's a flat earther that doesn't fully know the full story with the space and everything else. Okay, they haven't worked it out through. They probably just arrived into the flat earth. Okay, and they're still carrying some of the indoctrinated information, space travel and everything else. Because if there's satellites up there, they're saying space travel is possible. Rockets can do that. But in actuality, they don't know that yet, you see. So they realize the earth is flat, but they still carry some of the indoctrinated information. So that's just a question of time as to when that information will reach them. Okay? It's just a question of time there. It doesn't stop us from uniting. Okay? It's not a stopper of uniting people, because that's what it sounds like. You're putting it up as if it's a stumbling block. Well, it's not. It's not at all, because the right people will meet them and explain to them that, if the Earth's not this globe thing, then clearly they can't have gone to space to take a picture of the Earth, because that was a lie, wasn't it? Okay, so they can work that out. It's not difficult to work out, is it? Really? It's not a stopper. It's just somebody carrying some beliefs because they haven't worked it out yet. That's all. You see?
Okay.
Yeah. You have to, when you know the knowledge,
And then,
you pass it down. Download it to them.
okay, so then how does this is like my final question that I have to ask, because then
Okay.
I gotta go. So there is of course we have the sun and the moon. So can you explain on how that actually works? Because if we are saying that because science would say that the sun is also like a round ball of fire. Then the moon is like also a round. Yeah, it's
Rock.
round. The moon is round, of course. Yeah, it's like a
Well,
rock. Yeah,
rock.
a rock.
Okay.
So then, when it comes to the what you call this, the eclipse thing, so that
Yeah.
it goes and align with our Earth, like the circle, so it aligns with the Earth. So then, what would you
Okay.
explain about the sun, and what is the sun to you? What
Okay.
is
Well, first
the
and foremost, okay. Oh, we got your question. Let me get in there now. The first and foremost is this:
okay?
no human being can make a claim to knowing what the moon is or what the sun is. They would be lying to you straight off the bat. Because in order to know what they are, it would mean you've taken the story you've been given and you've gone to the moon and you've gone to the sun and validated that the things they've told you is true. Okay, and how they work, no human being can make a claim as to how they work. They didn't make this earth. You can only speculate. We weren't there when it was put into motion. The creator did that. That's our humbling point as a human being. We don't know. All we know is something more powerful than me did it. That's your checkmate point right there. Okay? That should humble you immediately. That this thing that you see is never late, always on time. Are you on time every day of the week to work? No. But those two things are. Okay? And we don't know what they are and what keeps them suspended in the sky and move like that. That's to remind you that the creator is more powerful than you'll ever be. Ever be. You're lucky to be living. That's the point. Okay? So don't even
Yeah,
begin to think we flat earthers know that, because we don't. We see the motion, we use it as a time reference, we use it to grow the plants and our food and vegetables, and we give thanks to God for that. And that's it. Okay? There you are. It's not for us to know that knowledge yet.
yeah,
Maybe when we pass on, then you're going to meet
yeah.
God. He's going to ask you, what did you do on my flat earth where I put all the food down there free and the fresh water and the vegetables and all the animals and the seasons? What did you do? What are you going to say then? I wonder. There you are.
Yeah,
Okay?
that's a great answer. Anyway,
Thank
it
you
was
very
very
much.
good talking to you.
It
You
was
are
very good you asking the
you have
questions. Can I ask you your name, please? Because my screen is off. What's
oh,
your username here on the server? What do you call yourself?
uh, my I call myself the one, but
Yeah.
my actual name is Moon.
Moon. Okay, so the one and only Moon.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, the
Yeah.
one. Thank you very much. You asked some very good
All right. Thank
questions, very, very good questions, because people learn a lot from your questions. So thank you very much. Hopefully you will come back.
you.
Okay, hopefully
Yes,
come back.
definitely. I want to like go and do more research on this. So I
Yeah,
don't know when you
yeah,
guys. I don't know when you guys are usually here,
yeah. That's
because
okay. You know
usually
what? It's good to meet different people on the server anyway and ask the same questions, because then you get a gauge on what people are thinking, and you might learn some more things. Okay, it's good to meet different people.
yeah.
So don't worry, just come back. Okay.
All right.
And
All right.
my name is
Thanks.
Jin CBR1. So you can say you spoke to Jin CBR1 and you spoke to a few others on the server. Nice to meet you, and then meet new people. It's okay. All right.
CBR one. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. So thank you, the one. There's only one, the one. That's Jin CBR1, but we let him have it today. Okay. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, young man asking all the questions, ringing the right bells. That's all we can do. But flat Earth is the beginning of the awakening of your lives. And then what you do after the information you received is down to you. I for one, want to have the world change, and remove all this nonsense that's going on in the education system with the heliocentric model and the money being lost through supposed space travels and satellites. Let's stop all that. But that's going to require everybody getting onto the same page and then making that demand. Lifting up the president and said, "Look, stop lying, yeah," and throw him into the dust. Yeah. And just think, tomorrow a rocket is going to crash into the moon tomorrow, kick up a low heap of dust. There's going to be a new crater on the moon, apparently. New crater coming. I mean, the audacity of the whole idea. Okay, they've never been there once. Nothing man-made has ever landed on the thing. But tomorrow, Elon Musk's rocket is going to crash and make a new crater. They're probably going to call it the Elon Musk crater, no doubt. Silly, isn't it? See? Ridiculous. Anyway, I've spoken a lot. I should take a break. It was nice. Thanks for allowing me to speak, guys. And yeah, respect.
There are no globes in here. Does anybody think they live on a globe? Blank. All right. Hello, Quantum.
Hey, yeah, I got a question. Why, why does the sun illuminate clouds from the bottom during sunsets?
Anyone?
There is an explanation for it within the globe model that, the Earth is rotating away from the sun. So what originally is above kind of rotates around, then it becomes from below. But the flat Earth explanation, where the sun is like staying at a fixed height, and then as it moves away from you, the size appears to shrink smaller and smaller until it blends in with the horizon. That explanation doesn't make any sense because at no point is the sun actually below the clouds in that explanation, which it wouldn't make sense for the light to hit the bottom of the clouds. So I think the fact that you see light hitting the bottom of clouds at the sunset proves the Earth isn't flat.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure what you're asking for, but yeah, the Earth is flat because
Okay, so it's very simple, right?
yes,
You can draw a very
no,
simple
the Earth
picture.
is flat because
You
it's
have the
measured
ground.
flat. Yeah, I don't know if you have a hearing problem. Yeah. So the Earth is flat because it's measured flat, not because of what the sun is doing in the sky. Just wanted to make that clear.
It's not about what the sun is doing in the
You asked me
sky.
a
It's about
question
how
and
the
then made
sun.
an
It's not
inference.
about what the sun is doing in the sky. It's about how the sun is interacting with the actual things on the Earth.
You don't know what the sun is, so nobody does. It doesn't prove the shape of the ground. It has
At the
nothing to
very
do with
least,
the
the
shape of
sun
the
is a
ground.
light source. We can agree on that,
So
right?
if you want to measure something, like for example,
No,
a
hang
table,
on.
you want to make sure that table is flat. You're not going to look up at the lights in the ceiling, right? You're going to look at
Okay,
the
so
floor.
then basically, when you
I mean
look
the
up at the
table.
sky, no. So when you look up and you see behavior that only
Again,
makes sense on a globe Earth, your response to that is, "Oh well, I guess
you're
the sky
assuming
is
that.
just magic. The
You're
sky is
assuming that.
magic and it has nothing to do
Again,
with."
you're looking at the sky,
Come
not
on,
the
dude.
floor. Look at the floor. The sky doesn't tell you what shape the floor is. Only the floor does,
Okay,
right?
well then here's another question then. All right. So then, do you know what you? So when we shoot a beam of neutrinos down into the ground, it actually ends up coming up from the ground some distance away. That doesn't make any
When
sense
did
on a flat plane.
unknown mean magic? Can you answer me that?
Say it again.
Since when did unknown or undetermined mean magic?
No, because basically what you guys say is, oh, when we observe celestial movements, yeah, maybe that matches up with the globe model, but celestial movements have nothing to do with
No, it
terrestrial
doesn't.
movements.
No, it doesn't.
That's what you guys say, that celestial movements have nothing to do with terrestrial movements, right?
Celestial movements
It doesn't
was
match up with the globe.
documented.
I never said it matched up with the globe at all. And when did undetermined or unknown mean magic? Tell me that.
I'm saying that it's a logical conclusion from what you guys have been saying.
That's not a logical conclusion.
Well, I can connect the dots.
That's a jump. It's a leap of
No,
logic.
it's not a jump. I can connect the dots for you if you want.
Undetermined or unknown does not mean magic.
Yeah, you're
It's an honest stance. It's an intellectually honest stance to take.
Nope.
It most definitely
Because
does not mean magic.
observing how the sun interacts with the clouds is
We just
not
observe it.
observing some
We just observe it.
unrelated,
We just observe it.
unconnected realm.
We just observe it. You don't have to say anything more about what you observe beyond that which you observe and that which you could not possibly be able to determine with any definity.
Oh, okay. Hey, let's be honest.
All right,
Let's be honest.
so
All right.
I
Let's
just
be
want you to
honest and
know
start from the
that
beginning.
it's.
Let's be honest. Let's be intellectually honest and start from the beginning.
Yeah. I will be
Okay.
with you right
So
now,
here's what.
right?
Okay.
It's
So
intellectually honest to
here's what we
say
can agree on.
undetermined or
Here's
unknown, right? No, listen to me.
all right. Hey,
It's
let's.
intellectually honest. It's
How
intellectually
about we
honest.
just
Hey,
abandon this
listen, you
bullshit
shut up and listen.
semantics part,
Listen,
and we can
I'm going to
actually
make
get
this very
past
clear
this?
to you. I'm going to make something very clear to you. It is intellectually honest to say unknown or undetermined. It is very dishonest intellectually to reinterpret that as your opponent having declared it to be magic. And I won't tolerate it. I won't tolerate it. Do you understand me? I won't tolerate it. So keep your nose straight. Back to you.
Oh my fucking god. Dude.
Pinjaro.
All right, and so let's actually debate the substance here, right? Let's actually start with what we agree with, right? What we agree with is that you can't see the sun at night. Do you agree with that?
Do you agree that you should probably look at the ground rather than the sky if you're going to try to determine the shape of the ground?
Okay, but the problem is that you flat earthers try to come up with explanations for what we see in the sky that doesn't match up.
That's fallacious. Come on.
Okay, so okay, come on. Hey, no, actually engage. Actually,
I just said don't
how
do
about you
that.
actually engage? Yes, you do. You guys say that the reason that we can't see the sun is because it moved away from you, and now it's like too small to see, right?
You're talking about the sky.
That's exactly what you observe.
Okay, no, that is not what we observe. What we observe is that the sun illuminates clouds. Hang on. What we observe is that the sun illuminates clouds from below during sunsets. That's what we observe.
So what's that got to do with it going away?
That means that the reason we can't see the sun at night is because it physically moved below the horizon.
That's your claim to bear. That's your claim and burden to proof to bear.
No. The reason that's the case is because the observation of the clouds being illuminated from below is inconsistent with your explanation of the sun moving away from us.
I don't care what it's inconsistent with. It's your burden to bear.
No, but it's your burden because you're making the claim that the sun is moving away and
I'm just describing what I see. I'm just describing what I see. Does the sun,
but we don't
does or doesn't the sun go out of view?
Size throughout the day.
Does the sun,
we don't
does
observe
the sun not
the
go
sun
out of
changes
view?
angular size throughout the day.
Does the sun go out of view?
Yes, you can't see the sun at night.
Yeah.
The question is why.
That's all we're describing. You have some sort of story beyond that.
Why is it? No, hang on.
You have a story about where it is after you can't see it.
Whenever we provide a globe-based explanation for an observation, the flat Earth response is, "Oh no, it's not that. That's not how it works. It actually works this way."
Yeah, well, it can't be. It can't be. It can't be based on the evidence.
But then when we find observations that conflict with your supposed explanation, then suddenly it's like, oh, well, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter what's actually happening.
No, I don't have an explanation.
Okay, so then, well, I guess that's one point, right? So basically,
no. When I said it can't be, do you know what I mean? Do you know why I said it can't be?
What? What can't be?
It can't be because of the globe. It can't be the globe that you're giving reason to.
Yeah, exactly. You have a presuppositionless framework.
Yeah, do you know why I asked? Do you know why I said it can't be?
Miss any evidence that opposes that. And
do you know why I said it can't be?
Because you're just starting with the assumption that the Earth is flat.
No.
Or there is no physical horizon to block the sun, right?
You seem to think you know a lot about what we say and think.
No,
and
I just have
you're absolutely incorrect. Why are you so incorrect? Are you maybe stereotyping us with some other flat earthers that you came across?
Again, see, you love talking
about the arguments more than you actually love. So ask me why it can't be then.
Tell me, why do you claim that it can't be the physical horizon blocking the sun?
Nothing can be attributed to the globe, right? As being the reason for any phenomena, because the surface doesn't display or measure to have the geometry which would be required for it to be a sphere.
Except it literally does.
No, it doesn't.
When you shoot a beam of neutrinos into the ground, it doesn't continue downwards. It actually comes back up at another location on the surface of the
Cool
Earth
story,
because
bro.
the Earth is curved.
Cool story, bro. When did you shoot
Not a
neutrinos through
story,
anything?
real science.
When
real
did you
fact.
identify neutrinos and then shoot them through something and have them collected by a sensor?
Yeah, it's called the Minos experiment.
When?
MINOS.
When did you do it? When did you do it?
When did I
When
do
did
it?
you do
Well,
it?
I'm not a particle
You
physicist. That doesn't mean
didn't.
that it's not real.
Hey, you don't
It doesn't
even
mean that
know
didn't
if it's
happen.
even true, if anybody's done that or not.
Dude, I can send you the technical report. Do you want a PDF?
It's absolute rubbish. Nobody's shooting
so
things they can't even
even if
identify
I
through
send you the technical
anything and
report,
detecting
even
it.
if I send you the scientific papers proving that this happened, you're just going to dismiss it. So exactly, see, you're just a presuppositionless full
It's
member
a load
who
of
denies any
rubbish.
evidence. It's literally real science, and you're just dismissing it out of hand.
It is
because
not real
it's
science. It is
provable
not
true.
repeatable.
They literally repeated it like multiple times. I can show you the
Who? The
technical
same
report.
people? The same people or different people?
Fermilab.
Yeah, so the same group did it.
Yeah.
So it's not being independently done anywhere else. So
Oh,
they could
no, other
literally
groups
just
have
write
done.
up
No.
they've done anything.
Other groups have done long baseline interferometry experiments like this. The most prolific one, the one that was longest, was conducted by Fermilab. But there was another group in Japan that did a similar experiment. It was just
They sending messages
shorter
through the
distance.
Earth to each other using neutrinos, are they?
No, they're sending.
No,
Well, I
of
mean, I guess
course
you could
not.
say it that way. They're sending beams of neutrinos, so they're emitting them
Not
on one
sending
end and
anything
then
through the
through
Earth to the other side. That's ridiculous nonsense garbage.
No, there literally are. It's not ridiculous. It's real, and
Okay,
I can
so
send you the
if
PDF
the Earth
technical
was a
report if you really
sphere,
want
and
to
if
learn about it.
neutrinos are passing, if the Earth is a sphere and neutrinos are passing through it from one side to the other, then the surface will measure to have curvature, and it does not.
No, that's literally what we measure. Yes. So basically, the angle of the neutrinos going down was about 3 degrees, and then something like 2,000 miles away, the angle of the beams coming up was like
2,000
positive
miles
3 degrees.
away.
Could we stick to reality, please? I'm tired of this story. It's really boring to listen.
No, I can
Sorry.
just send you guys. I can just send you guys the fucking PDF
Yeah, we
file.
can just stick
So
to
how far did the
Earth's
neutrinos
surface, as
travel?
I tried to keep it from the beginning, not going to the sky or
How far did they
directly
travel?
into
They
the
traveled
ground
from.
through the molten core and whatever.
Yeah. How far did they travel?
Not
Huh?
No. Oh, they're not going through the core of the Earth. They're just going through like
Oh,
the
they're
upper, like a
not.
slice of
your
the upper.
head,
They're
bro.
going from
So
like
how far are they
Chicago to
going?
Illinois or something like that. What?
So how far did they travel?
It's like from one U.S. state to another. Here, hang on. I got to get my laptop.
Yeah,
But I can just
I would be
post the
more
PDF
interested
if
in
you guys want to learn
seeing
about it.
Earth curvature measurement. That's
It's what?
it's more interesting for me. I think most people would agree.
No. The problem is that this is actually a superior version of your guys's. You know how you guys like to shine.
The problem is you want to talk about
It's actually
models and
superior to
fantasy.
that.
We're gonna stick
You
to
see what-
reality, bro. Yeah.
You
tell
see
me how
what
far it
lengths
traveled.
you have to resort to, right, and go to try and tell us that the Earth is a sphere when you could just go to a body of water and measure its surface.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that you guys love to use lasers to show how flat the Earth is, right? The problem is neutrino beams are straighter than lasers.
All right. How did they derive the angle?
Well, hang on. I'm turning on my laptop. I'm just gonna post the technical document in the
Great.
chat.
Yeah, and then find that part from how they derived through measurement that angle. I'm going to let that question linger out there until it's answered.
Well, the initial angle is determined by what direction they point the beam in, so they can measure that. And then the second angle,
What you're going to find is circular reasoning, right? Because they got their location based off of GPS.
So guys, he's automatically what he said is false because he said that a neutrino beam was straighter, even though it's not. I looked it up and it says that a laser is straighter and more tightly focused. So he's full of shit. He's lying.
What the fuck are you talking about? No, neutrino beams are
Well, I just
straighter
looked
than
this up,
lasers.
man.
They
You're full of crap.
don't interact with matter. They just pass through most matter.
Well, a laser
Whereas
beam's
laser
straighter,
beams.
bro. I looked it up, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
Wait, whoa! Did you fucking type into Chat GPT? Do you think that means you'd learn something, dude? Grow up.
Show us where it says that a laser beam's less straight than a neutrino beam.
Laser beams propagate by actually interacting with the air in the pathway. Neutrino beams don't interact
Would
with
you
it.
like to like prove this to us, or are you just gonna you're gonna make flat out claims and not be able to back them up?
Oh, that's great. Why don't you take your neutrino beam emitter, right? Take it to the edge of the lake and shoot it across the lake. That'll rule out all the refraction problems for us, right? Yeah, let's see that. Let's point it at an angle at the ground and imagine that there's these tiny little massless particles that are passing through everything. Load of shit.
To upload it. Here we go.
It says a conventional laser beam is significantly straighter, more focused, and easier to direct than any real-world neutrino beam. I don't know what to tell
Here
you,
we
man.
go.
That's what it says.
Oh, well, I don't know what to tell you. Here's a real, actual scientific document. I just posted it in the chat, 7:09 a.m. Go ahead and click on that link. Page 71 is where you can find the initial angle as it's being emitted from Fermilab. Page 78 is where you can find the reconstructed angle from the momentum measurements at the receiver end. And then when you do the
Yeah,
math,
we want that. We want a
yeah,
relevant
page.
citation saying that a neutrino beam is straighter than a laser, not.
Oh, so now you're
Just,
now you're shifting the goalpost. Now you're shifting the goalpost to avoid actually engaging with the
how am I?
evidence that I've posted.
Yeah, this is
Gotcha,
what I
gotcha,
asked you
gotcha.
for in the first place, man, and you still haven't presented it.
Can you
Okay,
describe
so
what they mean by beam momentum?
yeah, so the detector end, the way that the detectors work is, you'll have like some small percentage of the neutrinos actually interact with it. It's basically like a calorimeter. It dumps the energy into the material, and then they measure the absorbed thermal energy from the neutrinos, and then by using like multiple planes, they can correlate like tracks across the planes, and then basically it's kind of like how like in CSI they have the bullet holes and then they put like a stick through the bullet holes to reconstruct the trajectory. It's exactly like that. So they like take like the 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 data from the detector. The detector itself is like multiple planes stacked up on each other, and then they like take like, okay, well, it hit this plane on this spot, and then it hit this plane on that spot, and then hit that plane on that spot, and they reconstruct the trajectory. And so originally they're pointing them down, and then when they reach the detector, they're actually coming up from the ground because the Earth is a curve. I'm not pressing any links, especially from a liar. Oh yeah, this is great. You guys ask for evidence, and then when I provide it, you say I'm not gonna click that because I don't trust you. It's again, he's moving the goalpost. You ask
We
for like,
asked for
hey, show
evidence
me
I
that a
didn't
evidence.
cite
neutrino
it,
beam is
bro.
straighter
He
than a
asked for a
laser.
citation, so sorry.
I literally gave you the technical document from the Fermilab. The citation is page 71 and
they know where
78.
they were? How did the detector lab know its location? What did they use?
Why is it relevant whether they use like conventional surveying techniques or GPS positioning, or like explain to me why would that matter? It wouldn't matter.
Well, if you're going to claim to be receiving a stream of energy
No. The
from one
relevant part
location
is
to
that
another, then
no.
you're going to want to know where your location is relative to the other
Okay,
place, right?
yeah, but the relevant part here, okay, yeah, this is a red herring. The relevant part is that at the emitter, the beam is pointed down, and at the detector, it's coming up from the ground. So you need to either, in order for that to make sense, you need to have some kind of round geometry to the ground, or you need to posit the existence of some heretofore undiscovered neutrino reflecting matter within the core of the Earth, or within the center of the Earth, or something like that, right? And so unless you're willing to like make such ridiculous, unfounded unsupported claims. Like
I'm not making
it's
any
obvious that
claims.
the
I'm
Earth is
asking a
round.
question. Okay, so you're
Okay.
in one instance saying they're coming up from the ground, but in another, it sounds like they're coming through a chord of the Earth, and I can't quite figure out which is which.
No, that's exactly right. So if you draw a circle and you draw a chord, then you'll see that where the chord is entering the circle, it's actually going down. And then where it's exiting the circle, it's coming up. Like if you're perpendicular.
Are you talking
if
90
you were
degrees down? Like, what are you talking here?
No, like at an angle. So here,
Yeah,
I
what
got
angle?
a paper and a pen. I got a paper and a pen, right? So you draw a circle, and then you take 2 points on that surface, and then you can draw lines towards the center, right? And then those represent your plumb lines at those points. Now, and if you draw a chord from that one point on that surface to the other, you'll see that like relative to the first plumb line, you actually have a slight angle downwards. And then in this experiment, that initial angle was like about 3 degrees downwards. And then if you look at the second point, you'll see that beam is actually coming up, it's pointing up relative to the plumb line. And then that measured angle, well, actually, I think it was the angle above the horizontal that they measured, was also about 3 degrees. So the angle below and then the angle above was about 3 degrees. So it was like about even. You can get the exact numbers on page 71 and 78.
So 3 degrees plus or minus what?
Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh. Okay, hang on.
If it's like 3 degrees plus or
No,
minus 6 degrees, right? You got a
clearly,
problem.
you're incapable of clicking a link and scrolling down, so I'll just do it for you. I'm just scrolling down to page 71.
No, this is your claim.
I
Listen,
can
this
get
is
some
your
numbers for you.
claim. I'm not going to do your homework for you, brother. I'm asking you about your claim. Is this
No,
3
because
degrees
you
plus
asked
or
for
minus 6
evidence. You
degrees?
guys asked for evidence. I provided it, and then you're refusing to look at it. So there you
No,
go.
we're engaging. This is us engaging with it right
I'm
now. I'm
currently in the
engaging with
process of
your
scrolling through
evidence.
the document. I'm scrolling through the document.
Yeah, well,
So
okay.
just
You
give me
don't have
like
to
4
complain.
seconds
You don't
because
have
I'm
to
not a
complain
robot,
as you
all right?
go. You don't have to complain as you go find
No, I
out
kind of
these
do because
answers.
it's ridiculous. I kind of do because
Well, listen,
let's
this is
see.
peer review, and we are reviewing
All
your
right, so
claim.
the original dip angle was 3.3 degrees.
Yeah, plus or minus what? Error.
I don't know. That's just what it was.
Okay, well, if it's like plus or minus 6 degrees, you don't have a globe.
It's not.
Yeah, guess what? You're also baking in your location using GPS, using an assumption of a
you
curve with
assume
a spherical coordinate system. So you have at this point no error margin, which means you have no measurement.
No, dude, they just
And you
didn't
also have a
report the
baked-in
error
globe to begin with.
margins.
So yeah, I mean it's
They
kind
just
of
didn't report the error margins, dude.
if you don't have an error margin, you don't have a measurement, brother. That's pretty simple.
The error margin, the error margins would be consistent with whatever the error margin for GPS positioning is.
All right. Yeah, it is what it is, man. Yeah, circular reasoning for the win. Okay.
No, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Just because they didn't report the error margin doesn't mean that it doesn't have an error margin.
Yeah, well, it means they didn't report an error margin, which means we have no concise or a constructive evaluation.
No, okay, so if you've ever taken a measurement, you know that the sort of default error margin is about half of the smallest increment of your measuring device, right? This is something you're familiar with?
Yeah, I get it. Your tick marks. You don't have to explain this to me.
Okay.
You don't have a margin for error. Okay, so you can.
do. Apparently, I
What
fucking
if
do.
this
Because
all
if
you
they are
want?
reporting a
You can
dip
what
angle,
if
hang
this
on. If they
situation
are
all you
reporting,
want?
if they are reporting a dip angle of 3.3 degrees, then we can be reasonably assumed that whatever equipment they were measuring had an angular resolution of at least half a tenth of a degree.
No, you can't assume that at all.
If I
guess you
assume that
can.
these
You
are
can assume
competent
whatever you want.
scientists making these measurements, then yes, I can.
Great. I can assume there's a 6-degree error margin.
Based on what? Based on what? I give you justification and
Based off
reasoning
the
for
same
my
evidence
assumption.
that you have. Based off the same evidence you have.
No, because it is reasonable to. It is reasonable.
That's an opinion. Reasonableness is an opinion. Okay, so you're giving me an opinion, and opinions are like assholes.
No, because science is like a standardized like metrology. The field of metrology is a very established field of science. Yes.
I'm sure you know all about it.
Metrology? Yes.
I'm sure you're an expert. So, okay, so what is the error of the measuring device they used, Mr. Metrology expert?
It's not reported in this specific
Oh,
document.
bummer. That's too bad. That's too bad, because without that, we can't perform any constructive evaluation, like I said. Now, you can come up with what ifs all you
No,
want
you're
at this
just look.
point, but you don't have the
This is just
information you need.
this is just red herring goalpost moving.
No, it's not a red herring. If you don't have an error
Yeah, it
margin to
is.
report, then you don't know how accurate this is. We also have a problem underlying all of this is the circular problem of using GPS and assuming coordinate references and therefore calculated distances between locations on topology that has yet to be proven. It's begging the question as far as I'm concerned right now.
Okay, so are you willing to accept the existence of some unproven neutrino reflecting matter within the surface of the
I
Earth?
don't
Is that
even
what
know
you're
that I accept. I don't even know that they
Those
accept.
are
I
your
don't
only
even know
two
they accept
options.
that they've got neutrino detection actually going on. You know, the whole proton to lepton, whatever stream conversion through argon liquid.
Dude,
I mean,
you can listen.
dude, if
You
you think
have
you understand
you
this,
have
you're Dunning-Kruger.
you have no. Listen to me. You have a 90-page document explaining everything, explaining how they
Show me
built
the
the
relevant
detectors,
bits or get out.
explaining.
Show me what you
I
want me
literally
to see in it.
I literally told you, page 71, the dip angle of the initial beam. Page 78, the
Yeah.
reconstructed trajectory of the detecting beam.
Great.
I literally gave it to you.
Great. And I literally asked for an error margin, which you correctly reported there is no error given.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Yeah.
I just found it.
So we're done.
No. I found it. The angles were measured with optical levels with 5 microradian accuracy and a gyrotheodolite with 15 microradians of accuracy. There you go. Now you have the errors. So now find something else to complain about.
All right. Can you show me the data then that they recorded? I want to see it.
Well, the numbers that they're reporting are on page 71 and 78, and then on 78 is also where they cover the error margins for the for what they used.
All right. So how many readings did they obtain?
Well, like how many individual data points, dude?
Yeah, and the variability
What, are you fucking
between
joking? And here, okay, you want the honest answer? Enough for them to be confident enough to publish.
Okay. All right, bro.
Yeah, and okay. So like that's just me starting from the assumption that they're competent scientists, right? If you want the actual,
you're appealing to them. You're appealing to them, right? You're appealing to your own ignorance here.
Open the fucking document.
Yeah, dude, you're appealing to your own ignorance. I get it.
Okay, no. Okay, honest question. Have you clicked on the link at all?
Not yet.
Okay, do you plan to ever in your life actually looking at this document?
I don't know. If you can convince me it's worth clicking on, I will.
Yeah, see, exactly. So you demand evidence, and then when I provide it to you, you don't even fucking look at it.
No, convince me it's possible, and then prove it was done.
Okay, but in order to do that, you would have to read the fucking document where they tell you how it's possible.
No,
right?
I can just engage with you because if you don't know enough about your document to provide a credible evaluation, then I'm not going to waste my time with it trying to do your homework for you.
No. This is circular reasoning again. This is circular reasoning that you're using to avoid engaging with the actual evidence.
I'm actually putting the burden of proof where it belongs, and that's on
and then you say, "I'm not going to look at the evidence." I'm not going to look at the evidence
is yours to
I
present. This is your burden of proof to present.
And I did present
it. You try to pitch this document to me to get me to read and try to divine what your intent is out of it. I'm not going to straw man your position for you. That'd be totally dishonest of me. So that's why I'm asking you to clarify and provide citations.
You have provided zero refutations of anything I've provided. I've provided specific citations within the text.
Yeah, and I'm asking questions about it. I'm sorry that offends you.
None of your questions have refuted any of my claims.
I'm just asking questions about them, right?
Premise. Okay, well, answer my question. How is it possible for the neutrino beam to start going down and then end up going up?
I don't care about this entire thing. I'm just asking you questions about it. Why should I have to answer questions for your claim?
Okay, so what other relevant questions do you have about this claim? About this specific experiment? right?
No,
Like
I'll
you're
let you
so
know when I come
dishonest,
up with
dude.
more. I'll let
Yeah,
you know when I come
exactly.
up with more.
God, what a fucking joke. What a
Yeah.
joke.
So
Okay, okay, okay.
what's a joke is
All
you
right,
actually
okay.
didn't
Okay,
describe the
okay, fine,
entire.
fine.
You
Do you
didn't
care to
describe the
comment on the
entire
previous
beam
discussion
momentum.
then? Do you care to comment on the
You
previous
didn't
discussion?
describe. You
Explain
didn't
how.
actually describe. Jeez, Louise. You didn't describe the beam
I
momentum
described
mechanics like I
everything. I
asked
described all of
earlier.
the relevant
No,
details here. I
you gave me
described all
some
the relevant
mealy. You gave
details.
me some mealy-mouthed freshman answer, which I kind of expected, and I didn't engage you
It's
further
not
on.
mealy. What was mealy mouth
Yeah.
about what I said? I said the initial angle was 3.3
No, I
degrees,
asked you to
and they
describe.
measured it with an accuracy of
I
15
asked you
minus 3.
about the momentum of the beam, which goes into particle physics, which you kind of sidestepped,
Yeah,
and
and then
that's
I
okay.
explained that to you too. I explained
No,
that to you
you
too.
should have started. Listen, you should have started with a proton beam that was on
Oh,
one
here
end.
we
You didn't
go.
even
Here
know
we go.
that.
So now you're going to tell me how I should have presented my argument in order to
Well,
be
yeah, because
convincing.
I was
Oh, but
looking
guess
for a
what?
very
But guess
specific
what?
kind of
Guess
response,
what?
okay? And I
If
didn't
next
get
time, okay, so you're giving me all these like bullshit pointers and notes, but then if I were to actually follow those pointers and notes, do you think they would make any difference? No, you would come up with some other
Yeah,
red herring
it would reveal
bullshit.
your level of ignorance to the audience, and that's kind of where we're at right now.
Mhm. Oh, Dr. Yoder, I see. So you use the what's it called? Like the form and you use the form of like academics and like educated people and stuff. What's the highest degree that you actually have? Do you have a PhD, or are you just LARPing to have people to respect you? I don't think so, dude. So don't fucking talk to me about uneducated.
Yeah, well,
dude.
okay, yeah, I won't talk to you about education. So you asked me to talk to you about education, and then said not to talk to you about education. All right, so we don't have to talk about education.
Do you have a degree?
No, you said you don't want to talk about education.
Do you have a PhD?
So that's what we're not
Do you
going to
have a
talk about.
PhD? No. So do you have a PhD?
You said you don't want to talk about education. Now you want to talk about education. Can you make up your
I never
mind?
said I don't want to talk about it. What are you
Yeah,
talking
you
about?
actually just did. And now you're jumping back onto it again. So you're going back and forth.
God, you're so fucking ridiculous, dude.
I'm sorry. No, you're trying to do everything but engage with the topic.
That's literally you, dude. Okay, so here's the topic. The topic is that neutrino beams, when you shine them down into the ground, they come up somewhere else. So how does that happen if we're not on a curved surface?
I don't know if they've substantiated that they actually have pointed them at the ground.
They literally do. In the document that you're refusing to open. Do you see how that's you see how that works? When you don't look at the data I provide, then you don't have any data to support my claims. Wow, funny how that works, huh?
I'm asking you to describe it before I open it because I just want to see if this is worth opening.
Just want to say
yes,
that
I'm telling you on page.
It's not possible. I couldn't open it.
What do you mean it's not possible? I
Yeah, I
uploaded it
couldn't
to
open
Google
it.
Drive.
Yeah, I couldn't
open it.
Paywall documents. How funny.
Trying to.
Paywall documents. What are you talking about?
Just
I
letting you
uploaded
know.
it to Google Drive.
All right.
What paywall? No. Yoder, you have to actually respond to that. What paywall are you talking about? Because now you're just making shit up.
No, I don't know. I mean, the guy said he couldn't open it. I'm not sure that he was clicking on sound like a paywall.
And I'm telling you that I uploaded it to my Google Drive and I shared a link.
Oh, so you want people to click on your Google Drive so that the people who click on it, you can see what their Google accounts are?
No, why the fuck would I care about that?
I don't know. I mean, why would you post a Google Drive link instead of an actual source link? Because people Google accounts and they click on that, you're going to be able to see what their email names are.
Okay, another goalpost moving. Gotcha.
No, it's not. No, I'm just pointing out a technicality here because there are many people in here that don't want to dox themselves for good reason. You know,
I don't, dude.
Why can't you just?
I don't care enough about you fucking losers.
Why can't you just
dox?
send a link to the Google? You know, Google a link.
I think this is like the source. Yeah, if you click on that link, that'll take you to the source document. Oh, wait, what? No, this is wrong. Wait, what?
Yeah.
No, that's the wrong document.
Wait, what?
That's why I don't press links.
Don't click on that most recent link.
Don't click on it.
That's
No.
something else.
That's something
It's
else.
like a Fermilab design document.
Are you a Glober? Is this guy a glober?
Oh my god, is that fucking Neil? Hey, how's your fucking live stream audience these days, Neil?
There's something wrong with this guy. Someone broke this guy already.
Oh no, that's not Neil. Some other loser.
Yeah, you don't even know how to address the person.
Hey,
that's
you know,
talking.
honestly, I had been hoping that after Indio was gone, the average quality of flat Earth arguments would have gone up. But it seems when they shoved him 6 feet under the ground, he dragged down the collective IQ of you flat Earthers with him.
So what's your globe evidence? Why are you a glober?
Belief, like all the other.
I mean,
to
why are you a glober? Like, why do you think Earth is a globe?
Okay, so during sunsets, the sun illuminates clouds from underneath, which is impossible on a flat Earth where the sun does not move up and down.
All right, do you want a response to that? Would you like a response to that?
If you think you have one, which you don't,
All right,
because
cool.
it's
Now
all
we're having a
stupid stuff
conversation.
about
Now you're
angular
answering my
size.
question. Good job. Yeah, I'm trying to talk to you. That's right. Okay, so in your model, the reason you can't see the moon before a solar eclipse is because of earth shine. There's enough earth shine reflecting sunlight to make the moon invisible until it eclipses the sun. So that same effect could be a reason that you see glare off of clouds. Globers like to insist that the only reason the sky appears to have glare on the bottom of the clouds, it could only be because the sun is below the clouds. You've never seen the sun below the clouds. You're insane to insist something like that. What the fuck are you talking about?
I literally saw it
The sun
yesterday,
below the
and
clouds.
what you're
Dude, the sun
describing,
is above the clouds.
hang on.
Most
So you're
clearly to everyone on
describing
Earth.
the sun. You're describing the sun is above the clouds and is illuminating everything from above, but it's also
You think the
illuminating
sun
the
is below the
ground,
clouds?
which is reflecting.
You're insane. Yeah, that's crazy. You're a nut job.
Yeah, and you think that the sun is above the clouds, so it's illuminating the top of the clouds and the ground. So then it's the ground shine, the earth shine that's illuminating the bottom of the clouds, right? That's what you're saying. But that's wrong.
You know what I'm gonna do, dude? I'm gonna start a business. I'm gonna start
That's
stitching the
wrong
names
because
of
the
Globers
bottom
into
is
straitjackets,
brighter.
and I'm
The
gonna sell
bottom
you
is
guys your own
brighter
fucking
than the top.
straitjackets because you say shit that you
The
don't see.
bottom is
Like, you don't
brighter
see that.
than the top. I literally saw it
Yeah, but
yesterday.
there's such thing in
I
your
can find a
model
picture
that
of it for you
creates
right now.
enough.
There's thousands of
There's
pictures of it.
enough reflectivity off of Earth's surface to make the moon invisible in your model. So why
You
wouldn't
wouldn't,
that same effect? That's a reflectivity phenomena. So you're
even in
talking about sunlight
the picture.
reflecting off of Earth's surface.
Hey,
Therefore,
just because you're
light
yelling doesn't
would
make you
cast
right. Yelling
upwards
louder doesn't
towards
make you
the
correct.
clouds, even in your
Yelling
model,
louder and speaking over
dipshit
people doesn't make you
Upstart.
correct. Yelling louder and speaking over people doesn't make you correct. And even in the picture
Yeah, I don't
that
know
you
why you're
painted,
speaking
that's
over me,
black.
dude. I was in the middle of a fucking sentence. I'm not trying to hear you when I'm talking. You dumb fuck.
Yeah, you interrupted me
So
and you
stop
cut me off
interrupting me
after I
when
started
I'm in the
talking.
middle of a
So
sentence, you dumb
even
fuck,
in
'cause
the
I can't
picture
hear
that
you.
you described, hang on. In the picture that you described, the tops of the clouds would be brighter than the bottom, but that's not what we observed. We observed the bottom being brighter than the top. If it was earth shine or whatever the fuck you're describing, you would still have the top being illuminated directly from the sun, and the bottom would be
Oh
illuminated
my
by
God.
reflected light,
Yeah,
which
but
would be
in your
less
model,
bright.
the sun's 93 million miles away. And the only reason you see the sunlight is because it's scattering in the atmosphere. So no matter what, the sunlight has to penetrate the atmosphere before it reflects off the surface to cause your earth shine phenomena. You know, you
Yeah,
guys
but it's
just
coming
invoke
in from the
garbage all
top,
day
so it
long because you
illuminates
want to
things
believe
from the
you're on a
top.
ball before anything, and you have no evidence of that you're on a ball before anything.
I literally just
So
gave you a piece of evidence
that's
that we're on
retarded.
a ball.
Yeah, but
Nope,
you've never
you just
seen
don't
the
understand.
sun below
You
the
just lack
clouds,
basic
so
critical
you're
thinking
just kind of
skills,
crazy.
dude. No, you're just stupid like all the rest of the
Well,
flat
you were
earthers.
here
You're just a
talking to
deluded
yourself,
narcissist.
sounding like
That's
you
it.
got a lot of vaccinations, so
all
that's
right,
cool too, right?
that's enough.
Oh yeah,
So
and you're an
how does
anti-vaxxer.
your
Big surprise. Big fucking surprise.
assuming
You're just
how does your
anti-science, dude. You just
how
don't
does
believe in
you
science.
assuming
You lack
the
critical
globe?
thinking skills and basic fucking education.
Yeah, no, that's you, bro.
Are you an anti-vaxxer too?
Oh my God,
Did
come on,
you happen to
No,
take
no. Are
into
you an
account the
anti-vaxxer too?
possibility that could be
bro.
upwards refraction?
Stick to the topic.
Oh, did you? Oh, did you take into account that maybe when you got vaccinated, it actually affected the curvature of your eyes, so you think everything is curved when it's not? What?
So you didn't take upward refraction into possibility of an account. Oh, he's gone. Never mind. Okay.
Fucking idiots. Yeah, typical globe-tard. The sky, it proves the ground. Every time.
Yo, we gotta bring mental asylums back, dude. We gotta bring back these fucking large-scale mental asylums for these globers that are just insisting that the sun's below the clouds, you're moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour, you know, you're spinning and wobbling, you know, there's fire below your feet, and there's nothingness in the sky. All this stupid shit that the globe says, you just sound insane. You just sound like you just lost your mind. You're just off in La La Land. Like, okay, dude, you're just la-di-daing into like completely imaginary shit. That's the globe. So just like, you're fucking nuts. Stop insisting this absolutely imaginary shit is reality, because you don't experience it, you don't touch it, you don't measure it, you don't feel it in any sense. There is no indication that it's happening. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Yo, hello?
Someone else with a voice changer?
Yeah, like light casting on the bottom of the clouds is not evidence of a globe. That's not exclusive to a ball. Okay, so you got something else that makes you think Earth is a ball? Because that was a pretty fucking stupid one. I gotta say. You know what? You know what would be exclusive to a ball? If Earth's shadow casted on the bottoms of buildings at sunset. If you were to see, you know, as the sun went up below the apparent horizon, that Earth would cast a shadow on like the bottom of a mountain. Go take a picture of that. All right, that's exclusive to a ball. You don't have that. All right, you don't have that. You don't have anything exclusive to a ball. So hurry up, because you're literally just sounding like a nut.
Yeah, and you can have a reflection, like I have a reflection in the roof inside my house, you know. Even though the sun is above outside, I still have a reflection from the sun. It's not like it couldn't reflect.
You know what would be a good experiment? You know, I was mentioning Earthshine. You know, globers should be able to take a light source and put a ball in front of it and make it disappear. Like, put a mirror behind your fucking, put the most reflective surface you could. Yeah, fucking bullshit. I got a phone call.
All right.
Hey, can Ahmad take care of that last message in the chat? I don't think it should stay there. Please.
But yeah, you know what they say about why you can't see the moon before an eclipse. So they say that the sun rays are reflecting off of Earth's surface and then cast onto the surface of the moon, and it washes it out. It makes it look invisible. So you should be able to like stand in front of a lamp and put a golf ball between you and the lamp and make the golf ball disappear. You know, it's just like, that's fucking retarded. Like, are you saying that you can make it so that you can't see a golf ball between you and a light source? Like, think about that. That's what the globe says. Now you put a mirror behind you and then you can't see it anymore. What the fuck, bitch? What are you talking about? Like, you're fucking crazy. The globe model's crazy. It's literally like you're fucking throwing spaghetti at the wall like a baby. Like, just bullshit. You're just fucking bullshit.
I really enjoy your lampooning of the absurdity of the logic, Alex.
Yeah, you know, in the Big Bang, things are expanding and contracting at the same time. You have to have your gas molecules moving apart and moving together. Like, what? Which ones are coming? Why are they coming together while they're supposedly being forced apart? And that's how the ball came together, because you got like things moving apart also coming together in a vacuum with stuff in it. It's just fucking stupid. You know, something I want Globers to think about. Gravity acts on the center of mass, you know. And I was thinking before that center of mass has everything to do with distribution of heat as well. Like they're really correlated. Heat and gravity might be the same thing. And like what we think is like falling to the earth, it could be something like heat coming down. Like there could be like a distribution of heat creating the effect of gravity because they're directly correlated. Heat directly affects gravity. Is what they say. Or like rather like your distance from center of mass changes your temperature gradient, makes the temperature gradient. So whatever. And that's what they say. They got entropic gravity. You know, they say that gravity could really be due to like the loss of neutrino. Like you could correlate it to that effect or something using some other construction of a formula. But yeah, dude, gravity's bullshit. They say you're going towards the center of a ball. That's dumb as fuck because it's truly based on the center of mass of the object.
Is that the scientific consensus? They don't claim to know the cause, right? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, they say they don't know what gravity is. They don't know how it emerges into existence. Yeah, they say that because they can't control it. They can't like remove it as a variable from any experiment. You know, you can manipulate electricity. That's cool, but you know, is that like, oh, you can't manipulate Earth gravity because it has to do with like standing on a gigantic ball. You know, so you can't like reverse engineer that cause to you know, I guess cancel the effect or some effect like that. But yeah, you know, they say that, you know, electromagnetics or electromagnetism, that when you manipulate that, manipulating the force of gravity, you're just introducing a new force. But who knows? They don't know. They don't know where gravity comes from, but you manipulate the field with like electromagnetism and voila, all of a sudden you're not like flying towards the earth at 9.8 meters per second. I wonder what could be causing that. It definitely could be electromagnetism. There has to be some other mysterious thing we didn't figure out yet.
He seemed more interested in coming in here and stirring the pot, making everybody angry. Not your average globehead. Do you have any globe Earth proofs today, Hippo? He's probably setting up. Seems unreal. You are weird, Hippo. What?
Yeah, I was kind of spitballing when he was talking earlier, but I thought it seemed pretty logical to say when he was talking about the bottom of the clouds getting lit up by the sun. Isn't it an entirely logical possibility that it could be upward refraction with the rays to the sun coming down, going through the cloud, and then bouncing up off the layers and hitting the bottoms of the clouds? Is that a logical possibility? Mic check. Can y'all hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Oh,
Yeah.
but I was
D-Town, can I just, I posted a picture in the chat. I took it now in the roof inside my house. I have the same effect, it's reflecting inside, even though the sun is above,
Yeah, that's what my question was, because he was saying there's no other way it could work on a planet. There's nothing else
Yeah,
it could be. And I was just spitballing and asking, is it possible that it could be something like some upwards refraction like we know can happen when the light goes through a gradient bouncing up to the bottom? Is that a logical conclusion for something like that?
I would probably agree with you. But I'm trying not to, get lost in the sky. I really wanted to avoid talking about the surface. Yeah.
My mic working? Yeah.
Yeah, okay, guys, the queen is back.
Yeah, I was ranting for a while before until I realized my microphone had randomly stopped working about the sun on the clouds thing. So yeah, refraction definitely, right? Definitely, and there's small scale, replications of refraction causing that same effect. Rob Skiba has one, but reflection is like light bouncing off the earth and going back up and hitting the clouds, and it's red because the red wavelength is the one that's able to do that and push through all of that atmosphere. Is my microphone working?
Yes, DJ, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Thank you. Look how, all right, so even just on the globe model, right? How can the globus even have this argument? Look at the moon. Sometimes it looks almost as bright as the sun. That's all light reflecting off. You think if there weren't some little clouds, right, over the moon, where the moon is, that the light wouldn't bounce back up and hit the bottom of those clouds? That's ridiculous to claim that it wouldn't, considering it can shine all the way back to here to the earth, and we can read a book on a full moon out in the moonlight. So ridiculous to claim that it couldn't be bouncing off the earth. And also, right, they claim that the moon, Neil deGrasse Tyson claims that the moon is the same color as like a tire, like a car tire or asphalt, right? It's like a black color. And it lights up so bright, sometimes it looks like the sun, right? It's extremely bright. So the earth, right, mostly covered in water, and lighter colored things, obviously, the sunlight is going to be able to bounce up off the earth and hit the bottom of the clouds. To suggest that it couldn't is just completely retarded. And also refraction, upward refraction is absolutely the normal, right? That's why everyone sees inferior mirages and sinking, right? Quite often, nearly every time you look out at a horizon, there's signs of an inferior mirage out there. That mirroring effect, right, on the horizon, that's a symptom of upward refraction. And like I said before, I don't know if anyone heard, but I was saying, Rob Skiba's got some demonstrations showing how refraction can cause it as well, like practical demonstrations. And then the top of the clouds are also lit, but they're not going to look red because up there, all of the spectrum is able to push through, because you don't have the thick atmosphere that's going to block and scatter the blue spectrum as much, right? So you're going to see it like normal, right? They're going to be lit. They're going to look white because you're seeing full spectrum. Whereas the bottom, you're just seeing the red wavelength is able to push through. So you're seeing that happen. Then I think AI Overlord made an interesting argument as well. Quite often we can still see the sun on the horizon, and like the whole sun, and then it looks like the bottom of the clouds are lit. And the globe earthers claim anything that's above the horizon, right, is above your eye level. Right? If you can see the whole of the thing. Now, how big is the diameter of the sun in the globe model, right? It's fucking huge, right? Huge, right? So if you can see the whole thing above the horizon, how high are those clouds above you? Not very high. So why would the sunlight only light the bottom of the clouds, right? If that sun is freaking huge, right? It would light up the top and the bottom. So
well, can I point out something?
Yeah.
The backs of those clouds are being illuminated. You can see them.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. That's actually what happens most often is the bottom's not lit and you can see the top's lit.
Well, even when it doesn't look like it's glowing, like it's not bright, it's not illuminating, right? Like a light bulb or something. You still see them, don't you? That means light's coming off onto your eye.
Exactly. Yep. Absolutely.
Even when the sun's on the other side of them. My goodness, how's that happening?
I swear globe earthers don't pay attention to the crazy variations we have when the sun's setting. Flat earthers, like whenever I'm out watching a sunset, I'm not just watching the sunset. I'm like analyzing all around the sky, looking at which bits of the clouds are lit up. And even if you turn around 180 degrees from the sunset, you can see the clouds on the horizon 180 degrees from where the sun is setting. And the tops of them is also still lit, even though they look like they're facing away from where the sun is. But yeah, I think
the other
suns.
morning saw a sunrise. Actually, was it this morning? Yesterday morning, my wife pointed out the sunrise in the clouds. Right now, the sun was coming up. Right, I guess, and there was clouds near the horizon, and there was parts of them facing us. Right, so on the opposite side of the sun, which seemed like they were illuminated, like brightly, like orange, bright orange. And while above that was some grey clouds. So how does that work? How is it illuminating? Not from underneath, but from the opposite side. Like the light shouldn't have been getting. So I just assumed that it's just like that section of the cloud is just like glowing from some light, maybe. But yeah, you see all different situations with the light and clouds and all that. It's weird.
Oh, that's funny. I just opened YouTube, and right on my front page is a David Whitehead Earth video. Top-down sunrise lighting proves the globe Earth. Or does it? Looks like a new one. Check this one out. So I was opening YouTube to bring up the Eric Dubay Mount Rainier video. So I'm pretty sure he makes some good points, and the way he breaks this particular video down I haven't seen it for quite a while. I have to rewatch it, but I remember it debunking the sunsets and the shadows and the way all that works working on a globe. It doesn't work on a globe. I'll post the video in the side chat. Right, just in this one here alone, I mean, you can see the bottom of the clouds is lit, but you can also see the top of the clouds is lit at the same time. It's just a different spectrum of light that you're seeing when you're up that high or when you're looking from below. And that shadow is actually being cast from above the clouds. And the way the shadow like grows and shrinks doesn't align with how it should on a globe. Would only work on a flat plane. You know, another argument against the globe side's bullshit is, you know, as soon as a cloud goes in front of the sun, it gets cold. Like I've spent a lot of the time at the beach surfing, and you get out of the water and you're freezing cold and the sun's on you and it's nice, and then a freaking cloud will go in front of the sun and instantly you'll just get freezing cold. The wind's blowing on you, you're wet. As soon as the sun comes back out from behind that cloud, it's hot again. Same exact thing happens at sunset, because I surfed a lot, right? And we would stay in the water for as long as we can until it starts to get dark, right? And the sharks come out and that kind of thing. So we would get out just before sunset. And the exact same thing would happen. You would get out, you've got that nice hot sun, coming on, like warming you up. And then as soon as a cloud or anything, even when it's right on the horizon, as soon as a cloud or anything goes behind the sun, it instantly makes you freezing cold. But on the globe, they claim that sun isn't really there. They claim that sun actually had set 8 minutes ago, 8 minutes earlier. So that sun that you're looking at, that's not even the real sun. So that infrared, that heat that's coming from the sun, that's not affected by refraction, right? That should, you should get freezing cold, right? You should get cold well like 8 minutes earlier than when the sun actually goes behind the horizon. Like they say the sun's already gone, so you shouldn't be getting that heat from that sun anymore. You should have already started getting cold because that sun that you can see is just an illusion sun. It's not really there. Everything's an illusion on the globe, right?
And how does the real sun catch up to it without us seeing it?
Yeah, just works, T-Dub. Just works. Math formulas explain it.
At what point does the refracted sun become the real one? It's just stupid.
It's just stupid. No.
I wonder if you can have refracted light neutrinos.
Refractrinos.
Refractrinos.
Yeah, apparently they're not affected by anything. They just go straight through anything.
Well,
forever.
They can't. They can't. They can't. No. Otherwise, they wouldn't interact with anything.
Straight through the dark matter, straight through this fabric of space-time, straight through everything.
It's supposed to be their weak nuclear force interactions that are detected. So occasionally that a neutrino will collide with the nuclei of an atom and causes an interaction. So, but apparently they aren't massless, and there was a group in, I think in Japan that received a Nobel Prize for changing the theoretical physics books about neutrinos. That they do have a tiny, super tiny, micro, like astronomically tiny amount of mass, and that because so I think what these Japanese guys did was point a detector at the air and point one at the ground, and they got 100% of the predicted results from the one pointing at the sky, and from the one pointing at the ground they were missing like 80% or something like that. It's crazy amount of of signal that they predicted they'd get. So that they got the Nobel Prize for proving that neutrinos have mass or something like that. I don't know. Crazy.
Good Lord. I thought Peter's argument against the Glober that was bringing that up was kind of funny, actually. He was explaining how when things don't work in the globe model, they just make shit up, right? Like most of the universe is made up of dark matter and dark energy, which they don't have any empirical evidence for whatsoever. So he just said to the Glober is like, yeah, like because we don't know, right, what's underneath the Earth below 7.6 miles, mathematically there must be something under there that's a neutrino reflector, and it just reflects them back up. He's like, and he only did that. He just did that to show them that how ridiculous their claims are, and that we could just make up some bullshit like they do, and the Global was having a meltdown. He's like, that you can't just make things up. But yeah, I'm not sold on the neutrino stuff. No one can go and independently test that shit, right? Like I was looking into how close can civilians even get to the research and the tests that are being done. You can't be anywhere near it. It's one of those things where you just have to trust the numbers written on the paper at the end of the day. You're never going to be able to independently validate that. It's just another one of those faith-based evidences, I think. There could be something else going on that's far beyond our comprehension. I'm not sure. But yeah, I've been meaning to do a bunch more research into the neutrino thing.
They ray trace the path. They trace the path through statistical simulations. They don't even know, like, they don't like trace it in real time. They're not saying, oh look, the neutrino went this way, like, because we got this detection thing. It's all like terabytes of data that a computer fucking messes around with algorithms and statistical fucking program software and shit. Flips it out that way and says, yeah, there you go, yeah. Yep, computer says you got a signal. Oh, bullshit.
So Dr. Flatporn, Dr. Spherical Refraction, he's written, neutrinos don't support heliocentrism at all, since scientists only detected 1/3 of the neutrinos their globe math predicted. They were wrong by 66% for 40 years. To fix the math, they came up with neutrino oscillation, the idea that neutrinos shapeshift into different flavors while traveling.
Yep.
This is unproven and also impossible to prove. This is just another ad hoc fix.
Yeah, that's what those guys got a Nobel Prize for. Yeah.
Hello, guys.
Howdy.
Right. So, do I have to wait for my turn, or can I go and ask questions?
No, you've got the flat testicles. You can talk.
All right. Yeah. So my name is not like a mockery or something. I just thought it's a funny name. Just saying. So, I'm not mocking you in any way. I have a serious inquiry, serious questions. So, I have a friend, right, who I argued with in the past, I don't know, maybe 1 hour about flat Earth. I'm not 100% convinced flat earther, but I am somehow skeptical towards the classic belief of spherical Earth, right? So I cannot really argue in a more professional way, let's say, with him, and I'm stumbling upon some things about this subject with him, some parts of the argument, right? And I'm trying to bring him here to have like a civilized discussion with some of the best flat earthers here, right?
Okay.
So these ways I can prove my points better through you, right?
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Sounds like a good idea.
Okay. Now, he had two bad past experiences here when he came along with other guys, other people, and those were really disrespectful and uncivilized. So I have to convince him to come here. So I'll try to bring him here soon.
All right. Well, I'll make sure that we have a respectful conversation with him, as long as he is also respectful.
Yeah, sure. I'll make sure to mention that to him. Because he told me, that the second time he arrived here, the arguments and the attitudes that he received from the flat earther members here was, you know, not really the way he expected it to be, and that he wasn't given arguments and stuff like that. And I didn't really believe him because I've been here like many times before, and I've never experienced like. Of course, some of you guys can be more incisive, like more aggressive sometimes sounding, but like, but like never rude or anything. I've never experienced someone here as a flat earther to be rude or not civilized, right?
You haven't been around here long enough, then.
Yeah. So yeah, I was really, how can I say, concerned about what he said because I've never experienced, what he said he experienced. So yeah, I'm trying
Yeah,
to.
it happens every now and then. It depends. Maybe he wasn't quite so innocent either.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Maybe he didn't have the patience to wait and listen or something like this. So yeah, I'm gonna try to bring him here so
Okay.
he can have
All
a
right.
discussion and get everything sorted out.
All right. What's he up
Right.
to in the debate? What, like, he has a good understanding of it. What's his sort of type of arguments does he like to use? Is he a space guy, or is he appeal to authority type of guy, or what?
He's a little bit more of an appeal to authority type of guy, where he appeals to the argument of having a degree on certain things. He uses like he doesn't understand, and me myself, I don't really understand why. If I put in the AI the flat Earth experiments, right, that proved, let's say, the FECOR experiment, right? You know it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you put that that experiment in even in Grok, right? Grok AI, it's the least biased AI from what I've heard. And even if you put the experiment in there, if you upload the PDF file there, it will it would bring up um, several reasons that the measurements are not being calculated correctly, that there are many errors in the experiments that are not being addressed properly, and even Grok says that that the Earth is not flat and stuff like that. So
Right.
he did this as well a few minutes ago, and he really appeals to whatever Gemini told him.
Well, just quickly with the FE core one, they did make some mistakes in their calculations when they were trying to use Snell's law to calculate for refraction. They definitely made some mistakes in that, and I think there are much better tests to go over than FE core. And if you put in the correct, put in the correct numbers, right, for some of the other tests, I haven't found an AI that says that it's possible on a globe. Even just the normal, right? I find the most, like, I look for the most biased one, right? The one that's usually the most annoying against flat Earth, and I put it into that, which I find just to be Google AI mode, right? Right on the Google search, if you just hit AI mode, that one seems to be the most globe loving out of the lot of them. But even that one said, no, it's not possible to explain this test with refraction. This test would not work on a globe. So that's one that we could probably go over. It was also done by a scientist named Dr. John D, right, who has the credentials. He has a PhD in optics, in spectrophotometry, and he's taken a lot into account, right? And he he didn't fudge any numbers up like FE Core managed to mess up, the calculations a little bit. Not that the FE Core one is possible on a globe, but a lot of the AIs will, because the FE core one's so well known, right? AIs pull their information up off forums online. like Reddit, like Facebook, Quora, all of these places where people have had discussions about them, and it will take information from random people saying that it's been debunked, and it will state it as if it's done some kind of research, right? And saying that it's debunked, right? Because they found some anti-flat Earth moron on Reddit that's tried to go over it and debunk it. So we have to be careful with
Like
AI.
McToon.
Yeah, it'll pull up like anti-flat Earth websites and get its information off flatearth.ws or mctoon.net, right? Or places like this. Not legitimate debunks, but more strawman debunks or butchering of refraction debunks and things like this. But I agree that FE Core made mistakes. But the
Also,
test alone, right? The fact that the laser hit the target from that height over that distance isn't possible on a globe. There's no evidence that that's possible on a globe. But if you look at their technical documentation when they tried to account for refraction, they used the wrong formula, right? They didn't do it properly. But that doesn't mean that the test is therefore, possible on a globe, right? That just means they made some mistakes when it came to the refraction calculation side of things, which is secondary to the fact that the laser beam hit the target in all 6+ tests that they did in different atmospheric conditions. When I say atmospheric, obviously it's not a spherical atmosphere. I'm just saying that so you know what I'm talking about. You could just call it the
okay.
air.
Yep. So yeah, from what I've seen in the results of the Gemini answer, one of them was indeed the refraction, that it was not calculated properly, from what I've read.
Yeah, well, you can't calculate refraction anyway based off of the few measurements that they took. And but yeah, they used discrete Snell's law, which is not what you would use in a gradient.
What's that?
They use Snell's law, right? So Snell's law is a very specific situation where we have two separate mediums, right? Like air to glass or air to water, and then you have a discrete boundary, which would be like the surface of the water, for example. And the refraction takes place when the light is traveling on an angle, and then the light hits the boundary layer and it deviates, and it will deviate towards the higher refractive index medium, so it will bend. And that's called Snell's law. And you can't use that when you don't have that medium to medium, like two separate mediums with a sharp boundary layer, right? So it's in the air, we have a gradient. Okay, it's not Snell's law. You can't use Snell's law, discrete Snell's law for gradient refraction. So they messed that up. So they were saying that the refraction would be like the tiniest little amount, and based off of the Snell's law calculation they did, but it's incorrect. It's not the right way to calculate for it. Is there a right way to do it? It gets right into the weeds, man. There's not an accurate model for refraction to predict, right? To calculate accurately for it. It's all based off simplifications, a bunch of assumptions, and that's why I say refraction's kind of like the worst nightmare for the globe earthers, right? This is the thing with all of the laser tests. The lasers would have to be bending downward and perfectly following around the curvature of the Earth, hundreds and hundreds of feet to be able to hit the target. Every single time we go out and do a laser test and we hit the target, right, they're saying, oh, the laser has to be bending downward around the curvature of the Earth to somehow perfectly make it to the target in all different conditions every single time, which is just the most ridiculous claim, right? But here's something interesting. There is not a single observation ever that anyone has been able to present where we see a laser bending downward over a long distance observation through the air, whether it be over water, whether it be over land. Laser bending downward doesn't seem to happen. and it could happen technically, but there's no footage of it. Considering the hundreds and hundreds of hours of laser tests that we've done and filmed, and we have footage of the lasers going straight, and occasionally lasers seem to sometimes bend upward, never downward. We don't have any footage of them bending downward. So if the globe earthers want to claim that lasers are always bending downward, show us a laser bending downward over a large observation area. Doesn't exist.
Okay.
So I was going over another laser test the other day. It's actually a really good one as well, just because of the sheer distance, right? So this one's not done over water. It's done over a salt flat, and it's 36 miles. 36-mile laser test, where the hidden height is 760 feet, right? More than 200 meters hidden. Should be hidden, but we perfectly see the laser. So yeah, that's another good one. But there's so many, man. But the best one, right, the one that I would recommend people go over is done by Dr. John D. And he's gone to a lot of effort to account for everything that he could account for during the test. So I'll post it in the side chat.
Okay.
It's not over as long of a distance, but I think sometimes it's better to do it over shorter distances. I mean, this one, it's still a long distance. It's still 10 miles, 16 kilometers. But when you have a shorter distance, you have less things that can go wrong, right? Less changes in the weather and things like that. So yeah, this one isn't possible on a globe, right? Because what he does is he keeps lowering the laser down closer and closer to the surface of the water until he gets it 15 centimeters above the surface of the water, and he still gets a direct hit. So if the light was to bend downward, the light would hit the water and it wouldn't make it to the other side. If the light was to bend upward, right, it wouldn't make it to the other side, to the target. It would be way up in the air. If it was to go straight, it wouldn't make it to the other side on a globe. So with refraction, doesn't work on a globe. Without refraction, doesn't work on a globe. The only way it can work if the Earth's not a globe and there's no curvature. And it does work, so the Earth's not a globe. Here's the test.
Okay. I will look over it.
It's hard if you're new to the topic and you're trying to convince your friend or something that it's not a globe. It's extremely difficult. It takes a long time to get used to wording all of the different arguments and to be able to answer all the questions. It takes a lot of practice and time researching all the different topics and how to word each of the rebuttals to save yourself. If you just word a good argument poorly, it can destroy the good argument. So is there anything else that you were struggling with him to explain, or anything you think that he had some good points on?
Well, he also brought up the eclipse argument that the Earth's shadow goes over the moon in a spherical shape.
Right. So firstly, I would say, look, if we were able to actually test the surface of the Earth consistently and repeat the tests over and over again, and that curvature that you're claiming causes the eclipse shadow isn't there, right? Then that would debunk the causation being the curvature of the Earth. Try to get the conversation back to things we can actually test, right? Because at the end of the day, we're looking at a little light up in the sky and a so-called shadow, and making a whole bunch of assumptions. But there are also types of eclipses that don't really work according to the globe, and that would be the Selenelian eclipses, where sometimes the sun and the moon are both visible above the horizon during the eclipse. So the alignment of the sun, moon, and Earth, right, it doesn't line up to see what you're seeing on the moon. And then also, right, the shadow is upside down, right? The shadow of the horizon should be arcing upward, convex, because the horizon should be arcing upward in the middle, right? Convex. But the shadow we see on the moon that's meant to be cast by that upward arcing horizon is upside down. The shadow's upside down. It's concave, right? As if it's flipped. The shadow's completely flipped on the moon. So that also doesn't work on a globe either. So there are all sorts of inconsistencies, and also, they're making assumptions. If they want to claim that the causation of what you're seeing on the moon is the shadow of the Earth, then right, they would need to validate that the surface of the Earth is curving at the end of the day. It's going to upset them when you tell them that, but usually their rebuttal's like, oh, what else could it be? And that's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. We didn't make claims about the little lights up in the sky, right? They're making a direct claim to the causation of what we're seeing. We didn't claim how eclipses work, right? We didn't make that claim, so we don't have to prove that, right? They need to be able to back up their claim when it comes to eclipses. And if they can't prove that the surface of the Earth is curving, right, then they're kind of putting the cart in front of the horse. First things first. Okay, a curving Earth surface is causing what we see up on the moon. Okay, where's the curving Earth surface at? Well, what else could it be? Well, it can't be the thing that you think it is, because we checked that. Also, why is the shadow upside down? Also, how come sometimes we can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse? And also, on top of that, a ball, a sphere, doesn't cast a spherical shadow onto another sphere. If you try to set up a smaller scale demonstration of the eclipse, right, you can cast a shadow like we see in the eclipse onto a ball using a straight edge, right, like a ruler or a book or something like that, and it looks just like what we see during an eclipse. If you try to use a ball to cast a shadow onto another ball, it doesn't look anything like what we see during an eclipse. It actually makes a sine wave shaped shadow, right? Kind of like the Pepsi logo kind of thing, right? Like a sine wave shaped shadow. So a ball doesn't cast a shadow like we see in the eclipse onto another ball. So yeah, there's a bunch of rebuttals to the eclipse argument. But yeah, it's always looking up into the sky and making assumptions. That's always all of their globe evidence. They do whatever they can to avoid the actual topic of the conversation, which is the surface of the Earth curving or not?
Yeah, I'm trying to convince him to come over here, but he refuses. So I'm calling him a pussy.
That's fine. Look, this is like if we have the bots in here right now, this conversation we just had is being recorded as well on the YouTube bot.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
So he could even re-listen to it, if he wants to have some of the things already that we've gone over. If he wants to listen to those, and if he wants to give you his rebuttals to it. But there's also a bunch of stuff that Jager Bruno has put in the side chat. Thanks, Jager Bruno. Right, just backing up the things that I'm claiming with the Selenelian eclipse and that kind of thing. So yeah, maybe he had a bad experience in here. There are some guys that get a bit angry, unfortunately, sometimes.
Yep.
We're trying to work on that, but most of the time it's pretty respectful, and quite often when people get angry, it's justified because we get a lot of trolls and clowns and arrogance.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. The thing is that he said that he experienced something that I've never experienced myself. Like he said that there were like 20 people talking and over talking, all of them simultaneously, and that he he wasn't being given any real argument and things like that. And I said, man, this voice chat never happens to be this way, right? So I don't know, I don't understand what you're talking about. Like right now everyone is muted except for you and me, and the other guys and girls who are not muted, they are completely silent. So I don't get it why he says that, because I've been dozens of times here, never
Yeah, well,
experienced.
welcome to 24/7. The way we manage our channels is fundamentally different.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, he says that those things happened here, and I've never experienced them myself. Really weird.
Gotta let it glove.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, I hope I can get him in here, but I never understood. Like, I don't really have the ability to be really good at explaining right myself, even though I know a little bit of some things. So I always tell the people that I know who are really resistant, um, why don't why don't you guys just come over, join the voice chat and talk? And they are always so hesitant, like extremely hesitant. Like, why? Just why? I don't get it.
Yeah, it's people don't want to come in here because maybe they've tried and it's not so easy. People in here know more about the globe than the globe earthers do, and generally the globe earthers don't understand our arguments properly. So most of the conversation, like they realize they don't have the ammunition that they thought they had when they entered into the the battle arena. They don't want to have their ego damaged. Maybe, I don't know. Or maybe they came in and got yelled at, I don't know. But generally in here we keep the conversations controlled and organized, right? Firstly, because we're live streaming, and secondly, because that's just how conversations should take place. We don't need 20 people all talking at the same time. We don't even allow that to happen. If that starts to happen, one of the moderators will jump in and they'll say, right, it's audio chaos. Let's have this person talk to that person and get it back on track.
Okay, so you can guarantee me that if he joins here, he will definitely have a civilized a conversation, and no one is gonna overtalk. No one is gonna give him a bad argument or anything like that.
Well, I can only guarantee that I won't do that, and there's a bunch of people in here that I know also won't do that, and we'll try our best. And it's also, as long as he's not like constantly talking over and interrupting or being passive aggressive or being rude, as long as he's being respectful himself, then he should be fine. I'm happy to
Okay.
talk to him. I will talk to him just the same as I'm talking to you right now.
Okay, thank you.
But I might not be here, so someone else can chat with him. The chances are that he'll be fine talking to anyone in here that's in here at the moment. But yeah, he'll be fine, right? Tell him not to be a snowflake as well, right? It's not that big of a deal, right? That he needs to be terrified of talking to some flat earthers.
Yeah, he claims he had a really bad experience here, but I doubt that, honestly.
Yeah, it can be like I said, it can be kind of rough in here for the globe earthers. It's a very emotionally triggering topic for some people when they're married to the globe, right? And it gets questioned. It's a belief system being questioned, so people can have emotional outbursts and convince themselves that they're being abused in some way by the flat earther, even though it's not really happening. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, what is he available now? Can he come in now?
I've sent him an exact recording of you guaranteeing that the conversation would take place in a really normal way to convince him. Yeah, he's online, but he actively refuses to come here. So I've sent him
Okay.
that recording of you literally saying those things earlier.
Okay, cool.
A very short recording of like 1 minute or something like that.
Yeah, that's fine. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go on mute because I'll just be doing work, right? And I'll listen. If I hear him come in, I can stop to have a chat with him.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Hello, just popped in. We're going with silence at the moment. It seems. Any new people on here? We'll talk about the globe. As far as I know, halfway through 2026, no one ever in history has properly measured Earth curvature. If you think I'm wrong, let me know. But it's sad that most globe believers just assume that somebody did. Anyway.
Morning, Dave. Hope Kentucky's treating you nice, man.
Well, it's a beautiful August day here in Kentucky. Blue skies all around, not a cloud in sight. No
Yeah,
chemtrails
well,
either. What's going on in your sky? Did your sky make it look like a globe? That's what a lot of people say.
you mean like a celestial sphere? Sure. My eyes make it look like that.
Well, man, there's stuff in the sky doing things, so it must be a globe, right? Smart astronomers got telescopes and shit. They figured all that out like 500 years ago. What's wrong with you, flat earther?
With me, but not that. Thank God.
I mean, if it wasn't a globe, they wouldn't be able to do all that math and make all the celestial motions work, sort of. I mean, if you take them individually, they sort of work, but when you try to put the whole globe together, it kind of falls apart. But anyway, looking through the panel, I don't see any new people here. Anybody else got anything? No, it's been said many times that while I got a few minutes of airwaves, shout out to Indio, RIP. We lost a legend. Let's see if we can bug somebody. We got T Buggy, who is currently antipodal to my position as he is in Australia. If we're on a globe, which we're not, but in theory, he would be antipodal. Our feet are pointing at each other. So that makes all kinds of sense, right?
I've seen it times in the past week. I've been listening to Indian recordings and somebody's joined. Funny enough, twice has happened where somebody joined and started, bitching at the recording. But during the recording, they actually were talking like about what the guy had his questions on and answering his questions as he was going, but they were arguing with him, arguing with him, arguing with him. It's like, dude, India is so powerful. He's still owning Globers after he's gone.
That's hilarious. People are actually arguing with a recording. What would be weird?
It's really funny when he trashes them and he's just talking on the recording.
Yes, some of these globe believers are not the brightest bulbs, are they? Just saying.
Dude, they're going for 15, 30 minutes sometimes. It's crazy.
I see one new person on here. I'm not sure. Well, they're left now. Anyway. No, they're still there. I don't know if I want to say their name or not. Why not? Flat testicles. Hello. What say you? It's your opportunity to speak on the airwaves all across the wide world. You're passing up that opportunity. Okay.
He was actually just in here talking to DJ. He's trying to get his Globe friend to come in and
Oh, okay.
and talk to
Okay.
DJ. So he's actually a flat
Oh,
earther, but he's learning.
all right. Interesting name. Fair enough. I was listening on YouTube for a few minutes before I popped in, so I know who you're talking about. That's the only new person I see. Everybody else is globe deniers, unless somebody wants to say they switch back to the globe and tell us why. Go ahead. That would be a simple step to get back on the globe. Just measure the Earth curvature. So let's do that first. Step one. Anybody? Bueller?
All right. So, um, I've talked to Pickled Minds earlier. So my friend,
Yeah, I
can
mean,
you hear me, Pickled Minds?
yeah, and I heard you talking to DJ, man. I was just trying to get somebody to talk, but if you're all right, it
Yeah.
sounds like you're on
So
the way to knowing that you don't live on a globe. So fair enough. You're on your own journey, man.
So, I was talking a few minutes before you joined about my friend.
Mhm.
That he said he had a bad experience here, and that he also has really emotional responses, just like Pickled Mind said. So, he wants some kind of, he wants me to send from you some kind of link or anything that's institutionally authorized based on science and everything, um, about how the Earth truly is flat.
Yeah, tell
Okay,
him
that's a
that's
lot.
just
Go ahead, DJ.
yeah, sorry. Yeah, all he's doing right now is just faulty logic. Okay, so whether something is or isn't accepted or peer reviewed by mainstream scientists who believe the Earth is a globe, right? Then that doesn't mean that it's false, right? That would be just a fallacy, right? So just tell him, yeah, we don't have that, okay? But if he has a measurement of Earth curvature that has all of his own conditions met, right? Then send that to us. Just turn it back around on him. Just say, okay, they asked the same thing from you, measurement of Earth curvature. I can show him a scientist going out and testing the Earth and recording the entire test, right, from start to finish and accounting for all of the variables and everything, right? I can actually show a stack of tests that's been done on, right, done by an actual scientist in the real world, right, not just some numbers written on paper. Okay, does he have anything like that? And he's also set standards for himself as well, right? So if he thinks he's got some tests like that, then tell him to send it our way. And yeah, we can point out that it's not going to meet his own ridiculous, fallacious standards. So yeah, all he's doing is just committing fallacies, right? So that's generally all we get from the Globe side, right? They'll do whatever they can to avoid actually debating the topic of the channel, right? And presenting empirical evidence with feelings and fallacies, right? So emotions and faulty logic. That's all we get.
Okay, I'm telling
I'll
him
say it,
right
DJ.
now.
Sorry, go ahead, man. I didn't mean to talk over you, man. Say what you said again.
Yeah.
What do you think
So
about what DJ said?
he also said that pure mathematics. Wait, one second. So he also said that pure mathematics, gravitation pulls equally from all sides and makes these planets to be spherical. Otherwise, the shadow of the Earth couldn't be spherical on the moon when the eclipse happens, and neither the stars from the sky in the sky wouldn't change gradually, exactly, um, once you move on the globe and you travel. And these things, if they were to be put on a flat surface, on a flat Earth, couldn't really exist.
Okay, well, he doesn't understand perspective, right? He doesn't understand the way that we see, okay, that we each have a personal field of view, right? That we all have, that we can see through. And you see things higher or lower depending on whether you're closer or nearer to them, just based on perspective, right? Just perspective alone. No one can deny that we have perspective, and that if I move away from something, it's going to become lower, right, as an angle, right? The angle to that item is going to become lower as I move further away from it. So if I'm standing at the North Pole and Polaris is above me and I move away from it and the Earth is flat, it's going to get lower in my field of view due to the way perspective works. Okay, so globe earthers don't understand perspective. And the other thing he said, we can debunk very easily by testing the surface of the Earth. So if he's claiming gravity pulls everything towards the center of mass, that means we can just calculate how much curvature there should be. And then when we go out and test that, it's not there, right? So that completely debunks the globe right there. Right, so over 10 miles, there must be 66 foot of curvature, according to his own argument, right? According to his own argument that he just made just now. Okay, everything's pulling towards the center. The water should be curving 66 feet over 10 miles. If it's not doing that, the Earth's not a globe. And I posted the test already that completely debunks that, right? Over a specific 10-mile distance, we're showing you that there's no curvature, so that debunks his claims with the eclipses. It debunks his claims for anything to do with the globe.
Well said, DJ. If I could just highlight that he didn't respond to anything you said about empirical evidence. He just went to sky stuff. Go ahead.
Yep.
Have you gone quiet now, flat testicles? You doing something else? Yeah, if you live on a ball, step one would be measuring the actual curvature of that ball. Go ahead.
He told me my friend told me that actually you're giving him no real arguments from what you said.
Yeah, right. So there's an empirical measurement in the side chat that backs up my argument. If the Earth is a globe and gravity is pulling everything towards the center of mass, over 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. When we actually test for that 66 feet of curvature, it isn't there. If the Earth is a globe, it must be there. If it's not there, the Earth is not a globe. Here is the test in the side chat showing you. In real time, it was also live streamed, and there's links to the live streams of the test. This is done by an actual scientist. Okay, and if they don't have any rebuttals to it, if their argument against that is to say, nah, right, that's not a very good argument, and then let them know that the people listening to this will notice, right, that the flat earther presented actual evidence and the globe earthers just said, nah, and didn't even address what was presented. And they just want to look at some lights in the sky and make assumptions. And this is the type of reason that they're too scared to come in and actually talk to us, because it's not going to go well for them, because they don't have any empirical evidence to back up their globe belief.
Another mic drop by DJ.
So, hey, DJ. So, how big exactly is the Earth supposedly?
3,959 miles is the supposed radius.
So, if we're looking at the ball and it's a giant ball, it's still not going to look flat.
Well, you might not see actual like the horizon curving, but you would see a ship disappear behind the horizon at 3 miles. So you would see byproducts of the curvature. So something on
Yeah,
the other side of a 10-mile lake would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
yeah. What I'm saying is, if you're sitting on a ball, it's still not going to appear flat. Like that ball would have to be insanely large.
Yeah, they
It would
don't know
probably
the.
have to be like 4 times plus the size of the Earth. If
Yeah,
they're claiming it is.
they don't know the how much curvature there should be over distance. That's half their problem usually. And then when we tell them, they deny it, and they're like, "There's not that much curvature." And then we have to spend time teaching them about their own globe that they're defending. This is why we call
We
it the
should
clown
we should
world.
take them to like Orlando or something, and like point out the globe, the metal one they have, and look at it, and be like, so this looks flat to you?
They'll be like, if you were like an ant on a beach ball, then you would see it as flat. Right? But if the little ants had lasers, right, like little ant laser beams, and
Show them a wrecking ball,
they could
point at it, and
test.
say, stand on it, tell me if it looks flat.
Oh yeah. Oh, they'll probably get on the wrecking ball and start swinging around.
And then you say, you know what else looks flat? Flat things.
Yep. That's it's a good point. Flat things look flat. Curved things don't look flat usually, right?
They look curved.
Yeah, they generally looked curved. Yeah.
That was a good point, DJ. If the little ants had little ant lasers, they could measure their own curvature, couldn't they?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure they have a giant ball you can stand on. Let me look this up.
So whoever was retorting for the globe there gave up with just fallacies and sky stuff. That's all he had. Okay, back to you guys.
I think it's hilarious how they're scared to join, but they want to have these back and forth through their friend.
Yeah, he's really frustrating because he puts me. He wants me to literally text him everything you say because he's a fucking pussy and doesn't want to join our voice. He's a fucking pussy.
So if
What
you
a
click
fucking pussy.
if you click on the YouTube bot, right, there's a link to the live stream. He can just listen. He can listen and he can learn.
Does he get this way with other topics like feminism or veganism, or is it only flat Earth?
He doesn't really believe in feminism. He doesn't like feminists, and I don't know about his takes on veganism, but I know that he eats meat. So,
I got an idea.
yeah, send me the YouTube link. How can I copy it though? Where can I find the YouTube
You just
link?
got to click on the YouTube bot and it's in the bio.
Oh, awesome, thanks. Okay,
DJ,
so it's only one YouTube link, right? Just one.
Yeah.
All right, I will send him the. I will send it to him right now. One second.
Yeah, that sounds like that'll save you a little time being a secretary. Just let him listen. If he wants to come in here and talk, he can come in here and talk. Come on, man.
For real.
Are you going to rub his feet after this? Do you know if he likes foot rubs?
I just thought of a way we could totally disprove them. And there's no way they could tell us that we're wrong. We could physically show them that it's not possible for it to look flat by taking them to the Las Vegas Sphere and having them stand on top of it and asking them if it looks flat to them.
Right, but you would have to be really small for it to be
I mean,
a fair
that's like the largest
comparison.
ball ever.
Right, but it's still not very big compared to the imaginary globe.
Just have one of them like lay down flat on it.
Well, that's the thing. You would experience the Earth as flat if it was a globe of that size, but you would also see things being blocked behind the horizon at a certain distance, right? That curvature is just not there in reality. So,
I think realistically, the globe would probably have to be like at least 4 times larger than what they're saying it is for you to actually experience it as flat. Like you should be able to see the actual curve.
I don't think so. I think they have the mathematics worked out pretty well, but you know, you would be able to see the curve, things like being hidden as it curves away from you. Like a boat at 5, if a boat was 5 miles out, you know, a portion of the bottom of the boat should be missing. If it was a canoe, the whole canoe would be missing. If it was a tinny, the whole tinny would be missing. Like a little boat, like a little fishing boat or something like that. It would have to physically be obstructed if the Earth's a globe. But we can see giant ships 20 miles out into the ocean, no problem.
Well, shit, we can see farther than that if we have some really good binoculars.
Yeah, India's got observations of ships that are over 30 miles out.
We used in the past couple of days his salt flat convexity mirror observation as well.
So Yaga sent in the side chat a playlist, right? What's with this playlist, if I may ask?
It's a guy having conversations with globe earthers, you know, and he's very knowledgeable, and yeah, he destroys them basically. It's a bunch of
Okay.
conversations and debates, and he lays out very, very technical arguments, right? He knows all about the globe, space science or pseudoscience, whatever you want to call it, right? All about satellites and coordinate systems. And, you know, he has debates with physicists and all sorts of people, right? He knows a ton, right? His name's Indio007. There's a playlist of his conversations. There's a lot of valuable information in those videos there. High level technical stuff.
What's the drop off for like per mile or whatever?
8 inches per mile squared.
8 inches per mile squared.
What's in a centimeter?
What's that?
In centimeters, what's the measurement?
Oh,
Convert.
I'm not sure. I'll check. It's basically 7.85 centimeters per kilometer squared.
7.85.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound right. It needs to be like.
Is that wrong? That's I just this is what I put into AI. I said, what is 8 inches per mile squared converted into metric?
8 inches is about almost 20 centimeters. Better Google it. Maybe 18. Let me check.
That's what I did. That's what I did.
Oh,
he said per kilometer, not mile.
Yeah, per kilometer.
All right. Well, that.
Because a kilometer is 0.6 miles, I think.
Yeah, I was looking at it per mile. It's 20 centimeters for a mile, but yeah, in kilometers that's going to change a little less. So
8 centimeters per kilometer squared, almost. Here's a chart in the side chat that shows all of the shows it in both, I think. Oh, actually.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. So you think that the experiment, the one that you send in the sign chat, the peer-to-peer, right? If I read that correctly, results and observations is a really accurate one, like a more accurate one than the FE core one.
Yep.
So basically, what would be the difference between this experiment and that one that is more faulty?
Sorry, what were you asking me?
I wanted to know what are the differences between this one and that one in terms of the fact that that one was more faulty and this one is more accurate.
I think that Dr. John D took more care in measuring the temperature and humidity, and he also did different heights of the laser beam, and it's also over a more manageable distance. And he used different spectrums of laser beam. He shot the laser beam not only one way, but both ways. And he kept lowering the height of the laser beam and repeating the test. He also live streamed the entire thing, so no one can say that he faked anything. And he also has about 30 videos about the same test, right, that go over all of the technical specifications. He calibrated all the equipment correctly. He just went to more effort, and he didn't, make any mistakes or anything like that with the calculations. The conditions are better, more favorable conditions as well. The conditions actually make it impossible, right, to use refraction as an excuse. So I would say it's better because of that reason alone, because the globe earthers can't say that refraction is possible to cause what we can observe in this test. It's not possible, and that's the only excuse, right? The only excuse is to try to say that somehow the light was perfectly bending around the curvature of the Earth, right? Some extreme refraction condition, but it's not possible to use that as an excuse.
Okay, so why in this exact one experiment of Dr. John, the refraction did not intervene?
Because the water temperature and the air temperature and the humidity were uniform. Okay, and for this refraction to have an effect, you would have to have a gradient, an extreme gradient in this situation for the extreme refraction that's required for this to work on a globe to be present.
Oh, my bad.
All right.
I'll even post the conversation I had with Google AI about it. I'll show you my prompts and I'll show you its responses.
Sure, yeah.
Oh man.
All right. All right. So the first thing I prompted, right, I said, if we did a laser test over 9.5 miles distance, we placed the laser 15 centimeters above the water, and on the other side of the water, there is a camera to pick up the laser beam placed at 0.7 meters above the water. Would this laser be able to hit the target, or is there too much Earth curve in the way? It replied, no, the laser will not be able to hit the target because the Earth curvature acts as a massive physical barrier between the 2 points. Even accounting for standard atmospheric refraction, the maximum possible line of sight distance between your laser and the camera is only about 2.93 miles, which falls far short of your 9.5 mile test. Right? It goes over a bunch of maths and then it leads to the conclusion. Earth's curvature completely blocks the beam. For a laser placed 15 centimeter above the water to reach a distance of 9.5 miles, the camera on the other side would need to be mounted at least 15 meters, approximately 50 feet high, meaning your 0.7 meter camera setup is buried well within the Earth's shadow. Okay, and then I wrote this. Right? And because the laser is only 15 centimeters above the water, I guess refraction can't explain it either. Can it? Question mark? Because if the laser were to bend down, it would hit the water. And if it bent up, it would not reach the target. Let me know your opinion.
So it basically says that if refraction would have happened, it would not, the laser from the point A would not hit the target on the point B whatsoever, no matter what.
No matter what, exactly. Because on a globe, right, when you lower something down, that means that the horizon should be at a certain distance away. right? Like if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be 3 miles away. If you put a camera at 1 foot height, the horizon should be 1.2 miles away. If you put a camera down at 6 inches height, the camera should be about half a mile away or something like that. So if the laser was to bend down, okay, because for this laser to hit the target, you would need extreme refraction, extreme downward bending light. So if the light was bending down even just a little bit, because the camera's so close, because the laser is so close to the surface of the water, if it bent down just a little bit, it would just hit the water. It would just hit the surface. If it bent up a little bit, then obviously it would be way over the top of the target. It would never hit the target because the Earth's curving away from the laser beam, right? So if the laser's bending upward, obviously that's not going to help. That's not going to hit the target. If it was going straight, it would be about 15 meters up in the air above the target on the other side. So it's not possible to explain this with refraction. If it were bending, it wouldn't help, right? But we can actually see the laser going across as well, right? I'll post some screenshots from the video in the side chat from the test, and you can actually see it going perfectly straight along the surface of the Earth.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
How are you, brother?
Very good, thank you.
You should post that the picture what the AI made with the laser, bro.
All right, so I don't need to post anything AI because we have the real test. All right, here we go. Here's some images from the test.
Yeah, that should be pretty much impossible on a globe.
Yeah, not even pretty much impossible. Completely impossible.
Yeah.
Okay. So the fact that this test wasn't done on water surface level, right?
It is done on water surface level.
Oh, so actually that's oh yeah. So yeah, I can see the water now. It's more it's far away.
Yeah, it's because he did it when it's low tide. So that's
yeah.
Yeah.
But the placement of the laser is on shore, right?
Yeah, on the shore. Yeah, you don't want to
Like,
put the
but
laser.
not really next to the water, but more.
Yeah, just like 5-10 meters away from the water. Like most of the 10-mile distance is covered in water.
Okay. Yeah, it has some kind of optical illusion that you're actually really high up, right? From
Well,
this
not
specific
really. Not really. I can show you like
yeah,
it
it
actually looks
some
like
kind of kind of trees or something, like you're really really up, really
Oh no,
high.
those are like little stones on the shoreline. Yeah, those are just little
Yeah.
stones that you can see there. Oh, I see what you mean now. Right,
Yeah,
like a
it looks like the
like a
laser.
giant like a Godzilla like laser beam.
Yeah, yes, kind of. Yeah, like a really high altitude. It looks like it's
That laser beam would have to be freaking gargantuan, bro.
Yeah. No, I'll show you a side view of them measuring the height. It'll give you a bit more context. So
yeah, I know.
here's some more images.
Yep.
Right, so that's the first height that they did, right? 1 meter,
Okay.
and then they kept lowering it down. They did one test with 1 meter height, and then they did another test with a half a meter height, and then they did another test, and they got it down to 15 centimeters, which was as low as they could get it, because of the rocks on the shoreline.
So the laser hit the target at exactly center of the target where it is supposed to be hit, right? At 15 centimeters.
Yeah, it hit the target of the camera. Yep, The camera was 70 centimeters height.
It's 17 or
70
70.
centimeters.
Okay.
Yeah, just because there's like rocks and things like that, you know, so they get it as low as they can without any rocks getting in the way.
Okay.
So here's a side view of one of the shots here.
Yes, I see.
Yeah. So if they get it too low, some of those rocks, you know, some big rocks can get in the way.
Yeah, they can obstruct the view,
Yeah.
the laser. Yeah, I'm really frustrated, honestly, because this guy that I know doesn't really want to join, you know, the voice chat. It's really frustrating, you know.
Oh well, you know, what can you do?
Just let him know
So-
whenever he wants to grow a pair of balls. We're waiting.
All right, so he gave me a reply for you, Pickled Minds. 1 second, so I can quickly translate it, so we don't lose any precious time.
Okay.
1 second.
Who's this guy we're talking about, bro? Is he like a kindergarten teacher? Is that why he's like so scared?
Apparently he had a bad experience in here and now he's got PTSD.
El bullied him. No, I'm just kidding. Dude, he probably was talking to Dr. Copenstein, bro. That's funny.
He asked me for a link because he said that the video from YouTube that you sent with the laser experiment, is way too long, is 1 hour long, and he has a headache or something, and he wants a link to read something about stuff about this experiment. I believe I post.
Yeah, so it's actually presented in the video, it's presented in writing. So everything that is in the video that's spoken is actually written down in the video. So you can just read from the video.
Okay, I'm gonna write in the side chat his response translated from our native language to English. 1 second.
What language does he speak?
We are both from Romania. We're speaking
Okay.
Romanian. Imagine I'm doing all of this from my phone, so it's really frustrating, but I'm gonna do it. 1 second. Okay, so you'll have in 1 second on the side chat You can read what he replied to you. He can hear you right now as well. He's on the live on YouTube live video.
All right. So he says that the argument in the video is complete trash because it applies some straight line calculations from a vacuum to a real atmosphere in order to prove that the Earth is flat. The guy takes that 15 kilometer distance over water, sees a laser, and says done. No, he didn't do that. Right. So this guy says it's trash when he just admitted that he hasn't even watched it. Right? He hasn't even watched the test. He hasn't even watched the video, and he's already saying that it's trash. Right? That just shows that he's intellectually dishonest. Right? And he hasn't even seen it. He's just hand wave dismissing it. This is some like cult religious behavior right here. This is bad faith. Right? This is probably why someone got annoyed at him when he came in here, and why he's too scared, right? Too chicken shit to come in here and actually debate me, right? Because he has these bad faith tactics where he hasn't even looked at the test and he's already hand wave dismissing it. This is religious zealot cult type behavior. Now, Dr. John D, fortunately, is an expert in optics, right? He's a PhD. He's a scientist, and he knows what he's doing when he's accounting for refraction and things like that. Right? He never assumed that he lives in a vacuum. That's absolutely ridiculous and blatant lies. Okay, so he actually measured, right, the vertical refractive index gradient by taking temperature and humidity readings on calibrated equipment vertically in 5 different locations, and he did this same thing at 3 points along the path of the laser. Okay, we don't have any visual heavy refraction effects in any of the footage. We don't see any superior miraging. We don't see any signs of inferior miraging, stooping, looming, sinking, towering. We don't see any of these effects present. In fact, we see a laser going perfectly straight in which we can draw a perfectly straight line across, and the laser doesn't deviate from the straight line at all. And it hits the target. If the laser were bending, right, bending up, the laser would obviously breach the target. It wouldn't hit the target, it would go over the top of the target. If the laser was bending downward, the laser would hit the ground because it's so close to the ground. So it would only just have to deviate a tiny little bit into the ground, and it would never reach the target. So even all of the AIs agree that that's not possible to explain this with refraction. All right, so let's continue. Hold on, that's just the first like little bit of bullshit that he wrote. I'm just going to cover the second bit, right?
Yep.
All right, so even though he completely ignores terrestrial refraction or ducting, oh wow, well I just covered that, right? So once again, he hasn't actually watched the video at all. But if he had have bothered watching the video, right, here is the measurements of the temperature and humidity at both ends of the location. So he absolutely took this into account. Okay, this was one of the main things that he took into account because he's actually an expert in this, unlike your friend. So here is him literally taking in the globe claims of terrestrial refraction into account, right, and invalidating those as being potential explanations for this test. Okay, so that's just blatant lies by your friend. Okay. Right, so that is the cold air above the water that bends the light, following the planet's curvature like a lens. On top of that, so the cold air above the water. Why would there be cold air? If there was cold air above the water, right, the water is 7 degrees Celsius. Okay, the air above the water is also 7 degrees Celsius. So what cold air above the water? Right, it's the same temperature as the water, right? So that's a shitty argument. All right, so yeah, he measured the temperature and the humidity, right? And he actually used a whole bunch of different thermometers. He didn't just use one thermometer. He actually calibrated the thermometers, right, by testing them all together. Right, there's whole videos that he made, right, about how he got the accuracy right with the temperature measurements, and he live streamed the temperature measurements as well, right? So you guys can't cope when it comes to that. What else has he got here? Yeah, so once again, right, he's not listening to anything that we're saying. He still thinks that if the light bends downward, right, that's somehow going to make this work on a globe, right? But if the light would have to be bending down at an extreme rate for this to work on a globe. Okay, you would have to have a refraction coefficient of 0.99. Okay, that's probably way over your friend's head. He probably doesn't know what a refraction coefficient is, because we know way more about the globe bullshit than the globe earthers. Okay, but that means that there's so much refraction, right? It's considered extreme refraction, extreme downward bending of light for this observation to work on a globe. Okay, and obviously we can see the laser going straight, and we don't have any meteorological conditions that would indicate that it's possible physically to have any extreme refraction, if any refraction at all, because we've got uniform water, uniform air, uniform humidity along the path. So yeah, this unfortunately destroys your globe. It destroys every single one of the globe arguments, because if the water's not curving, the whole heliocentric model is trash. It's done. All right, that's it.
Yeah, he has some answers. I have to write them in the side chats again.
Oh my god, how gutless is this guy that he can't come in here?
Yeah, he's acting like a real pussy, like really just straight up pussying out.
Yeah, it's not a good look. I mean, look, that's fine. Your friend can be, acting like this, because this is recorded and these conversations get clipped, and other people will see this and wonder why the globe guy, right, is making such bad arguments and too much of a coward to come in and have a conversation, right? And that's not going to be a good look for the globe side. So they're going to see you, buddy. Right? They're going to see you chickening out. They're going to see you're not actually making valid rebuttals. They're going to know that you just admitted that you didn't watch the test, and you're saying that the test is trash when you just admitted you hadn't even watched it, right? So they're going to see that your bad faith.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
Or just wrecking the globe.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you 2 more things that he said. Okay, so you can address them in the side chat.
Snell's law and the refractive index, Fermat's principle of least time, the phenomenon of ducting / superrefraction. Right, so Snell's law doesn't apply here. Okay, Snell's law is a very specific case where we have a discrete boundary layer, where you have one medium and you have another medium of differing refractive indexes or indices.
He says that it applies, actually.
No, it doesn't apply. It doesn't apply because we don't have the conditions to meet discrete Snell's law here. So this is my challenge for him. Show me anyone that's an expert in atmospheric optics, and show me a single observation where they've used Snell's law, right, to calculate anything in a gradient index of refraction. Okay, he doesn't know what he's talking about. So he's further showing that he doesn't know what he's talking about. So I'll put up a diagram of what Snell's law is, right? Snell's law is the law of refraction. Snell's law diagram coming up. Okay, so 100% of the Snell's law diagrams don't show a gradient. Okay, they show a very specific situation. 1 second.
Yo, got a question.
Copy image. Hold on a second, bro. Just a second. All right, so Snell's law, right? So this is where the light, right? So it's traveling on an angle, okay, through one medium, and then it intersects at a sharp boundary layer, okay? And because the water has a higher refractive index, the light deviates towards the higher refractive index. And that angle change there can be calculated using Snell's law. If you're talking about a gradient index of refraction, like a gradient index of refractive index, like of the refractive index, the optical density, you can't use Snell's law. You can't use the law of refraction doesn't apply.
So again,
anyway, all right. So that was just his first sentence. Exactly
yeah,
what I said.
make
He can't.
me explain to me, like I'm 5, why it does not apply. What is it and why it does not apply in this case? Because I did not
Okay.
get it myself.
Well,
So
Snell's law is like when you fill up a glass with water, right?
yeah,
And you put a pencil in the glass, and then you look
yes.
at it, and it looks like the pencil's bent. Okay. The reason that it's doing that is because you have two separate mediums, and they have different refractances, right? So he's basically like trying to say that you can put the pencil in the glass, right? But there's no water in the glass. It's just one medium. And he's saying that you could use Snell's law there, right? So he's basically saying you can use Snell's law when you don't have the conditions met for Snell's law. You don't have the sharp boundary layer, right? The flat surface separating the two mediums where you calculate the refraction at. You don't have that. You have a gradient, right? It's gradient refraction, GRIN, refractive index. So you can't use Snell's law. You don't explain Snell's law to 5-year-olds either. You know, it's not something that a 5-year-old's going to understand. All right, so basically in the side chat, right, that's Snell's law right there. At the top medium's air, the bottom medium's water. Okay, that's two separate mediums, and the calculations being done, right, from how much it deviates at the surface where it goes between the two mediums. Okay, in the air, you don't have that. You don't have the two mediums. You don't have the sharp boundary layer. It's
He
different.
told me that you're wrong, that you're faulty, and that since 15 minutes ago, all you do is just tell me how dumb he is, talking about my friend, right? And about the guy who made the video and nothing else.
Okay, so he just said "nah" again, basically. So instead of actually presenting evidence for the globe, he's just at the point now where he's just whining and just saying "nah." And that's his best argument now, is to just give up and start trying to attack the person instead of the argument, and just saying "nah, you're wrong." That's not going to work, right? I'm posting actual diagrams, right? I can post citations for every single thing that I'm saying if you want to see it, right? So he
Yeah,
obviously doesn't understand the difference between Snell's law and gradient refraction. So I said, look, if I'm wrong, prove me wrong. Post the definition of Snell's law and show me where in Snell's law it says anything about a gradient of refraction.
Yeah, he told me that the shadow of the Earth in
so he's going to run away from the actual thing that we're talking about and start talking about some things in the sky, moving the goalposts.
Yeah, I mean, but let's just play along with him, right, for the sake of the whole experience. So he brought up the arguments. He's saying that you don't have a valid argument because you don't have an answer to law of physics, or law of physics, right? So
That's incoherent. That doesn't make any sense. What law of physics is he talking about?
And he brings up the
No. What? Ask him what law of physics. He can't just say that. I'm denying the law of physics. There's no such thing as the law of physics, right? He's just showing himself to be more and more of a Dunning-Kruger by the second.
Yeah, and
right?
he also brought up the shadow of the Earth when the eclipse happens. And
Okay, well, this test debunks his eclipse argument.
Okay, and he also said this disappearance, sorry, I don't find the word. The fact that the ships disappear, in the distance, on the sea, on the water, and he again quoted again the part where he mentioned the atmospheric optics physics, right? The physics of the atmospheric
Okay. Hold on a second, right? So if he wants to claim atmospheric conditions, right, then he should understand that atmospheric conditions can make it look like the bottom of a ship's missing on a flat surface. So he's contradicting himself. He's putting his foot in his mouth right now. He's shooting himself in the feet, while he's talking. So if he thinks that the reason that the bottom of a ship disappears is because it's being hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, while in the other breath he's saying atmospheric optics, right? We can't trust what we're seeing because we've got these atmospheric conditions that can cause all of these known effects, right? Like sinking and looming, blah, blah, blah. Okay, then he should know that it could just be an atmospheric effect. So if he has a single demonstration of a ship being hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, and he can prove that it's the curvature of the Earth blocking the ship, present it. Okay, so I've been presenting stuff. Okay, I've been backing up all my claims with diagrams and citations and real-world tests. This guy's presented nothing, right? All he's doing is lying and coping at this point. So tell him to back his claim up. Prove it.
I
Pretty
got a
simple.
question regarding that. How do you
Yeah,
know that your friend actually has a PhD?
one second. I'm gonna actually really save every GIF, every photo, and send to him because he's pussying out again and he doesn't want to join a freaking voice chat. So I'm gonna send him everything to him, and I'm putting in all of this effort because I don't like cowardism, if I can call it that way.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Do you think he's lying about it? A PhD in physics?
Sorry.
Do you think he's lying about his education?
About you're saying about my friend that he's lying about his own
Yeah.
education?
Do you think he's lying about it?
I don't know. He doesn't have a PhD in physics or anything, from what I know.
Okay, I misunderstood then. I thought he had some kind of technical background then.
I've myself, I got, yeah, he told you that neither all of you do have not any PhD in physics, but this is like, what is it called? Some kind of gatekeeping, like academic gatekeeping. That's like, aren't you allowed to talk about, health if you're not like a medic or a doctor? That's fucked up, man. One second, I'm gonna send you one more response.
Does your friend talk to you on Discord?
Yeah, I'm basically translating and sending everything he tells.
Oh, what's his name? He
you.
probably actually talks to us all the time. What's his name?
On Discord, he has like a Romanian name. Like an alias or something
Is
like
it
that.
Gunslinger?
No. He's been here like 2 times. You probably don't know
Oh,
him.
he knows it's
forgot
definitely
him.
not him. That's suspicious.
All
How long have
right.
you known your friend?
He basically appeals a lot of institutional, approval, on establishment approval, like a lot. I mean, to some degree, he says, "Oh, what can anyone like, do surgery on you and anything? Would you let anybody do surgery on you?" But no, but health experts back in the 80s or 90s, advised people, that smoking cigarettes was healthy. So you got to be skeptical in life, right?
All right, so look, I'm just going to read something out for yourself and your alleged friend. Just what the, Google AI said. Okay, so in regards to this same test, I said, what if the air temperature was measured at the start of the laser transit? 5 vertical measurements of the air and humidity were taken at 0.5 meters height up to 2 meters height vertically. And there were another set of measurements taken at the same time halfway along the path, and then again at the target end of the path. All measurements showed virtually no change in the humidity and temperature vertically. Okay, so it responded, if all measurements across all 3 locations showed 0 vertical change in the temperature and humidity between 0.5 meters and 2 meters, it means the atmosphere was completely uniform, isothermic and humeric in that vertical slice. Under these exact conditions, refraction would be mathematically incapable of lifting the laser beam up over the Earth's curvature, confirming once again the laser could not hit the target. Refraction requires a gradient. Light only bends when it transitions between media of different densities. A gradient. The light refractive index of air is dictated primarily by temperature and pressure, and to the lesser extent humidity. If there is little or no change in the temperature or humidity, the density of air remains constant, ignoring the microscopic change from gravity/pressure over just 2 meters. Without a density gradient, the refractive index does not change with height. Result, the laser beam must travel in a perfectly straight line, completely unaffected by atmospheric bending. The unmeasured blind spot, there is a critical loophole in this specific data set. The measurement started at 0.5 meters, but your laser test is at 0.15 meters. Well, there's actually tests lower than that as well of the temperature. So I just didn't add that in to the AI. Even with the blind spot gradient, the physics still fails on a globe. Even if we assume there was a hidden extreme refraction gradient at the lower 50 centimeter blind spot, it still cannot solve the 9.5 mile problem. The laser beam leaves the laser because the Earth curves downward. A straight or slightly curved laser starting at 15 centimeters will quickly find itself higher than the 50 centimeter relative to the water surface below it as it moves along the path, entering the straight zone. Once the beam exits the 50 centimeter boundary layer, it enters the uniform zone, 0.5 to 2 meters, where you provided no gradient, proved no gradient exists. The final result, in that uniform zone, the light must travel in a straight line because it is traveling straight over a curving Earth. It will shoot out into space, passing above the 0.7 meter camera on the other side. So even every single AI I've put this into says that you can't explain this with refraction. So, I mean,
he accuses you of giving him arguments using AI.
No. He was talking about AI. You were talking about him using AI when you came in here. Okay, these are not arguments using AI. This is AI, right, that will admit, right, that it favors a globe, right, and that it's trained to teach people that the Earth's a globe and argue against flat Earth, that the Earth is a globe. So this is just a hostile witness, right? The validation of the test, right, is the actual test itself that has all of the readings of the data, right, confirmed, and everything presented in the video in real time, right? Not only recorded, but live streamed. Okay, the actual physical measurements of the temperature, of the humidity, right? The actual laser beams, not only going one way, but going both ways, and then being repeated again and again at different heights, every single time, showing that there's 0 Earth curvature, right? This test destroys the globe, right? And it makes the globe Earthers extremely upset and emotional. But yeah, just nah, you're wrong, you're lying. Okay, cool. Right? So your friend hasn't presented anything, not one shred of evidence towards the globe. Not one thing, not one test, not one valid rebuttal. right? Just butchering refraction, fallacies, feelings, the usual. So yeah, epic fail for your friend who's too gutless to come in here and actually talk.
Yeah, he was. This is his most recent response to you.
Interesting M dash.
He says the fact that my argument is logical and better. He says it's AI. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. Also, an interesting use of M dash mechanically.
So take us a screenshot of one of your friend's messages. Post it in the side chat. No, just take a screenshot of your message with him, right?
Okay.
And post it in the side chat, right? Like I'll show you an example.
Okay, but it's in Romanian. You'll have to translate it.
That's fine.
Okay. I don't have the permission and access to post screenshots, unfortunately. If you can give me, or
Yep.
The screenshot stuff is still broken.
the plus button sign.
Yeah, you do have it. You do have the stream media permission.
Stream media. I don't actually.
Yeah, I just checked. You have the role. You should be able to post images. So D-Town, did someone just say that the post images thing's still not working?
Yeah, it's still not
Yeah,
working. It still hasn't worked
it's
since
still not
yesterday
working?
morning.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're not
okay.
working actually. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
I used to be able to send. I thought my permission were removed or anything or something like that, but they don't work for me. I guess they don't work for anybody, right? Or
It works for moderators, but it doesn't work for normal roles.
he says that you made yourself look stupid or something like that, and ashamed yourself in front of at least 10% on a live stream, and that
What in the world? Why is he
and that
going
the-
on the attack? What a weirdo.
and he says that you're not even able to moderate a Discord server or a permission access type of thing, and you're basically trying to.
Yeah, that's great. We don't own the server. So yeah, no, we're not able to actually manage the server itself.
Yeah, and that even though you're not even capable of doing this, and
How does he know we're not capable of when we don't have access to even do what we're being accused of not being capable of?
yeah, so basically he says that you have the audacity to talk to him about things about the
And he has the
Earth that you
audacity
don't.
to use you as
Yeah.
a speaking trumpet.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. I'm
Right,
not.
your friend is
Yeah.
just a gutless bitch, right? So we don't want to hear anything else from your gutless bitch friend. If he wants to come in here, right, he can come in here, but he's going to get completely wrecked and embarrassed even more than he already has, right? So I don't want to hear any more of his relayed messages. Okay, not one. So if he has the balls to come in here, he can come in here. I don't want to hear his replies. Don't post any more of his shit in the side chat.
Yeah.
And if he's
I mean,
banned,
he
give us
thinks.
his user ID.
Yeah, I mean, he thinks
We
he
can unban
won.
him.
I mean, but right from the start, I wasn't, endorsing his, choice of using me as a messenger. Why wouldn't you just enter a voice chat and talk normally? He's already been proven that you're civilized and you can talk normally. I don't get it. Right? So I don't really
Yeah, and
get it,
he's the
bro.
one that went on the attack and started accusing us of all kinds of nasty things.
Yeah, we were trying to be nice, but now you can just tell him that I said La Naiva Pisica.
Yeah, so he told me to tell you that the last time he
No,
went in,
don't want to hear it.
yeah, so yeah, his past experiences, right? The bad ones.
He's a crybaby.
Yeah.
All right, we got the tech guy working on the fixing the photo permission thing. That's him
Yeah,
in the
I would.
side chat, Simon.
Yeah, I would really be really happy to share my screen or anything so you can see live, everything. I really wanted, I really put effort into this because, I really want people to see people, um, doing arguments and contradicting themselves, and I like hearing them, when they do that on certain subjects like this one. So I really put a lot of effort into
Yeah,
this. Honestly, myself, I got a headache right now.
here's a survey from Romania done, I think it was in 2019 or 2020. It says that 1,900,000 Romanians believe that the Earth is flat. 10%, right? 1 in 10 Romanians.
1 in 10.
Yeah, that's what the poll came back with the results. I'll post the link to the official survey.
It's in the side chat yet, so or
It will be.
oh, okay.
Excellent. You know what I said? Did I say it correctly?
Oh, and that was done in 2016 as well. So it's probably a lot more now.
That's not really, like a tiny number though. I mean, yes,
Yeah.
1 in 10 sounds like not a lot, but when it comes to like a population of more than 10 million people, 1 million is
I'll put it to you this way. If there's 8 billion people in the world and 1 in 10 people are flat earthers, that means 800 million people are flat earthers. Does that sound like a lot?
Yeah, it's a decent amount, that's for sure. Right. So this is like a long time ago, these surveys, but 11% of Americans, 5.8% of Italians, 7% of Brazilians, right? That's been tested again, and now it's 22%. Then we got Romania 10%, UK 3%, 3% Russia, 1% Dutch, 6% of Italians, French 1 in 10. So yeah, 16% of the French also think that US faked the moon landings. So 1 in 5 Brazilians now. Oh, that was in 2024. They did a poll, and it was 1 in 5.
1 in
was
5.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
I'll post the statistica.com link.
What about globally?
Well, there's no globe. There's no such
I'm
thing.
sorry. Around, I can't even see the around the world. So,
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, I don't know. You know, some countries is probably less. You know, like some countries are very, very obedient countries, and they just kind of believe whatever they get told by their government.
Audio.
Good. Yeah, we're good. All right, that person sounded like they were 6.
Hello, sorry, Mr. DJ. I just want to ask you real quick because I think before you contradicted yourself a little bit when you were explaining the laser observation to the Romanian gentleman because you said the laser is so low that if it bended downwards even a little bit, it would immediately hit the water. And then later you said for the laser to bend to the same degree of the curvature of the Earth, that would be too extreme. Don't you think there's a little bit of a contradiction there?
Right, but extreme refraction wouldn't. Right, so how would a laser bend to the curvature of the Earth if there is required extreme refraction conditions for it to hit the target?
Right, I agree, but how can you then say that if the laser bended even a little bit, I think you used that exact word, a little bit, it would hit the water?
Right, if it bended a little bit more, right, then yeah, if it bent just a little bit, then it would hit the surface of the water.
We're asking it to bend one time.
Because it's just above the surface, right? It's just above the surface. Right, 6 inches. So even if it just bent a little bit, it would just hit the surface of the water, right? But I get what you mean, right? So maybe I should have worded it slightly different, right? So if it bent just a little bit more than the curvature of the Earth, then it would hit the water. How about that?
Okay, yeah, I get it.
I would say that we're just asking the laser to bend a little bit towards the water, but for the globe, they're requiring it to bend several times around the curve of the Earth to maintain horizontally level.
Yeah, it would have to be extreme refraction, like near ducting conditions, for it to hit the target. And if you
So
look at
what you're saying is that, but then you should say for it to hit the water, it needed even more refraction than the curvature of the Earth. So it would be even more extreme than that, right?
No, you're just trying to.
Yeah,
he's just trying
extreme
to
downward. Yeah, so if a laser is shot from 15 centimeters above the surface of the Earth, right, and there's a target. Who's this little kid that keeps chiming in?
I'll go find him in the live
Oh,
stream.
that's all right. If they come again, keep an eye on it. Yeah, so extreme refraction would mean that the light is bending so much in a downward direction that it makes the Earth appear completely flat. Right? There's no evidence that that's possible.
Right, but for it to hit the water, it would have to bend even more than that, right?
Well, the laser would just have to bend downward the tiniest little bit, right? And it would just hit the surface of the water.
But that's what I think it's contradicting. Because for it to hit the water, it needs to bend more than for it to
It
bend
just
to the
has to
curve.
bend downward, just the slightest little amount, right? Any amount, and it will hit the water because it's just above the surface.
Yeah, if it deflected downward like 0.3 degrees, it eventually would just run into the water.
Right, but
right.
So let's imagine we on a globe,
Mm-hmm.
and the laser is hitting the target.
Yeah.
There would be extreme refraction. But if you're on the same globe and the laser is hitting the water, there would be even more refraction than hitting the target. It would be a superior refraction than level, right?
Do you think that would be impossible on the globe for it to bend downward just a little bit more?
No, what I'm saying is that I don't think you can say, okay, for it to hit the water, that's a
No,
little bit of refraction.
for it to hit the target, because it's a formula that's 8 inches per mile squared, right? So over the first mile, there's only 8 inches of curvature, right? But you have to square it, so it means that over as you keep increasing the distance, right, it becomes more and more of a curvature.
You're begging the question that it's even bending downward to begin with.
No, it's hypothetical.
So it would require extreme refraction for it to hit the target, which would be extreme downward bending of light of the laser beam. But there's no evidence of it bending downward at all. In fact, there isn't any meteorological conditions that would be there to assist it to do that.
So would you say it would require less refraction to hit the water than sorry, would you say it requires less refraction to hit the water than to hit the target?
Well, I think it would depend on how high the laser is above the water surface as well. I mean, what if the laser was just 1 millimeter above the surface of the water? How much do you think it would need extreme refraction to hit the water? Or do you think it would just need the slightest little bit of downward deviation, and then that would ruin the path of the laser?
Right. I get what you're saying. Yes.
It's because like maybe if it was a meter above the surface or something like that, maybe it could get. I mean, it's a ridiculous claim, in my opinion, that the laser could ever bend perfectly around the curvature of the Earth to hit a target. I think that's a ridiculous claim, right? But that's what they say, right? I'm using refraction only as a hostile witness because they claim, like, when they're talking about refraction and the refraction coefficient and that kind of thing, that's all fallacious refraction. That's all like pseudo science refraction that doesn't. It begs the question, right? It's pretending that there's already a globe, and then it's trying to calculate how much the light would bend in relation to the bending curvature of the Earth, and that's how they come up with the refraction coefficient, the K factor, or not the K factor, but the little k. So they're
Right.
begging the question. I'm just using that against them, right? So yeah, I agree that their version, like when I say it would require extreme refraction, that's just extreme refraction in their own begging the question, fallacious type of refraction that preassumes a globe and preassumes a bunch of other things.
And since we're talking about the refraction, one question I've been having is like, why is that then that when people are arguing about refraction, they only argue in a sense of up and down, and no one ever even talks like if it's possible for the laser to bend to the sides.
That would be irrelevant to the point, though. And the gradient that would determine the bending of the laser is a vertical gradient from the ground upwards.
Right, but when we talk about, for example, those miraging effects, aren't there situations where the light is bending to the sides and an object seems to be more to the right or to the left? That never happens?
I'll give you observations of distortion over time where, let's say, we can observe an oil rig through a camera, and because of the turbulent atmosphere, the crane can appear to be waving to you. So I'll give you that's left to right, yeah? But that's going to be due to the atmospheric conditions, understanding that it's going to be those conditions that are going to move the light from its straight path. We can measure that though, right, can't we?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, you can have it deviating left or right, up and down, diagonal, but generally it's up and down. Generally it's vertical because of the the temperature gradient vertically, But yeah, absolutely. Like, look, let's say you're in a room and you get a laser beam and you hold it up and you're pointing it straight at the wall, and then you get a heat source and you hold it, a heat source or an extremely cold source, right? Ice or an iron or something like that, and you hold it, close to the laser. You can make the laser beam deviate, in whatever direction you want. It's always going to deviate away from the heat or towards the cold. So you can make it go up, down, left, right, and these are all things that could happen, if you're doing an observation in the real world. Like, let's say you took a quick snapshot of a laser, and right at that time that you took the snapshot, there was like a hot pocket of air, and that laser beam was shining straight through that, right on the edge of that hot pocket of air or something like that. Yeah, it could deviate left or right a little bit. But this is the crazy thing, right? There's no evidence of lasers, right? There's no footage, of lasers bending downward over long distance observations. We've got hundreds of hours of observations with lasers. Okay, we see them going in a perfectly straight line most of the time. Sometimes we can see them bending upward, but nobody has been able to present evidence of them bending downward. And
I think the thing in contention, when we're talking about refraction for the most part, is the z-axis, right? Like, we're looking at the x-axis, and x-axis can be debatable because we understand circle of vision and how perspective works. But what we're looking for is that hump over the z-axis that's going to give us that curvature of the Earth, the consequence of the curvature that we're supposed to be finding.
And then another question I have is, imagine you are on a globe and you are making a laser test like 30 miles, and the laser is being refracted across the globe and hitting the target. If you observe this, would that look? Do you think that would look flat?
Well, if it was 30 miles, the laser would have to be bending down about 600 feet.
Yeah. Let's suppose that is
Look
what's
flat from
happening
whose
somehow.
perspective? Look flat from whose perspective?
If you are looking at the laser, like you are besides the laser looking at the target, again, considering it's bending those hundreds of feet and hitting the target, do you think you would be able to see the target like in front of you as if it was a flat surface?
Imagine in a hypothetical situation if these conditions where everything appeared to you as if it was a flat surface, then yeah.
On a globe. Yeah.
But what? This is not how lasers act, right? They don't curve around surfaces just because you say that light refracts. And we agree, light does refract. But we use lasers to target things at distance, early warning systems, right? Working in the EMF frequencies. Direct line of sight is required. The hypothetical situation is just a hypothetical situation. In the real world, we have a direct line of sight to the object.
Yeah, and I'll agree with. I'll second that on with you on Jedi. Like that's what we would expect to see if the Earth were a globe and these special conditions were met the majority of the time, if not almost all the time. Like I would expect to see the same thing if those are the conditions being met. But now you got to have measurement of the curvature in the first instance, and that's something you don't have.
We can see when a laser bends, though. Occasionally they bend upward, and it's very obvious that the laser is bending upward. You can see it. You can just see it bending upward.
Right, and that's exactly my question. Like, if the light were bending to hit the target, wouldn't you be able to see that right in front of you, like the laser bending?
Yeah, you should be able to. I mean, I took some footage. I mean, here's a 36-mile laser test over the Bonneville salt flats in the side chat, and here's someone filming the laser transit. They're panning the camera left to right along the path of the laser, and yeah, it doesn't look like it's curving at all. It just looks like it's going in a straight line. We also have a bunch of other side views of laser tests as well, where you can see it's not curving. You can just see that it's going in a straight line in the footage. So I'll show you what it looks like. Just a second. All right, so here's a laser. Yeah, detail on that one's bent. That one's bouncing off the water, and not only is it bouncing off the water, but it's bouncing off the water and then going into an inferior mirage on the other side. Right, here's a side view of a laser, and it's just going straight, right, along in through a fish tank. Right, and then down a little bit lower, there's a brine, right? So there's brine water down a little bit lower. So as he lowers the laser down, as it starts to enter into the brine solution, you can see the laser starts to bend towards the brine solution. And then he keeps lowering it, and now it's only going through the brine solution, and now it goes straight again. So it's only bending when you've got that refractive index gradient. But you can see it bending. It's not like it just looks flat.
Because that's something I've been thinking, because if it were the case that the laser is bending hundreds of feet to hit the target, then that would be possible to just look at the laser and see it bend under the horizon or something like that. I don't understand the argument where, it's bending, but at the same time it looks flat. It's like, shouldn't it be? I mean, if it's bending, how does it look flat? I don't understand that. How?
Yeah, like Yep. It's a kind of weird argument. It's just It's like if you've got nothing else left in the fight and you just like, I don't know, try some silly move that you know is not going to work. It's the last resort. I don't know, man.
It's
Look,
almost kind of like the argument, it looks flat, but your eyes are tricking you. It's actually curving. Like, that's such
Yeah.
a weird argument to have.
Here's 10 miles worth of laser beam. Actually, this one's 6 miles in a side shot. You know, this is a side view to use and taken with a rectilinear lens as well. And it's basically just hugging the surface. It's done over a frozen lake. And I'll post the full image. And I know the guy who did this as well. So here's the full image. So yeah, just looks like it's going straight. You know, or there's always going to be some little bit of deviation due to the constantly changing air. You know, there's constantly movement, so there could be some tiny little change, but it looks like it's just hugging the ground.
How do they take a picture of the laser like in the air? Can you explain me that?
Oh, he used long exposure, so he set the camera up, set the laser up. He had his friend over where the laser was, and he was drove away really far on his snowmobile, and he set up his camera on a tripod, and he took like a long exposure, so you can get the side view of the laser. So he did a 6 mile test, 6 miles worth of laser, and he did another one that's 12 miles worth of laser as well. This is the 6 mile one in the side shot, and I have the 12 mile one, but it's in it's the raw image straight out of the camera, so it doesn't. You'd have to download it and look at it. This is the 12 mile side view, the NEF image. Actually, I'll open that right now in Photoshop, and I'll convert it into the smallest type of format that I can, like a WebP or whatever it's called, and post the image.
And when you show this side view to people who are arguing about the globe, what do they claim? They claim that there's a band that you cannot see.
Yeah, they say something about you know, what they try to do, it's this weird little tactic where they convert things into degrees, and they'll try to say, oh, it's only, you know, on a global scale, it's only 0.000 something degrees that it would have to be bending, and that you wouldn't be able to see that in the image. But it's a sneaky tactic, because if you shoot a laser over 6 miles and you shoot it horizontally from, say, 3 foot above the ground, like this one is 3 foot above the ground, when it gets to the target at 6 miles away, it should be something like 20 feet in the air or something like that. You should be able to fit a 2-story building underneath the laser beam, because it would have deviated away from the surface of the Earth by that much. But we don't see any deviation of the laser beam off the surface of the ground. almost as if the ground is flat and a laser is just going along it flat. So I don't know. I don't really get the argument. I think it's just kind of like, I think they're lying to themselves in some of these situations. I don't think they're meaning to lie. I think they're just, so it's because it's only the anti-flat earthers that will say this. People that have invested years into trying to beat flat earthers in arguments and things like that. So they're not going to concede anything. They're not going to say, well, this is interesting. They're just going to try to come up with something, you know, and they've got scripts and tactics that they use where they'll convert things into degrees to make it sound like it's not a lot of curvature over that distance and that kind of thing. Or they'll just say refraction, and then they'll hope that the problem goes away just by saying the word refraction. It's just some sort of coping mechanism. Yeah, I was trying to say that, Nick Ross, in the nicest way possible, but that's what I meant. It's a coping mechanism. So even when you vertically compress that laser, horizontally, you know, it still looks pretty straight. And then if you squish it too much, it starts kind of doing crazy stuff. Like this. It's like separates, and all of a sudden the flat lake's not flat anymore, and but you can see very clearly, you know, just with a little bit of vertical compression, that I mean that looks pretty damn flat to me. I even drew a red line across it right there.
And also, I know this is kind of a question for Google, but why is the gradient so perfectly vertical? Like, what is the mechanism?
Well, this is where the globe earthers and Google, they make a mistake, and what the mistake is that they make is on a grand scale in comparison to the scale that we're making the observation on. So what I mean by that is the atmospheric pressure, right? We have a gradient. We can all agree that there's a pressure gradient, which means that there's also a density gradient. So on a grand scale from the surface of the Earth, right, we got 14.7 psi, and we've got a certain refractive index. And now as we go up, the air gets thinner. So we've got a gradient that has a changing refractive index, right? So over like 2,000 meters or something like that, right? It's going to be a big change in the pressure from ground. And that would cause light to deviate downward. And that's why they say light bends downward. But we're not making an observation through 2,000 meters worth of air like that. We're making an observation through a couple of meters of air where the pressure, the natural change in the pressure gradient, it's basically irrelevant. It doesn't change much over 2 meters vertically, right? The pressure doesn't change from like 14.7 psi down to 12 psi or something like that. So the refractive index, the natural change of the gradient, doesn't change much over the small band that we're taking the test through. That's why the thing that controls the refractive index is actually the temperature. That's the main thing that controls it. That's the thing that's causing the miraging effects, the looming, the sinking, all of these different things is when we have differences in the temperature. And that's what we can test on a smaller scale. If we set up a small scale and we manipulate the temperatures, we can replicate all of these different effects that we see in reality on a bigger scale, like things disappearing bottom up behind a horizon. We can just replicate that by adding some colder air into the room and having cooler air above warmer air. So temperature is the thing that controls it when we're making these observations, and AI will admit that, right? First, it will make the mistake, and then you'll correct it that we're actually doing this observation through a very small band of air, where the pressure doesn't change much over that. It'll be like, oh, you're completely correct, right? Actually, through this, the temperature would be the main thing that we would need to take into account, not the overall change in the gradient of the atmosphere, the air. Hopefully that makes sense. But
is
yeah.
the temperature gradient also vertical? It is, right?
Yeah, it is. It is like, but it's also gets colder as you go up, right? So it's called the lapse rate. And if you look up what the normal lapse rate is, it decreases in temperature by 6.5 degrees Celsius per kilometer as you go up from the ground up into the air. That's called the normal lapse rate. That's what we have most of the time. And if temperature is the main thing that controls the refractive index or the redirection of light through a single medium, then that explains why we don't see lasers bending downward. Because sometimes we see them bending upward, sometimes we see them going straight. But because that normal lapse rate, right, in normal conditions, it's getting cooler as you're going up. The light shouldn't be bending downward unless you have something that's more rare, which is a thermal inversion, which is not normal, right? It's an inversion. And that's where you get cool air trapped below a layer of warm air. So Dr. John Dee, if you watch Dr. John Dee's videos on refraction, his videos on laser tests, he goes over all of this and explains it way better than I can explain it. I'll post they're only short videos. Dr. John Dee, obviously he's got longer ones as well. But if you watch his principles of refraction videos, there's only 2 of them. Sorry, they're called degrees of refraction.
But like, why would there be colder air if you get a hole higher when the hot air actually rises? And for example, if you dive in the ocean, the deeper you dive, the colder it gets, right? So
because it's different, right? Because the sun heats up the surface of the earth, and that's why it's warmer closer to the surface, and then it gets cooler as that heat dissipates as you go upward. Because the ground, like, it gets heated up by the sun, and then it retains that heat.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. I've got some screenshots about that exact thing here as well. So here's screenshots from Dr. John Dee's videos. Right, so we've got the cooler air is up higher, and light will deviate towards the cooler air, so you can see the the ray, which is just a way to illustrate it. Obviously, there's no such thing as like this magical ray like this, but basically the light is deviating upward like that, and it's going to make things look like they're sinking. Right, and here's here's Dr. John shooting a laser, and we can see it. We can see it bending upward towards the cooler, denser air. And that's why everybody's seen inferior mirages, where you can see the mirroring on the surface. Everybody's seen that because it's common. It happens nearly all the time. Like if you zoom out on a horizon way out in the ocean, and there's dolphins or there's something out there or a sunset, you can see that mirroring. It's almost always there. But what most people have never ever seen in their life is a superior mirage. Superior mirages are rare because downward refraction is rare. Superior mirages are caused by downward bending light, according to the mainstream. But nobody, you don't go out and see that. You don't go out and see a superior mirage. They're super rare. And an extra reason why they're rare is because we constantly have water evaporating off the surface of the ground and off the surface of the water. And that evaporation layer is filled with water vapor. And when water is a gas, it's way less dense than the dry air. Like a water vapor molecule is way like 40 to 60% less dense than oxygen and nitrogen molecules. So it has a lower refractive index. So even if you have slightly colder water, that colder water is generally also accompanied by a layer of water vapor that's constantly evaporating. And that's lowering the refractive index lower to the surface, adding further to why we don't ever see lasers bending downward over long distance observations. So even yeah, go ahead.
I will tell you personally, when people talk about these optical effects, one thing I always think is, me personally, I lived all my life near the ocean. I observed a lot of boats and shorelines, and I've been on boats a lot of times and made a lot of these kind of observations, and I've never seen in my life a single mirage, and also never seen anything disappear under the horizon. So I also think, I mean, I get maybe they are more common in some places on Earth than others, but at least where I'm from, I never seen this
Exactly,
phenomenon.
man. I grew up fishing and surfing a lot, and I never saw anything like that ever.
Me neither.
Yep. And most of the time when people talk about ships disappearing over the horizon, it's not because they've actually seen that happen. It's because maybe they've seen it on a cherry-picked YouTube video, or they've just heard about it and they just know to say that as an argument. So, you know, even if things do disappear from the bottom, it's very easy to explain and show that happening on a flat surface anyway. Even just in these two images that I'm about to post here. So in this image, we can see a little yellow thing on the floor. So this is just a flat floor in someone's house, and they've got a little yellow object. You can see the bottom of the object, and you can see the top of the object there. And you can see the temperatures on the left. So they've got 4 vertical temperature readings, one closest to the ground, and each one, the highest one's 14 inches above the ground. And we can see that the temperature down close to the ground's 19.7 degrees, and the temperature at the highest one's 20 degrees. So it's not much of a change in the temperature gradient. Now, what they do is they open the door because it's really cold outside, and they let in some cold air. I think it's about 2 or 3 degrees outside. So they let in a bunch of cold air, and now all of a sudden we can see that the temperature down low to the ground is still 17.4 degrees, but the temperature at the top is something like 10 degrees. And now all of a sudden we can see that the bottom of the object is completely hidden behind the horizon. So not only do we have a nice sharp horizon on a flat floor, but we have the bottom of an object completely hidden behind it.
Very interesting. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And we've confirmed that the only thing that was varied and manipulated was the temperatures in the room.
But what I still don't understand about this is that isn't the hot air supposed to float upwards in a situation like this? Like, what I get your explanation where, okay, the sun hits the surface, creates that situation where the gets hotter there, but wouldn't that cause like a reaction where the hot air rises?
Yeah, but it's constantly going through a process, right? It's constantly changing. So I'll put in some more slides in the side chat. So because he kind of goes over it in this video, and I found it interesting. So I saved a bunch of things. So basically, so under everyday normal non-specialized conditions, in the evening, night, the air above the sea will be denser the higher up it gets because of the temperature changes. Okay, so whether the sea is adjacent to land or adjacent to more sea, the air above the sea will be warmed and the less dense and be less dense than the air above it. So under everyday normal conditions in the evening and the night, the air above the sea will be denser the higher up it is. This is also supported by the lapse rate. And he gives a link to britannica.com/science/lapse-rate, where you can look further into it. And then he sort of goes into a bit more detail. So this is all laid out in the in some of his videos. I forget exactly which one, but I will post it after. Right, so the air directly above the sea is warmer and less dense than the air higher up. Less dense air rises upward. Okay, so this is getting into what you were talking about, right? So the warm air is going to rise upward. So the less dense air is rising upward. If it is rising upward, then the air above it, in comparison, must be less dense and cooler. Otherwise, the air would not continue to rise. This is an undisputed scientific fact. The fact that these breezes occur on a regular basis in coastal areas about the world indicates that the air temperature is the dominant influencing factor and not the pressure difference between air being 1 meter or 20 meters above the sea, due to the column of air above it.
And influencing factor in relation to the refraction, right? That's what we're talking about, or not?
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Yep. So during the evening and night, when both the land and sea have stopped receiving heat energy from the sun, the sea releases a greater amount of heat energy than the land. The layer of air directly above the sea gets heated, expands, becoming less dense, and rises upward. As the air rises, it radiates and loses heat energy in a number of ways: conduction, infrared radiation, and mixing/convection, and becomes less dense. Right, so when the globe earthers show these fish tank examples where they put sugar water in the bottom of the fish tank, and then they shine the lasers through, and they should see that the laser is bending downward, that's actually completely in reverse to the situation that we have in the real world, right, in the air. So you would have to invert that. So this is actually Dr. John Dee's rebuttal video against Mick West. One of his many rebuttal videos of Mick West showing that light bends downward because it's more dense closer to the Earth. Whereas actually it's the opposite of that. And he goes on to say Mr. West hasn't been telling the truth. Checking in the earth science and geography textbooks and websites, the simple fact is the atmosphere closer to the Earth's surface is warmer than the atmosphere above it. The warmer air near the surface is less dense than the more dense air above it. if Mr. West's already pointless fish tank model is to represent how light bends in the height of the atmosphere that humans live in and function in, then it must be inverted. And he shows you some examples there. All right, next slide. All right, the
I'm sorry,
temperature.
who is Mr. West?
Mick West is an ex-computer programmer who turned into a bit of like a debunker. And he runs metabunk.com, and he makes videos trying to debunk flat Earth and trying to debunk chemtrails and all sorts of things like that. So he made a bunch of videos trying to debunk flat Earth laser tests and things like that. And because he's a computer programmer, he's made like models, ray tracing models and things like that to try to explain certain observations and how they could work if the Earth's a globe. But they're filled with a lot of errors and inconsistencies. And Dr. John Dee, who's actually an expert in the field of optics, is making videos basically debunking Mick West's debunking videos. Because Mick West has actually attacked Dr. John Dee in a bunch of his videos. So these are kind of like rebuttal videos to that. So,
But that's something I also wonder, because I understand that people will say, okay, but the people on the flat Earth side, they are not mainstream science, and people don't trust them for that reason. But at the same time, these people who claim, for example, refraction, is that the mainstream scientists, or are these like also my question is,
well, in this particular case, this is someone who is not a scientist, not an expert in optics or anything like that, being debunked by a flat earther who is actually a qualified PhD scientist in the field of optics.
right?
And
But is the refraction claim a mainstream claim, or is it like a no mainstream? But if I go to a mainstream source like a university or whatever, will they teach me the refraction situation, or is that also a like niche?
Yeah, so refraction itself, in general, right, in the proper definitions, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth in general. It's just to do with the refractive index and light deviating towards the higher refractive index, just in general. Now, a lot of the people that study it, right, they also believe that we live on a globe. So when they're trying to make models for it and that kind of thing, they're going to model it pre-assuming a globe. So they're going to bake the radius value and things like that into certain formulas and say this terrestrial refraction formula pre-assumes not only a curving surface, but also a spherical atmosphere as well. So they will start to beg the question of a globe, right, and bake it into a lot of their formulas, like the refraction coefficient, the K factor, and things like this do pre-assume a curving Earth surface. But the principle of refraction in general is just light deviating, or electromagnetic waves deviating towards the higher refractive index portion of a medium, or the higher refractive medium if there's two mediums or more. So, you can perform experiments with refraction inside a house that has a flat floor, right? It doesn't require anything to do with the shape of the Earth in that sense, right? You could have a slightly curved floor, you could have a flat floor, you could have a concave floor, and you're still able to, like, refraction still exists. So the general definitions of it is got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, but a lot of the .edu sources will expand on the general definition and start baking the globe in, right? So they'll start trying to explain a certain type of miraging effect or looming or sinking or something, and then they'll show you diagrams that bake the globe in because they genuinely believe that they live on a globe. So obviously they need to take that into account in their documentation. That's where it starts to get into fallacy territory, where they're pre-assuming that, the refraction's happening over a curved surface, and that the gradient is actually a curved gradient rather than a horizontal gradient. But then they'll contradict themselves because they'll set up tests like Mr. West did here in a fish tank that has a horizontal refractive index gradient. So it's filled with contradictions. If you look at what the experts say about refraction, they'll contradict each other on what they think different types of mirages are, how they're caused. There's all of these different models, and none of them are able to predict anything accurately. So it's kind of all over the place. They don't have an accurate model for refraction that they can use to make accurate predictions. There's no uniform model or anything like that. Well, most of the globe earthers and even a lot of flat earthers just completely butcher refraction in general. Even a lot of flat earthers still say that light can't deviate in a single medium.
Mama.
Sorry, I got my Polish nephew here. Right, he's gone. All right, so in that last slide, continuing on, the temperature gradient is by far the defining factor, besides the pressure lapse rate, which is fairly consistent. Mr. West himself has stated that temperature is the defining factor, because it does say that if you read the the textbooks and the papers, it says that in the lower atmosphere, temperature is the main thing that controls the refractive index. Right, but quite often AI will make a mistake and confuse the overall giant gradient where the pressure reduces over thousands of meters, and it will not know that you're talking about a test that was done within a very small vertical height band of just a couple of meters, where the pressure, the gradient barely changes at all. So that's like a non-factor. That's why temperature is the factor. And if you correct the AI, it will apologize and say, yes, you are correct, and I was wrong.
Yeah, but old Greeks say it's wrong.
Or what?
The old Greeks said the Earth is flat, is round.
Well, not really. I mean, most of them said that it's flat, and there's just a few reports which can't be validated of some saying that it could be a sphere. But the reasoning on that is just philosophical reasoning, not empirical reasoning. So,
all right,
Anaximander, right? So around. Sorry, what were you going to say? Who?
Yeah, I mean, who in your BFB right now? Who's this person?
Sorry, who?
Who?
Oh,
the person in your BFB.
It's no one. It isn't anyone.
Oh,
it's just AI generated.
I thought it is a classic philosophy.
No, you can call him whatever you want. Flat Tostes.
Can you tell me who said the Earth is flat from the Greeks?
Yeah, sure. So Anaximander. So I'll just tell you a little bit more about him. Okay, so 610 to 546 BC. So Anaximander believed that the Earth was flat and not a sphere. He actually was the first person to make, some kind of flat Earth model right? Where basically the stars were above us, and the Earth was kind of like a flat, round, sort of biscuit-shaped thing. You know, obviously, I don't subscribe to what Anaximander depicted, but I'm just showing you that, you know, the ancient Greeks generally believed that the Earth was flat and not a globe. And the people that are credited with saying that it's a globe, right, there isn't any documentation, right? There isn't any proof that they actually ever said any of these things or even existed in the sense that we're taught. So the first person was Pythagoras. That's what we get taught. Pythagoras was the first person that suggested that the Earth's a globe. And if you look into that, you'll find out that there isn't any evidence that Pythagoras ever said that at all. And if it's true that he did say that, right, they tell us that his reasoning was because he thought spheres were the most divine shape. And because spheres are the most divine shape, therefore the divine creator must have made it the Earth a sphere. Because why would he make it anything other than the best shape, which is a sphere? And he thought that the universe was a musical instrument and the planets weren't physical objects, but rather they were some type of divine entities that played frequencies and all sorts of crazy shit, right? It led to the cult of Pythagoras, the Pythagorean cult. So this is the birth of the globe right here. And then apparently other people took Pythagoras's reasoning, his philosophical reasoning, and kind of ran with it. And then the next one we hear about in the history books is Eratosthenes, 300 years later or something like that, right? And once again, there's no evidence that he even existed. Okay, it's just stories that were written hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years after he allegedly died. There's no primary evidence, but they'll tell you that he was the first person to measure the circumference of the globe. So, yeah, the globe wasn't a big thing back then. Like, the general public didn't believe that the Earth was a globe. There were no globe models, right? You're not going to find some ancient carved stone globe Earth or anything like that from back then. The only thing
Yes,
is,
but now we do have the tools and the technology to explore the real shape. Do you think so?
yes, we do, and we've gone out and used that technology, and we can't detect any curvature over large distances.
Why we need to wait? Sorry, the word was why we need to measure the curvature when we can see the Earth from outside.
Well, because pitches can very easily be manipulated, right?
Yep.
So
Kind
if we wanted to know rather than believe, then we would have to go out and check. And it so happens that when we go out and check, the curvature that is present in the alleged pitches isn't present in reality. So hypothetically, if somebody wanted to trick you with pictures of a globe, they could easily trick you. Right? For example, look, I'm going to post some pictures of the globe in the side chat. See? Look, it's a globe.
Yeah.
These are taken from satellites.
It should.
Right, but actually these are just made in free software called Tergen, and none of them are real. So yeah, you don't know when NASA's showing you imagery, right? You just have to trust NASA. And if you look into that, if you look into NASA, you'll find that there's a lot of information that give us good reason not to trust anything that they say. And when we go measure the Earth, which we've done hundreds of times, we don't find any curvature at all. So,
all right. So, can you give me some time, please? I will be back.
okay.
Note from earlier, do have image perms back, but still not reaction perms.
I'll message the tech guy again.
Anti-globalist, can I ask you a question?
Mhm.
Do you believe Earth is flat?
I don't know what the shape of the Earth is, but the surface of water is flat.
Like, I just question because it's funny that you have Plato picture, your profile picture, while you don't believe that Earth is round, which was one core of his ideas.
How do you know that's Plato? What made you think that that's
Well,
Plato?
I know who he's. I know
It's an AI generated image. It's not anyone.
No, well, if it's AI, it's damn near close.
Okay. How do you know what Plato looked like?
Because there is the statue of Plato in Rome. Send you a picture of him. Oh, I cannot send images here.
How do you know that's what he actually looked like, though? That doesn't.
We're talking based on a
All right,
statue that's unknown.
head of Plato, right? So I'm gonna post, right? So I'm gonna post it in the side chat.
We're talking about like
doesn't look anything like the guy in my picture, dude.
Bro, I'm talking about the statue that I see every day. It's like here in Rome.
Dude, that's like finding a picture of some dude with long hair wearing a white freaking toga and saying, "Oh, you look like Jesus." Right? You don't know what this guy looked like, right? That's why you get all of these statues that look completely different.
Just deny that it's not Plato. Move on. Don't fight it. It's okay. You could have his picture and not agree with him. That doesn't
How's it a
mean
picture
anything.
though, bro? Like if every picture of Plato looks different. As if they knew what.
I'm talking based on the famous statue of Plato, bro. Like,
yeah, when was that? When was that
statue?
When was that statue made?
You apparently know.
No, I asked you. Why would I ask you if I knew?
Which make me think that it's actually you who he is, but yeah, funny.
No, I've done research on Plato.
It doesn't matter. It does not. This whole conversation does not contribute to this thing. I just found it a bit sarcastic, but yeah, it was a funny remark.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got real world tests, right? The globe's just a belief, and you only believe the Earth's a globe because that's what you got taught.
I didn't say what I believe. I didn't see what I believe. You did not ask me a single bit if I do believe Earth is flat or square or triangle or whatever.
Oh, okay. So do you think the Earth's a globe?
My observation was just about your profile.
Yeah. So do you think the Earth's a globe?
I would rather keep my beliefs.
Ah, yes, you do.
No, it's not, because if I would believe that it's just a globe and this is simple
Oblate
answer, I
spheroid?
wouldn't feel.
Oblate
Listen,
spheroid?
listen.
Do you think it's an
Let me
oblate
finish my answer.
spheroid?
Let me finish.
See,
If
you're
I
not
believe it is
intellectually
that
honest.
simple,
See,
I'm gonna answer.
I just
Let
made
me
an
finish.
assumption, and I would bet money on it that you think that it's an oblate spheroid.
I don't think Earth have any shape. I think
Oh,
we live in a
okay.
spiritual, non-shaped wise. So I'm not gonna explain the details of that. It takes too much to explain. But the thing is, like, if I was believing what every mass people believe, and I will be supported, I would say that publicly, and I would say, "Oh, I believe that," and everybody will be like, "Yeah, he's a normal person," like all the millions that believe it. But because my beliefs are a little bit too different, I don't want to share them. So.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't think Plato provides, but I know that Plato argued about how round the Earth in his books. But anyway, that was just an observation about his profile picture, because it kind of like feel like.
So this
Trolling
statue, this
people,
famous
baiting
statue of
people,
Plato,
or
right? But it wasn't even made until the 19th century, right? So this is just someone guessing.
true.
I'm guessing.
That's true. That's 100% true. But
Yeah.
the meaning of having a picture of that statue while you are arguing something he obviously didn't believe in, it could be a sarcastic joke. It could be in between line. This is why I was asking. Like, who knows? You could be someone who believes the Earth is globe and you're just farming content. Who knows?
You could just
It's the
like
world.
Plato too, you know. People have
That's
all
true. That
sorts of
could be.
PFPs.
He could
It's not
answer that.
necessarily a political statement, right?
It could be. He could answer that.
Yeah,
He could say,
okay.
"Yeah, I know," but he didn't answer that. He started being defensive immediately when I pointed that.
Well, he was just making a point that you don't actually know what Plato looked like, right?
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. We don't know how any prehistorical people look like, or like at least pre-camera people look.
Yeah, it brings up an interesting point though, because you have two choices there. You can either believe what you're told, or you can investigate things for yourself, right?
Yeah, obviously, that's a choice between either taking knowledge as a copy-paste machine or going through the process of critical thinking.
Well, you said taking knowledge. Knowledge would therefore imply truth, don't you think?
No, not necessarily, because any information that are passed between two people is knowledge, even if it's a false knowledge.
Well, no, that's not true. If you can believe something or you can know something. If you share a belief, you're not sharing knowledge.
No, I'll tell you something. For example, if I said my name is Sam, your knowledge
Okay.
of my name is Sam. That doesn't mean that
That's
it's
correct.
true that my name is Sam.
Okay, that's a fair point, but you would have the knowledge that your name wasn't Sam.
Yes, but you as the
Okay, you're
second
not
person,
sharing
you
knowledge
wouldn't.
with You're not
Yes,
sharing
but that's
knowledge
not
with me, you're
that's
sharing
not
a
your
lie.
fault. Yeah,
You're
but that's
sharing a
not your
lie with
fault.
me.
But that's not
Okay, but
your
my
fault.
point is that knowledge has not been conveyed, a lie has.
Yes, but if you go back to
Okay.
what your sentence was, okay, your sentence was you have two choices, either to take information you got, I'll use the word information, to take information you got and believe them, or to search through them. Here you're talking to the second step person, the person who got the information, not the person who created them, the person who
Yeah.
received them. This person is a victim if it's a lie, and it's still in his eyes is information, is a knowledge.
Right. Yeah,
So it's still
absolutely. I
knowledge.
totally agree with that. Yeah. And see, you're really getting into a point that we address here all the time. I mean, most people who believe the earth is a sphere, it's just because that was told to them by someone else, not because they sought out the information that would verify that that's correct.
True.
Right.
A lot of people like, okay, if you tell me, well, I'm an astronaut and I went and I saw it with my eyes, I'd say, okay, that's your truth because you saw it with your eyes. But
Well,
if you
wait.
told me my
What if they're
cousin
lying? What do you
told
mean?
me,
Wait.
No,
What do you
that
mean you
will
would
be.
say, okay, that's the truth because you saw it with your eyes?
No, I
Why would
said
you
that's
believe them?
your truth. I said that's
Well,
your
what do you
truth
mean your truth?
because I
If I
don't
may,
have the right. I'll explain it
So
because
you're
I
saying
don't have the
truth is
right.
subjective? So you think truth is
No,
subjective?
I'm not saying truth is subjective. I'm saying I cannot say that someone is lying unless I have a proof that he is. So it's
Right,
for
but you
him.
said you
It's
would
his
say,
truth.
okay, that's your truth, right? So you would just accept
Yeah,
that
that's
as
your
their truth?
their
Okay,
truth
what if they're
until I have proof
delusional?
that he's lying.
So
Well, if they're
your
delusional and
default
I have a
position
proof,
is that they're telling the truth until proven otherwise. That's your default in
they're
that scenario?
they're telling the truth from their point of view until they're proving that they're lying. Their truth does not mean it is the truth. Because they could be misinformed, they could be delusional, they could be having a lot of other reasons to tell that misinformation.
This seems like a difficult way to get through the world, though.
It's not difficult because it's actually challenge your way of critical thinking. You build your
Well,
own truth, you build the things based on
no,
your
you
proofs.
don't. See, I would disagree with you because I think truth is independent of how it is observed or how it is experienced or how we perceive it. Truth just is, right? Truth doesn't care about how if we're delusional. Truth doesn't care if we're sane. Truth just exists.
Okay.
So if you
Okay.
believe, wait, let me finish. If you believe
I
you
didn't
are an
interrupt.
astronaut and went to the moon,
Mhm.
right? But it didn't happen. That is not
Mhm.
your truth. It is objectively untrue. It is your delusion. So I would never, ever say something is someone's truth because they're delusional and they believe it. Believing something
Okay.
doesn't make it true.
Okay.
So
Good
if
point.
I may,
But here,
excuse me, sir. Yeah, may I just clarify something? Like I've heard that term thrown around so many times in different contexts. You know, your truth, my truth, or whatever. And it seems to me that people using that, they tend to be basically using that as like a colloquial or a euphemism for their understanding, right? Like they see
yes.
yeah, right. So they've interpreted information, whether it be aligning with how things actually are or not. It's their understanding, and then when they convey that honestly, right? They're not lying, like you said. They're just seeing it. They're just speaking it as they see it, and it's true in that regard.
Yes.
Like they're not misleading anybody. They're being you follow what I mean? So yeah, like I don't know. I think that term is grossly misused, and in this kind of context, it will be
Could
rigorously
be, but that's a
scrutinized.
problem of a language. This is a language problem. It's not a understanding
Context,
problem
the
because
context too, yeah, because your truth, it could
in
be like a
context.
subjective thing, like something would have happened. Let's say somebody actually experienced something, how they interpreted it, they're legitimately interpreting it that way, and it's true that they've interpreted it that way, whether it actually aligns with facts or not, right?
Yeah,
So
I'll give an
it's
example.
a mix. It's a
I'll
mixed
give
thing.
a
Anyways,
small
carry on.
example.
I just wanted to clear that up. Go
If
ahead.
someone have I forgot the name in English. It's a disease where you hear voices. It's a mental illness. I think it's someone help me with
Schizophrenia.
the name.
Schizophrenia.
Thank you. So if someone has schizophrenia, they hear voices. It's actually true. They do hear it. The voices don't exist. They are not true. What they say is not true. But those people hear those voices. I cannot just come in someone who has schizophrenia and tell me, I heard God, and I'll tell him, no, you're wrong. I'll tell him, I know that it is your truth, but that doesn't mean it is the actual factual truth. I
Well, that's kind of
understand if you
different
hear
because we
voices.
can't disprove that. That's
It's
different because we can't disprove whether they are actually
exactly
hearing
that
from God
was
or not.
that.
But we're
Thank you. That was no.
but
Listen,
that's
that's let
different.
me finish. Let me finish, please. Let me finish,
I
Father.
may.
Because
I'm afraid.
exactly that's what I said. Hold on. This is exactly what I said. This is your truth until I have proof that it's not true that I can show to him. Basically,
I wouldn't say it's your truth. I would say you think this is true until it is proven
okay,
to be not true.
good
Because it is not
reforming of
when you say I guess maybe it's just a semantic issue because when you say your
yeah.
truth, it implies that truth can exist subjectively, and I just disagree with that.
No, I don't agree with subjective truth.
Right. Do you see what point I'm making?
I got you, but you need to understand. English is my second language.
Oh no, there's no problem with your English. But so, this is again, this is something we deal with all the time in here, which is
Yeah.
people believe the earth is a sphere because someone told them it was, right? So
Yeah,
they
okay.
believe it's true, but it is not their truth. It is what they believe to be true. Correct?
Yeah, I agree
Okay.
with the sentence you said. I don't agree.
Yeah.
I don't agree that
Okay.
it's fair or not fair, but I agree with your sentence.
Have you looked into this topic at all?
Oh yeah, I did.
Okay. What have you heard so far? What have you learned?
There is a lot of how you say it. There is a lot of sophisticat. I think that's the word if it's translated correctly to English. There's a lot of misinformation that are put there specifically to be misinformation. And there is a lot of people who use a lot of tools
Yeah.
to prove
What
what
makes
is
something
unprovable.
misinformation in your view, though? Like, how do you define
When
misinformation?
you know it's not true, and you totally, really deeply know, and not publicly, but you really know it's not true, and you specifically twist the truth to make it sound like it's.
Okay,
That's
I thought you said, but you don't have any objective truth in your worldview, do you?
No, I didn't say that. I actually agreed with her that there is not subjective truths. Truths are one.
حرام ظلم واضح.
Bro, are you drunk?
All right, so there are things we can know for sure.
Yeah, there is
They
things you
are
can know for
objective.
sure. For sure, you breathe. I know that.
Okay, so when you go to measure something, you know that your measurement, you know that what your measurement is because you took it.
Yes. Based on
Right,
your
so
measurement system, obviously, but yeah.
yeah, so if you can't measure curvature, then what is it?
You're giving me a question that you would give to someone who believes the Earth is curved. Does not work that way because I do not believe that, but okay.
Yeah, you're not obligated to believe any claim, right? I mean,
Yeah, no,
you'd
I
actually be academically
okay, let's put it
dishonest
this
to
way. I don't
automatically believe
believe.
claims.
Let's put it this way to make it easier. I don't believe Earth is spheric, but I don't believe Earth is flat. So let's keep it that.
So how would you characterize it?
It's more how you. It's not
Is it
shape.
wibbly wobbly?
There is the way I know you. None of you gonna agree with that. No one gonna. It's not a 3D shape. The world is not object. You cannot hold it. You cannot. You are in it.
Yeah, I understand that part. Right.
Agree with them. We think the
Right,
same
because
thing.
in order for it to be an object, it has to be within an embedding space.
Yes and no. Yes and no. It could be in an embedding space, but until I have proofs that you can get out of that space, then there is no space. Can you get out of it?
Of course not. I mean, yeah, I like you, I don't think there's an embedding space. That I think this world is the embedding space for all things that are in it.
Exactly. Then it's not. Then you cannot say it's flat, because if you want a flat surface, you need to have a space around that to be flat. If you want it to be a shape, you have to have a embedding other space around it.
So when we talk to surveyors and when we go do research on surveying, we come across time and again admissions made by these people that a horizontal plane of reference provides greater accuracy against which to build and construct things infrastructure-wise, as opposed to a curving spherical coordinate frame of reference, like latitude and longitude.
Yes. The thing is, like, you still did not answer the, like, okay, I'll
Well, what's
explain it
misinformation, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, this is why I did not want to go to the details of what I believe Earth is. Because to believe Earth is a shape, you need to believe that you can get out of that shape. I don't believe that you can get out of
Yeah, you're still thinking the same thing as us. We never claimed shape, and flat is not a shape. We don't know what is the shape of the Earth. The Earth doesn't have any specific identified shape yet.
Yeah.
Just listen to the sentence that I said. Earth.
Yeah. Your sentence is very, very similar to what I did.
Specific identified shape.
Yeah.
Till this moment. So flat is not a shape, and also flat doesn't need a space, because I don't understand what people when they put space as something or somewhere. So if there
The
is
thing
no
is,
space, would that be a block, a solid block where you can't put anything because it's all full? There is nowhere to place something.
okay.
You think that space?
I agree with you. Listen,
a void. Space is nothingness. Space is nothing. So if there is nothing,
space is not nothingness. That's different. That's wrong. That's definitely
that's
wrong.
what you call space is just nothingness. That's what you.
No, that's exactly what everyone who believes that the Earth is sphere believe. Like, oh, the space is nothingness.
To put an object, you said it earlier when you were talking about flat that need space to
exist.
To exist, to exist. So meaning that space is somewhere where you can put some. There is something. You can't put something on top of something else.
It's simple geometry. It's simple 3D geometry. You can when you're looking
solution.
from like.
You can mix things. You can make a solution. But if there is something and you put something, that's illogical also.
So you agree with me? You agree with me that there is no shape?
We all agree with you that no one has identified the shape of the Earth. We never claimed the shape of the Earth. We never claimed to know the entirety of the Earth. Or what we are talking about is the surface of the known world where we humans live. The surface of that world is flat. To what extension? No one knows. Is it folding on itself, making a shape? No one knows.
The thing is, some people, even in the chat, if you read right now while we're talking, some people said Earth is flat regardless if you can leave it or not. The thing is, like, that's simple 3D geometry understanding. You cannot claim that something is flat when you don't have 3D on it. You need at least 2D to have a flat surface. You have the X axis and the Y axis.
We have 3D.
We have 3D inside the Earth, not outside. That's the point. That's my point.
We are not talking outside the Earth. No one is claiming anything about the outside of the Earth. All the claims that we have, and it's the name of the channel too. If you read the name, the channel is 24/7 flat Earth, not flat everything, not flat universe, not flat reality. No, nothing of that. It's just the surface of the Earth, the known surface of the
Earth. Just more.
And
it's more just a title that you use to describe yourself.
We can measure the depth on the z-axis, and we can measure forward. We can measure to the left the pitch, the yaw, and we can measure on all 3D axes the elevation of the things composing the surface, Those things are measurable. We know that it's 3D.
Yeah, okay. The thing is, like, you're talking from the point of view of inside. I am talking from the
No,
point
it's
of view of
objective.
our
It's
subjective.
objective. You too, I can take you and make you do those measurements and see by yourself.
Okay, do you believe spirit exists? Do you believe there is a spirit to each creature, to each
So,
do you believe there is
now we will just talk about beliefs. I was
No, I
talking
am
about
asking.
can
No,
know
listen.
for
We all talk about beliefs here. We all talk about
Yeah. We're not going to
Those
drag it into, like, that's a false comparison. We don't want to, right? We're talking about the surface of the water that covers a lot of the known surface area of the Earth, not curving. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We don't think that the Earth is a flat disk floating around in space or something like that, or in some embedding space like Yoda was talking about before. We're not claiming that.
Okay.
We're just claiming that the surface of the Earth, right, when we test it using amazing technology, right, it's not presenting any curvature at all. Where if it was a globe,
Does
it
it
would
have an edge? Does it have an edge?
maybe. Don't know. Not making claims about that. We know that
Can
on a
can you walk in a straight line
no,
infinitely?
no, nobody can do that.
You cannot. So
No.
even if we do like a drone or like a missile and we measure it, you cannot go straight line
No
until
one
the
knows.
end or
No,
No
it's
one
going to
knows
run out. Yeah,
it's before.
there's no such type of missile that can do that.
Okay. So why don't you think, and I'm trying to, because I know my way of thinking of it is very radical and it's weird than everybody else, including people who believe flat earth. Why we don't think of it as, rather than, yes, you can walk on the earth and you can see it, rather than it's like just a cognitive conscious of understanding of existing rather than actual existing. So when you walk, when you see the water, when you touch the water, your cognitive understanding of it, even when you communicate it to me, it's shared. But the existing of it doesn't mean that it is the way it is. It's just the way we preserve it. We see it. We observe it. That's the word. Sorry.
Do you think that you can measure your height and know what your height is?
Based on our ways, yes. But
Right,
is that
so
accurate? Is that actual space physical measurement beside our
as
human
far as we
way?
can tell, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, as far as we can tell.
Right. So as far as we can tell, that there's no surface curvature over large distances of water.
Well, that's way obvious. Very obvious.
Yeah, right. But everybody is claiming that really it's curving, right? Really, it's bending like 100 meters over just a 20-mile lake, right? Like a 30-kilometer lake. There's like 100 meters of bending water, and that's what they're teaching to everybody, and that's what people believe. And when we go out and test it, there's zero.
They teach that there is a fluffy guy in the sky telling people to come.
No, they
to his
don't teach
garden.
that. They teach people that. They actually
They
teach
do
people
that in some places. Let's be honest. Let's not deny.
Not in
it.
the mainstream
They teach a lot
education
of stuff.
system. They actually tell people that we came from a big bang, right, and that we evolved from, rocks. Essentially,
That's true. Yeah, and they teach people that there was creatures who have like skin stuck on their like body without feather or anything, and that killed everyone. Dinosaurs, if I'm talking.
Yeah. But look, we're talking about going out and just measuring the surface of the Earth, and as far as we can tell, when we test it using amazing technology, there's no curvature over the the surface.
Again, why do you trust the technology? Why do you trust this?
Can you tell us what is the amazing technology you use?
Yeah, we're using high-powered laser beams, infrared optics, electromagnetic wave propagation of various types, microwave, etc. And it's repeatable. Okay, and we can also test how these devices work in laboratories, and it's not really something.
All those devices are designed based on concepts of physics and matters that people created, the same people who claim that the Earth is like curves and like all that.
Really? Did
So
you interview
why
any of them?
why
Like what? Okay, so the whole number system, right, that they're using was created by flat earthers,
I
flat earth
personally don't
cultures.
believe that anything exists. That's the problem. I don't believe that
Right.
anything exists. I cannot prove it to you, but I don't believe that there is anything. You right
Yeah,
now
I don't
talking
care
to me
about
and me
beliefs
talking to
though.
you
I don't
doesn't
care about
exist.
what people, right? You can believe anything you want. But if you go out and measure the surface of the water over a large distance, you're not going to be able to find any curvature. So anyone can believe whatever they want. We're about empirical testing here and not just about like, philosophical reasoning, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but like, it's still weird because you're debating with me on something that we agreed on already, which is that Earth is not spherical. And like, I even see that some people in the comments calling me empty jar. Even that I agreed with the whole point. And like, it's kind of weird to see that you guys kind of like debating to debate, not just to find a more understanding of the existence.
I would say
Like,
that
why?
you're projecting here because we are
No,
talking about
because
knowledge.
I agreed.
No. Wait,
Friend, I
just
agreed
wait.
with the whole thing, and
Just
you kept asking me the same question all the time.
I told you that we agreed with what you said. I told you that earlier. So, but listen, what you just said is not correct because you are projecting. We are talking about knowledge. We are certain about what we are talking about. You said that you don't have any proof, and you can't prove that because to prove that there is that nothing exists, you have to present a proof. The proof is
Yes,
something tangible
the
that
proof
is
disapprove it. If you
tangible,
have a proof, you disapprove it.
meaning that it exists. So if you show us a
Exactly.
proof, you are showing us
Exactly, I agree with it.
debunk you, meaning that it's not something that you can talk about at all. So you
And this is
just
why
begin.
I refused to talk about it in the beginning. They pushed me too. I was like, I shouldn't.
Yeah, but you agree with that. But we people are talking about something we know. You don't know that. You don't know that nothing exists. Even
No,
you
I know that nothing
no,
exists.
you
I
don't
just,
have
as you said,
proof
you
for
cannot prove it because if you prove it, it doesn't work.
no. You don't have any proof for that. If you have a proof, it means that something exists, which is the proof, meaning that you are wrong.
The thing is, like, to prove it
philosophically.
Yeah, you got a guy in here trying to prove something that doesn't exist exists. Like, what are you doing?
Exactly. That's my point. Because I cannot prove it, that make it for me believable.
It's just something that you have in your mind.
Yes, and I did not want to share it. You guys keep digging. I didn't want to share it.
No one now
Yo,
is.
you're talking about you believe in nothing? Like, what is nothing? What is that?
Well, you define it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for an answer. You believe in this thing. What is it?
The answer is not answering you. Literally.
The answer is not. Yo, that's so stupid. This is fucking stupid. What the fuck are you
Well, you
talking
have the
about?
right to feel it's stupid.
You're sitting here talking about a belief of yours, and you don't even
Shut
make any
and
fucking
shut
sense.
up.
Make fucking
No
sense, dude.
screaming. No screaming, okay?
The problem is that he is arguing about our idea about the world.
No, I wasn't arguing about your idea. The only thing happened here.
His ideas doesn't exist at all. So
yes,
and our ideas doesn't exist at all. He's arguing with what? About
I'm not
what?
arguing. That's exactly the point I'm trying to say.
What
Why
are
guys
you talking
arguing with
about?
me?
You were
You
talking
guys are
about.
I only
talking about
came here
shit,
and I
man.
asked one
What the fuck?
question. Okay, chill, guys. I asked one question
Yo,
to the
don't talk
person
if you
named
don't know
Antiglo.
how to make sense of your position. Like, you guys are not making fucking sense. Just shut up.
Can you
And your
chill?
English
Can you
horrible.
chill?
You're not making
We
any
had
argument.
a conversation
Your
here.
argument is nothing. You say you believe in nothing. Okay, why?
Hey,
You
why
can't
it
even
make you
elaborate
mad?
straight.
Why
It's
it
so
does make
bad.
you mad? Why? How is that affecting you?
This is not conversation. It's mental illness. Check yourself.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
That's a belief that he has. That belief exists. That the problem is talking about something
Thank
that exists, which is the belief that he has about that nothing exists. So he believes
guys, I did not come here talking about my beliefs. I came here asking
You are
Anti-Globe
using
about
words
his
also.
profile
That's
picture.
something that
That's the
exists.
only thing I did. You keep asking me, what do you believe? You literally asked me, what do you believe?
What do you believe? So you told us about what
Then
you
when I
believe.
said,
But
then
you
when I
have
said I answered your question, why you mad? Because I answered your question. I don't have to prove it. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe it's not true for you. I just answered you. Why you mad?
no. We're
All right, this
we're
conversation needs to stop now. It's going nowhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe we
Thank
can.
you. That's what I've been saying for 3 minutes.
All right. It's finished. It's finished. Okay, so
Oh my God.
so check if we got anyone else that wants to ask questions about the topic or present globe Earth evidence. Necros or someone can you see if anyone wants to chat? I got to go on mute.
Yeah. If anyone have a question,
That was heavy.
I don't know. I hear a lot of talking, and I don't hear any good arguments. I don't hear anything worth listening to. Just a lot of yapping. Like, what the fuck is talk? What are you talking about? Come on.
nothing.
I got a
You know you are in the internet. We're not your entertainment. If you don't like it, you gotta leave.
Oh no,
I have a
I'm
question.
entertaining. I'm being
I have a
entertaining.
question.
I just don't know what the fuck you think you're talking about.
I have a
I wasn't
question.
trying to explain it. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. My question is, if the Earth is a ball, why can't we measure any curvature?
Why that's the only question that keep being asked the whole day?
Because it's the dominating belief that many people have, and it's something that have been proved to be wrong. People believe that the surface of the Earth is curving. We went out and found that it's not. So for us, because knowledge
It's a victory.
because knowledge is priceless, and
Mhm.
being ignorant is something that it's disgusting for us. So we prefer to share the knowledge. We prefer to share the knowledge. It's not a belief. We know what is the thing that we are talking about. So we are just sharing that knowledge. And if
No, I understand that. Knowledge, as I said before, facts is not subjective. Are not subjective.
Yes,
That's
objective. Exactly. It's
yeah,
objective.
objective.
The word
We talk about.
we see the
So
reality as you see it, as
yeah.
anyone see it.
Yeah, I understand. And this is totally valid, and this is why I was like, I don't want to share my radical, non-valid, factual reality or like belief or whatever. Could be delusion or whatever.
Yo,
But
you said non-factual reality. That's an oxymoron for sure. Like, what is that?
I'm delusional. Do you have any issue with that?
Why are we talking to you then?
Well, dude, I don't know. Your position is
Will
just
you choose?
telling yourself your
I'm just
position
talking about
doesn't
other
make
stuff. He keep asking me about my delusions.
Well, okay, so you're willing to accept that your current belief system is just doesn't make sense, right? Like your belief in the ball is truly broken and deconstructed and lacking logic.
I never denied that.
Oh, okay. Well, all right.
Yeah, see, that's exactly why I was frustrated, because you guys keep arguing with
So look,
someone
check this
who
out. So what we
agrees.
measure is we measure a gradient, right? There's a difference in temperature, pressure, and density, and water content as you gain altitude. That's what we measure. So you're in a gradient. You're in a layer of, the gradient. There's an up and there's a down. Everybody shares the same up and down, and
Mm-hmm.
you're not flying through space. You know, wherever you are, that's where you really are. However fast you're moving, that's really how fast you're moving. There is no spinning ball. There is no orbit around the sun. None of that's measured. You can't measure it. It's irrelevant in your life. So what you measure and what you experience is what is your reality.
Yeah, from inside
Right?
your reality.
Yeah, your reality is a flat, stationary Earth. Very easy to comprehend.
All this I agree with.
It's objective.
From inside
It's
your
actually
reality.
objective, you know. Yeah, that's right, man. Way to go, bro. Proud of you.
No, this
Been proud of
I
you this
already
whole
agreed
time.
with what's his name, Narco. I agreed with him on this point. We already established that. But the point is, all this is valid as long as you in it. The moment you're out of
What the heck am I listening
out
to?
of the realm, well, this is the moment you're out of the realms of physics. The moment you are
Are you in it? Are you living in a? Are you? What are you?
Have you ever
Where I am?
left?
You mean geographically? You mean geographically?
Have you ever
Like,
left?
are you physical?
This reality? He's talking about
How do I
the
ever
moment.
left this reality?
Yes,
Then
you're
if
talking.
I say yes, you're gonna say you're delusional, which I already
No,
established
wait.
that I am.
You're
Yes,
talking about the moment
I
we
did.
He
leave this
admits it.
reality.
Okay.
You say, have you ever left this reality?
Yes, I did.
You
Multiple
left
times.
this reality.
Oh, how
Yes.
did you do that?
Acknowledge that it is real.
Wait. How did you leave this reality?
But the problem, he acknowledged that it is real. He left the thing that exists.
Yeah, but to where?
No, when you leave the realm, when you leave the dimension,
What have you
you
done?
acknowledge that the dimension exists, but outside of it, it's infinity of
What have you
nothing.
done? What have you done? DMT, deep breathing, intense breathing, yoga. What have you done to live
No. Project astral projection.
astral projection?
Yes.
Oh,
You go
days.
to some other reality. You leave this reality. You can.
Yes.
Okay.
Multiple times.
Nice.
This guy's playing with fire.
Yeah, where'd you go?
Why am playing with fire? I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Listen, I am
you're playing with
delusional.
fire, man. You're playing
I'm
with fire.
delusional.
So at least you know that
that's
it's
good that
real.
you know, but you keep playing with fire. That's the problem. You don't realize that.
How I'm playing with fire? What's the problem with?
At least
What do you
if
mean, what's the problem?
I will give you that. I will assume that you did those things, astral projection, or need that experience. I will believe whatever you say. So you know that it is real. The place that you left is real. It exists.
Oh
And
yeah,
you
no. I think you misunderstand me. Earth exists, but it doesn't exist in a place.
But you can't leave somewhere if it's not somewhere. At least
It's the best physical explanation. Okay, the best physical explanation that I could get to you is exactly how you take crude oil and you make from it perfume. Like you take something, or you better plastic, very rough, strong plastic. This object in physicality, this object is totally different aspects in properties from the root of it. That doesn't mean that the root of it doesn't exist, but it means that it go through. Let me just finish my way. That means that this object went through a lot of change. Take this idea and flip it. Earth is the plastic and the nothing is the crude oil.
You take the oil from the thing, from the essential oil from something. That essential oil exists on that thing, like the blood in your veins.
Yes.
If
And this is why I said Earth exists.
If I take you and I press you, or I attach your leg from the top, and your head will be down. You will have blood going out from your eyes and your nose and your ears. That thing is inside.
Do you know
It's
this
part of
mathematical
you. So
idea
that
of
doesn't mean that
you
it's
know
some in some place or somewhere. It's in your
Mhm.
body. Like that oil is in that fruit.
No, it's not about fruit. I was talking about like crude oil, like petroleum, and you convert it to plastic is totally different property. That's the point. You take this idea and you flip it. The root of everything is the nothing. The existing of us is through the nothing go back to nothing when you're out of it, because a one left to a one behind a Google number of zeros before the zero, it means nothing. That 0 point Google one, the one mean nothing at that situation, because you exceeded the limit of existing. It is so neglectable. Again, I'm not trying to convince anyone, guys. I'm just explaining because they ask me. I'm not preaching. I know this is delusion. You cannot prove that nothing exists because it will contradict with it.
The one and the zero are just codes for the signal that is in reality light, electricity, light.
Could be.
It is the thing. No, it is the thing. So the one and the zero is just
No, that's
the
not
light.
what I meant. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I meant like
a transistor in your chip that is on, or the transistor that is off.
No. I wasn't talking about on and off. I wasn't talking about
That doesn't
binary.
mean
I wasn't talking
and the
about on and
thing
off.
then the thing which is the light is coming from that nothing. No,
bro, listen. It's
Hey,
no.
okay, hold on, man. Hold on. I know what he's talking about because I believe in the same spiritual realm that he believes in. Like
Thank
you have
you.
to think
Finally,
of what.
someone else.
Well, you have to know what Tesla meant when he said everything is energy, frequency, and vibration. Like it's such a metaphysical concept that a
It
lot of
is
people
very
aren't ready
wild to
for it
explain.
because
Yes.
there's no science experiment that can prove it. I mean, you would
Yes.
have to
Oh my
understand
God.
ether physics and quantum physics in order to understand what he's saying is going on. He's saying that like Earth isn't a place in time; it's a when, and
Yeah,
this is its
exactly. It's not
physical
where, it's when.
representation.
It's when,
Yeah,
not where. Thank you.
I
It's
I I
it's like
I, to
Schrödinger time.
continue
It
this
exists, but it doesn't. It exists, but it doesn't.
right.
It's the same
Like
as
we
Schrödinger.
exist in this environment because we're vibrating in the frequency of the same environment. I get that.
but the
But
Yes.
for
problem
those of
is
y'all that don't get that, y'all are
the
never
problem.
going to get it if you think that the scientific method is going to explain it. There's
No.
nothing in the scientific method that can explain this, even though people have provably astral projected and what's the other clairvoyance that they do where they can like
But
project
but
not
but
pro- I guess it's astral projection. They just
It's
project
called
themselves
remote
to different
viewing.
locations on Earth.
but still,
Remote viewing. Thank you.
Remote viewing.
I go
Yeah,
with
that's another thing.
I
You'd have
go
to
with
understand those things and know that those things are real. Like I'm sure you've seen videos of people on the internet moving objects with just their mind. They point at it and it moves. Like you
I
can't. There's no scientific method that can explain what's going on with that.
and that, and
Mm-hmm.
I understand that theory that the reality where we live in is just a composite of vibrations, like we live in a toroidal field, and the earth where we live is in the center plane between the top of that toroidal field and the bottom, and we're like, I understand, but still that would be just another thing, a reality, something that exists, which is vibration, a vibration in a field, which is waves, and waves are not different from the thing that is waving, which is like, for example, a wave in water
No,
is
this
not
is a misunderstanding. This is a
no,
total misunderstanding
moving
because when we say waves, we don't mean physical waves because the idea of physical itself, it exists inside those waves. So when you out, it's just a way to explain it easily. We say waves.
A wave is just a pulse. That's all it is. But
yeah, it's more of a
again, I've taken it a step further than you have. I don't think there's anywhere else to go. I think all those dimensions only exist here on Earth. This Earth that we're on, it's flat and stationary. In all other dimensions, it all exists within this Earth. So,
Within
like,
this Earth, thank you.
so it's still flat and stationary for all intents and purposes. So that's where I would leave that at. I can't prove any of the things that this guy's saying. I just know it from my own spiritual experiences. So
yeah, I have my own spiritual experiences, and I have my own spiritual belief too. So yeah, and I go with the reality that is verified that we can measure, so which is that the surface of the Earth is flat. You go with the other dimensions are in the same plane as we are. You go with that. It's your own belief. I can't prove you wrong because it's not something that I can prove.
Yes.
So I have my own beliefs because I believe that the negative realm, which is in the bottom, that's why you have the grounding on the floor. So the negativity is all in the bottom. So like they call it in the other ancient beliefs, hell, Helheim, Hades realm, all those things. And I believe that there is another plane, which is a positive plane. They call it heaven. Some others call it Olympia. Some others call it Asgard. Some others call it the positive plane of the toroidal field where we exist. Yes, I go with those things, but it's just something that no one can prove or verify.
Yes, and this is why I did not want to share it. This is exactly why I did not want to share it. But they pushed
we
me
don't
to.
exist, and it doesn't mean that
Yeah.
nothing
No, okay.
exists.
One thing, in the way you explained your idea of the negative, in my beliefs or in the way I think of it, is those waves have different weight to them. Okay, the heavier they are, the lower they go, and the heavy ones is the negative. So that's what you think of when you go, oh, hell is down. Like all religions say, oh, hell is down, heaven is up. It's because the lighter the wave is the more you're free to resonate or to pulse with them more than when you are suffocated with a heavy, like pulsing. So this is why we believe heaven is up and hell is down, in my way of it. And as I said before, I'm delusional, so I don't know why you keep talking to me, but why you should.
Like I said, no one is claiming that you are delusional. I'm just asking when you are talking to
No. I'm not claiming. I'm stating.
No.
I'm stating.
Just listen. When you are talking to someone like what happened today, when you are talking to someone who is talking about tangible things, either you talk about that thing if you have knowledge about that thing that person is talking about, or you stop and you don't acknowledge with your belief. You don't even put your beliefs in on the table. So
I understand, and
not,
this is what I wanted to do, bro. I swear, listen. I swear, bro, this is what I did. But Anti Global asked me, "What do you believe in?" I stated he can't say it. I stated I don't want to go through what I believe because no one gonna agree with it, and it's gonna be annoying to explain. Someone else, I don't remember her name, a girl, she was talking to me and she asked me, and then you came and you asked me the same question, what do you believe in? Or then I had to, when there is 4 people asking you, you brought it from me. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I understand. It's okay. So
Why do you keep saying that you're why do you keep saying that you're delusional?
Oh, because I know if I say that to anyone, they will say, "Oh, you're delusional." When I say that I went outside of this.
Who's got background noise?
It's not me. I don't have background noise.
Not me.
Sorry, it was.
I have a $300 mic. Better to not have noises.
Yeah.
I think it's Elec. Well, yeah, Elec.
Elec, stop scratching.
Yeah, okay. So I keep saying I'm delusional because it's listen, I may be delusional, but I am someone who's educated in understand when you debate or talk to people from a physical realm, you have to use physical points of view. And if you tell them, oh, I did astral projection and I went outside of the universe of existing, it will be you're delusional. So yeah, I am.
No one will say that if you just don't say that yourself, about yourself, because we all don't have any real information about the rest of the reality. We just know one single thing. We live in a contained environment. That's all. And the surface of that contained environment is flat. The surface where we are standing, where we sleep, or where we sit, the surface of the earth is flat and it's a contained environment. That's all. We don't have any grasp about the rest of it. If it is the end of the reality, what's outside that contained environment?
So
there
you're
is
talking only about a point of reality.
no.
You're talking just from inside. Okay, I got you.
We just talk about the known volume where we live.
This realm, let's call it, you're talking about this realm reality.
Yeah, you call it realm, you call it earth, you call it volume, contained volume. It's all pointing to the same exact thing.
Empiricists, right? So whatever we can prove is what we like to talk about.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
So empiricism, right? Whatever we can prove, we like to discuss.
Oh, well, I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to keep proving it to the same people who already
things like
believe it.
measurements, stuff like that.
No, we are not doing that to the same people who believe that the earth, who knows, and it's not a belief. The most
Yeah,
of
who knows actually?
Are people who knows that the earth is flat, because most of them went out and did their own observations, so they didn't take that as a given based on some belief, blind belief, based on photos, videos. No, so testimonies, no one did that. Majority, I'm talking about majority, I'm not saying everyone or 100%, so majority of them did their own observation and saw the reality by themselves, which is an objective reality. We all see the same exact thing. We just were blinded, or we were hallucinating. We didn't care about the reality anymore. Who knows? Everyone had a different effect.
Yeah, everyone sees the same thing: the flat surface, the non-rotating.
But this is you're talking about people. Sorry.
Wait, let me deal with
Talking
that.
about you're talking about people
Who was that?
You're talking about mass people who are educated in a way. There is a lot. You know more than me that there is a lot of.
But educated doesn't necessarily mean truth, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. You know more than me that there is a lot of things that people been educated about that is totally false. Like it's totally.
Yeah, you can be. Who is that?
It's the guy next to you, Timbo. The guy called the worst.
Yeah, the
English
one with Misty picture.
Yeah.
The one with Misty.
Someone got him before me, anyway. Yeah, like you can be highly educated but highly indoctrinated at the same time.
Yeah. I'm not saying that that's exactly what I was trying to
have
say.
any common.
It's like not
any,
every truth in a book is a truth.
And not have any common sense, right?
Yeah.
I've thrown the majority of what I learned in school out of the window because I found that it's just useless. history.
Yeah, apart from geometry and things like that, right? Like, you know.
Yeah. Language,
Yeah.
geometry, physics, a little bit of physics, a little bit of science, because majority of that were just pseudoscience.
I would say the most bloated with misinformation, like as explained before, misinformation is when someone knows truthfully that this is wrong and they still try to explain it the wrong way, just for like to make people mistake and took the wrong path.
Or to sound
science
smart
is one of
because he
the
thinks
most
he's got
science is one of the most bloated with that.
Yeah, yeah. You find a lot of people just come in and they use a lot of big words, try and confuse people, and so that someone just your average person doesn't have a response. Right? You can't respond to it because you don't know what they're saying.
Yeah. Thing is, like, it's
question. If people follow misinformation, whose fault is that? The one who's
the
spreading
people who spread it. Yeah, the one who spread it.
Nice.
The people who fall to it is victims.
They're just fools. In other words.
Listen, the word fool. You cannot tell a baby who is afraid of the monster under his bed, you are a fool. He doesn't know better.
Well, you can tell them, but whether they're going to listen to you
but
or not,
they need you as someone who knows to show them and tell them and educate them. So they're still vulnerable. It's the same with the people who are lied to all their life to believe something. You cannot say to someone who never saw the moon, well, you're a fool because you never thought there is a moon.
Yeah.
You're still a victim. And
True.
I'm sorry, this is a really true to spirituality too. A lot of people, when you try to bring spirituality to them, they're like, no, this is because science told us, and you.
Yeah, they're materialists.
Yeah, that's the point. Like, yes, it's science told you because it doesn't want you to find out. Because if you gonna know what I know and what other people who like me know, you gotta know that this is like
believe.
it's clear why.
Yeah.
Now what?
Oh, there's a difference. Well, I said know or believe. What you know or what you believe.
No, I know. But for you, you think I believe. No, I know.
Wait, one second. What do you know? What do you know?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Exactly. Yeah. What the heck is that?
That's exactly the whole truth. Is nothing.
That you know nothing.
You can't, that doesn't.
Yes.
That doesn't constitute knowing. You saying you know nothing is not constituting you knowing something.
It's the highest form of knowing is when you know that you know nothing.
Oh, come on, dude.
What kind of reasoning is that?
So you know at least nothing.
Do you have a mind?
Yeah, you know at least that's nothing. Yes, exactly.
It is paradoxal. If you know that you know nothing, that at least knowing one thing, that you know nothing.
Yes.
So you know.
Yeah.
So you can't say it's paradoxal. It's paradoxal. Just think about it 1 second. If you claim,
I know.
If you claim that you know,
you said you know, but you said you don't know anything.
But
you need to, guys, when you hear it, it sounds very outrageous. It's the ultimate truth when you know that you know nothing, because that's the only thing that will never change.
You can't say that it is true.
You can't know nothing.
Do you know everything?
No, but you can't know nothing.
Then you know nothing.
I know something.
This guy. If you don't know at all, you know nothing. Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
What am I listening to?
That's throwing the baby out with the bathwater, mate. That's crazy.
It's
madness. Absolute madness.
Think of it this way. All things you know and I know and all humanity know compared to the
if we
existing.
are
Let me just
God,
finish
we
this
are not
sentence.
gods. We know nothing. Basically, is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Are you
But
trying to be
by
your
the
own God
way,
or what?
I don't
Is that what
believe.
you're trying
I
to
don't
reach the
believe in
point of being
gods.
your own God with this
I don't
astral
believe in gods,
projection?
but
Yeah, is that what you're trying to
Yeah.
reach?
there is
Being your own God.
there is no God.
The oneness,
There is no
the
God. I don't
oneness
believe
of
in
the
God.
universe, right?
You want some help? I can help you correct your sentence. At least the correct sentence.
You know
You can
something, right?
people when it's not paradoxal. You know that no one knows everything. You can say
Yeah, that's
that.
better. That's much
Paradox.
better.
The thing, okay, let me explain it from my point of view. The thing is, everything humanity know, including us and people that know before, is not even a dot in a sea of
How do you know
everything
that?
that exists.
I can go with that. Yeah,
You
I
know
can
that,
agree.
How
okay?
do you know that?
So the collective knowledge of all humanity through the history into the
I can't.
future will
I'm
never
sorry, I
will never be
can't believe.
compared to anything.
I can't believe what you're saying because you don't know anything.
Exactly, that's the point.
But what you're saying is wrong.
I can go with what he said.
Yes, thank you. What I said is wrong because there is nothing. You agreed with
don't
me,
know
Faisal.
anything. Yeah.
I can agree
So,
with.
we don't have a standard of moral laws. We don't have a conscious mind of knowing what's right and wrong. Like, who are you? Who are you? Are you human? Are you human even
I
to
don't
begin
know.
with? You don't know.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Oh my days!
I can
Why are we
I
wasting
can
time
tell
with
you
this guy,
what
man? Like, you guys are gonna
I
be
can
this
tell you what I think and what people believe I am,
absolute
but I can't tell you
brain,
who I am.
like not brain even. He
But
doesn't
you
even
know
believe
what?
in brain.
Yeah, you know what's right and what's wrong, right?
Not necessarily.
Bro, this is pointless. Just okay.
I know what I believe is
You
right
are
and wrong.
You're a madman.
You murder someone, is that wrong?
You're a madman.
Listen, I can have the conversation with you from
just
your
say no?
beliefs, and I will be totally.
So you go murder someone. You don't know if you did the right or wrong thing. Is that what you're saying?
That's a subjective thing to my.
That's not an
objective.
answer. That's not an answer. That's not an answer.
So now murder's subjective.
I don't know why we're talking to this guy. Can you just?
It is. What
Yeah,
if
I
you're
know.
defending
Stop.
yourself? It's
You
not
poisoning
subjective?
this VC now. Put yourself on mute.
How?
Stop with your
That went
your
down.
nonsense.
That went
Your nonsense
downhill
talking.
fast, didn't it?
You're a madman. I'm sorry.
Let us have some fun. I have a question for him.
What's fun with this?
Oh no, he's
so funny.
microphones
You
doing what
can
you used to.
some people have in their mind and what they are thinking. It's some people think this.
He doesn't know what he's thinking, Necros.
But why this is anger you all? Why it does
No,
anger
it's
you?
not anger. It's just you don't belong here then. What are you doing here? What's the point of you being here then?
I just came to listen.
For me,
listen to what?
To the conversation people having.
Okay, and then what?
Well, how can you listen to something? How can you?
But you hold no values. You have no moral standard. You have nothing. You base your whole concept of living is based on nothing.
So the problem that
what's the point?
No.
Okay, let me ask you this question: If I die tomorrow,
how do you know?
I will forget about you because I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what you describe yourself. You're nothing. I don't know who you are.
Exactly.
So what you're doing here?
To everybody, to the majority, no one. It's nothing.
Okay, so fine. You die tomorrow. What am I going to do about it? So what you're doing here?
I'm just listening. I wasn't talking until people start asking me.
You can't
just listening. Yeah,
you can't say that. You don't know what listening is.
This is just sickness.
Let me dumb this down, please.
I literally said I'm delusional. Why are you mad?
Yeah, you're sick. You're delusional. You don't know what's what.
Do you know about delusion? If you don't know anything, if you are someone who knows nothing, how do you know something about delusion? And you claim that you are delusional. How do you claim knowledge about something? How do you use a word that you don't know?
Did you listen to yourself? Did you listen to your sentence? You're asking someone who have delusion to prove to you why does he believe he have delusion while he's delusional.
What do
you
you
are
know?
the delusional now, to be honest.
Bro, all I hear is no. Like no, yes, no, yes, no. Okay, y'all don't know. Everybody don't know. Can we please?
People, are you delusional?
Thank you. I agree with you. Can we move on?
Move on where?
We agree
Just
with
move
what?
on, Kid
Move on
Rock.
where? Where do you want to move on with this guy, Ippo?
You agree with what?
Nowhere, exactly. Thank you. There is
You
nowhere.
can't even give an
Thank
answer.
you.
You're delusional as well.
I don't know. Can we
Yeah, you don't know.
all know? Like, put all our brains together and know,
This
please?
is
Thank
madness.
you.
This is madness.
Why everybody keep muting me, bro? Oh my god.
I'll make you have a dance.
ناركو
I have a
صعب انا
legit
غادي نمشي انا كنت مطلع عليكم والله تناضي
فهمتك ماشي مشكل. Listen.
Why
Goodbye,
I
guys.
can't,
Have a
bro?
good day.
يلا goodbye.
Goodbye.
What are you
crazy.
saying? This is
They
madness.
were fucking trolls. You just got trolled by a bunch of fucking people.
Shut up. Shut up.
They were trolling
Shut up,
because
woman.
they left at
Woman,
the same
woman,
time.
woman, shut up. No one's talking to you.
Who are you talking to?
Oh my god. Yeah.
You're definitely not talking to me, sir. So
The guy was just trolling.
Oh, and you want to entertain that? Now you say he's trolling?
He was.
What the heck?
I think he didn't know what he was doing.
Guys, I understand there is dead air sometimes, but filling air with that crap, come on. Like, people are listening. People are actually listening. Come on.
How do they know they're listening?
I don't even want to start with that.
Come on, Judge.
Come on now. No, for seriously. Like, these people are poisoning places like that with that type of talk. They're making you insecure. You're making you delusional at some point. You can't know what's what anymore. They can actually affect people like that with that type of talk. You know, subconsciously. You just got to stop it. Stop it. We're not of that same kind, of those kind of people. They have to figure out on their own what the heck they're going through. I told him he's playing with fire. He's going to hit reality at some point. He just needs some reality check at some point wherever he's going with this path. Right? Other than that, don't let him poison places like this. It's not needed.
You can't filter people like that. You don't know who is legit thinking that crap or who is not. If we have in this reality, if we have people who believe that the Earth is concave Earth, so what would you expect other people like this exist in reality? So you can't know who is trolling and who's not.
No, you know what that is? That's just philosophy gone mad.
Can I say one thing? I hadn't said anything the whole time. I kind of wanted to say something, but he left already.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I think I see where he's coming from, and I think he kind of said it himself, and I think he's a little bit different from all the other guys who come in here with that kind of belief. And where he said he didn't want to say it, but he got asked, I think. And he pointed out his whole astral projection thing, which of course we don't know is real and stuff like that, and all that. But I think what he was trying to say is almost kind of an extension with an experience of a similar logic that we use, and we say, we don't know things about the sun, we don't know things about the stars, we don't speculate on things that we can't understand, that we can't reach. So for him, he reached outside, and he's not saying that he doesn't believe we don't exist. He doesn't believe that he doesn't even know if he has hands. He's saying more that he doesn't understand.
He had a qualifier, right? He said, if you don't know everything, then you know nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to clarify. What I'm saying is that it's an extra premise of logic where he's saying that he had an experience, which is a belief, and he admitted to that. It's not like empirical, cannot be proven. But he had an experience that caused him to question the foundational beliefs of humanity. And so it's not that he doesn't believe we don't exist. or some kind of a simulation. He just doesn't know what's going on because what he saw doesn't make sense with what is actually going on. So if you can't know everything, then basically your premise
he didn't
is
share
false.
anything though.
Yeah, well,
He just said he knows nothing. I asked him. He said, nothing.
I know.
What's the point then? He has no point. It has no basis. It has no, this experience you're talking about, he didn't share anything. He just said, I did astral projection. That's it. What did you experience? What did you see? Share something. What's going on with your mind? Like, why are you separating yourself from this reality to another one and saying when? Not a place,
At some
but when.
point, you have to agree that you know something, right?
Right. That's what I'm trying to finish my premise here real quick. Is what I believe he's trying to say is that he has no foundational premise anymore for the reality that he is experiencing. So he doesn't know anything because everything that is quote unquote known in this reality doesn't have the foundational beginning premise that he thought it has. So he doesn't actually know anything because the foundational premise is gone for him. We don't operate within that because we don't have that perspective of having no foundational premise. Our foundational premise is the earth. So we're like in two different ball stadiums trying to, play the same sport or something like that. We have a disconnect in logic there. I don't agree with him. I'm just trying to say he's saying his foundational premise is gone. Not that we don't exist or he doesn't know he doesn't have hands or he's a brain in a jar. He's saying that he found out himself that he saw things himself that destroyed the foundational premise of our knowledge. And so he doesn't know anything, which we don't believe because we have experiences here on Earth. I don't believe that because I have experiences here on Earth. I know I exist and I know those things. So I don't agree with him. I'm just saying he is different from all the other guys, brain in a jar. I don't have hands. Nothing exists. Things, guys, that are normally in here. Because he's just saying he's got to a point where he doesn't know anything anymore. Not that it can't be known or that it doesn't exist, but now his foundational premise is gone based on his experience.
Okay, fair enough. I get that.
The Earth is donut.
Really?
Ran away.
that's a much
I like
better
these people,
claim.
man. Be quick about it. Earth at the door. Run, boys. Like we're about to
Like
chase
throwing a
something.
stink bomb down the hallway.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I agree, Deton. I know. That's why I said early on, I know he was playing with fire because he's separating himself away from himself. And he doesn't know what his identity is anymore, or if he even had one, or maybe not sure about what he had early on, before that, prior to that. When you don't know your identity anymore, then you're drifting everywhere. That's why he speaks like that, and that's madness. Sorry, but that's madness.
Yes, and personally, as far as the astral projection goes, man, like, I mean, I won't share many details, but personally in my life, I've had some trips on vitamins, let's put it that way. And so but I know that wasn't my mind was changed. And so in astral projection, I think you divorce your mind from this reality. That's the whole point of it. And so when you do that, how can you be in touch with reality when you're divorced from it? That the premise alone in making the astral projection part of your actual reality is a logical block for me. I can't do that because then I'm taking myself out of this world to experience this world. That doesn't make sense to me.
Here's the problem with that.
So you're saying he's on a 24-hour mushroom trip?
No, it's more like a ketamine trip. He's divorced from his senses. Basically, when you astral project, it's been thought to believe that you leave your body and then if you're leaving your body exposed to other spirits and so they can enter your body, and then when you come back you could cohabitate and not even know. So he could be getting fed all of these thoughts and ideas, and that's where these light being people get their ideas from. They think they're light and they're energy, and they hold up mirrors. And when you're mad at them, you're mad at yourself because you're looking in the mirror. It's a lot of really retarded shit where you're basically you've separated yourself from your surrounding environment.
Well, people who undergo these end up going into what is described as outer space, like in the Star Trek NASA sense. So that's how you know you're being deceived.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, after seeing what I've seen, I don't want to divorce myself from my reality anymore.
I've been there too, D-Town. When I was younger.
I've been shown purpose in this little man that I helped birth, and I'm here for a reason, and that's for him. So I'm gonna do that. Be here. I know he's real. I know I'm real. I know my purpose, and I'm sticking with that. I'm gonna ride that till the cows come home.
I'm going to say something, D-Town, you might like this. I'm not going to belabor the point, but there seems to be, based off of my own observational survey, a disproportionate number of folks in 24/7 who have near-death experiences versus the rest of the world. I would say there's a high incidence rate of that, and it's very interesting.
Wait, what you said? You said 24 hours.
Oh my God. Are you still here?
What's the problem with me being here, Timbo?
What do you add to the conversation?
What do you add to the conversation?
Well, what did Yoda say?
What did he said something about some damn 24 hours that near-death experience. Oh shit! Why? Turn this shit off.
Look at the top of the screen and tell us what this what this channel's called.
24/7 Flat Earth
you think she can read?
Discord.
Yeah.
I'm saying he said 24/7, like something in this server have a near-death experience, and I'm
People.
like, whoa.
People,
Yeah, people in
yes.
this server, in the 24/7 server, have near-death experiences, disproportionate amount. And for me, similarly, I
Exactly.
mean, I almost died.
But
I almost died this
like, the
year,
thing
and I'm still
is,
here. So,
right now,
and
I'm
also,
like super told, man, and like when you say that, I'm like, what? Like, dude, what? Like, dude, don't say that
Yeah,
like right
it gets
now.
deep. It gets deep. I don't know if you're ready for all this, but you're
I've
free
had
to
enough
hang
of
out with
her.
us.
Sorry, guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
there's too, but I mean, I've had a few personally myself, and they've definitely changed, the way I've thought over time. So,
We have quite a few number of people here who've been clinically dead in a hospital and are still here. Like it gets that crazy. It's not just personal anecdotes. We're talking paper trails. So yeah, I mean, take that for what you think it means.
yeah, and I definitely haven't been as close as others. Like, haven't been, to the edge like other people have and stuff like that. My little brother actually, when he was a newborn, died twice on the operating table and got back to life himself. So I mean, it happens, and I don't discount what other people say. Don't have what other people's experiences are. I like to just, listen and store it. But yeah, you can open your eyes a lot.
Yeah, it all comes back to perspective, right? And not just in like the physical optical sense, but in the perceptive sense too.
Well, I know a lot of anti-flat earthers who are brain dead.
Yeah.
Yep.
How can you be brain dead if you were never brain born?
I don't know if y'all hear what I said earlier this morning, but I've been listening to Indio a lot this week. Ever since. And like 3 times in the past 2 weeks, while the recording was playing, I've heard people come on and start arguing with the recording
that you may experience
and
while
hear
smoking.
Indio.
Although no two people will have the exact same experience from weed,
Hippo,
we
can you
should
mute
give you a
please?
general idea of what to expect. For level 1, we have toasted.
Hippo.
Warm, sour.
Thank you.
I unmuted you so you could have some So if you can do that, please, I'll leave you unmuted. But you've got to stop butting in with some really silly.
I completely lost where I was. Anybody help?
Sorry, deep down.
It's not
You
your
were talking
fault.
about listening to Indio over the last
People
week.
arguing with the live stream when it's a recording.
Funny, isn't it?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's so funny because they'll start arguing with the recording and Indio will be on his shit. And like they'll get on there and start arguing with him. And then just within the argument, they start arguing with him, arguing what he's saying. And he sits there just flat smacking and like continues to destroy the person who's arguing with the recording. I'm like, India is so powerful. He's a recording of a dead person and he's still out here flat smacking. It's unreal.
Yeah. I wish I could do what he does in a recording.
I personally just know I have a lot of feelings on empathy towards other people. It's one of my gifts, I guess. But like, I didn't know Indio like y'all do. I mean, I didn't even ever really get a chance to talk to him. I even DM'd him a question. He never answered back because apparently, I know his DMs are full of a mess. But I never really got to know him like you do. But man, I see the way like y'all feel about him and carrying things on. So I mean, he's still here.
Special, man.
Yeah, like chances are you'll never meet anybody like him ever.
No.
Go ahead, Yoder.
Yeah, like, you'll meet people who have exceptionally high IQs, and with that exceptional trait comes a big burden. They'll carry syndromes, medically involved syndromes in other areas of their life. They might be confined to a wheelchair and need speech therapy, Very few times are people born with these exceptional gifts and are also like normal, like normally developed and medically and other ways, who are, for all intents and purposes, a normal person who've been gifted an exceptionally high IQ and exceptionally sharp mental acuity for recall. And Indio was one of those people. Absolutely, 100%. In live time, you could be listening to him talk and somebody will bring up a question totally left of field that has absolutely nothing to do with the current topic of discussion. And Indio's able to immediately pivot into whatever discussion that is and become an instantaneous leader on the subject because he's been more well-read and has better recall and better on-the-fly analytical ability than almost anybody else you'll meet.
Morning, mate. Good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry,
I have a meeting, so I'm going to listen and sit
I was
back.
just saying good morning to someone. Yeah, and then what he does, Yoda, is he'll bring that totally left field topic back to what he was talking about before.
He was really good at actively listening as well. Like he could literally pivot, repivot, pivot again, and then remember what they said 5-10 minutes ago. Yeah.
Yeah, you saw him sometimes sitting in here, like for a good half an hour, listening to the conversation before he actually talks. And then he picks up a contradiction that they spoke about half an hour ago. Anyway, we love you, Indio.
I think we all became better arguers because of Indio.
Yeah, just listening. Yeah.
Classic Indio was when he told someone to repeat back what I just told you, and they couldn't, and they said to him, repeat back what I just told you, and he repeated it back perfectly, even if it was 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Like word for word. Or on the fly, recall like entire sections and paragraphs of a document, like hundreds of pages in.
I was hoping that this might bring Mickey back.
Did he leave because of me? Did I not put on deodorant one morning? Is that why he's gone?
No,
I know he's
honestly,
doing other things, but
I'm
it's nice to
happy
have him
for
around
him.
at the moment.
I'm happy for him. I know he's worked really hard his whole life to support him and his family, and I hope that him and his wife are going out and living the best part of the second part of their lives.
Yeah.
Because that's the one thing we can't forget when we come in here talking about flat Earth. I've heard your recording several times, Yoder. Do not neglect your family because of flat Earth. Your family is more
100%.
important.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that was your salvation.
All the other parts of your life. Don't let it consume you. You know what to wear. It's the only thing that you've got, right? You need to, live your life, do your job, have your goals. See those goals out. Don't let it consume you. Have fun too. Go out, see the world.
Yeah, I think one of Indio's last lessons is to give us this perspective on life and to put into context what's important.
Yeah.
Go wear that nice outfit. Go to that nice restaurant. Go,
get out in nature.
Yeah, just go enjoy
camping.
yourself, man.
Go to the water. Go and sit next to the ocean, appreciate it. Look at the stars. Won't tell us what shape it is, but look at them.
Take a trip somewhere. Go see the Aurora Borealis. Go see the Aurora Australis.
Yeah, come
Go see
here.
them both.
Yeah. Experience Australia.
Or Canada or whatever.
Australia's got those like huntsman spiders. They're freaking huge, the size of dinner plates.
Yeah, they're our friends though.
Do they eat other nuisances like birds?
No, there's a bird-eating spider, but the huntsman, you just leave them up in the corner of the house. They eat mosquitoes and cockroaches and flies and things like that. So if you see a big huntsman in the house, you just leave them alone. It's the only spider you just leave it in the house. They do bite, but only if you
They like tarantula bites where like they rarely do it, and if they do, it's going to hurt, but you're going to be okay.
Yeah, there's no poison in them.
Are they kind of docile? Like, can you pet them like tarantulas?
People have them. I've seen people have them as like pets. So scary looking things.
Yeah,
Top
they're
10, one of the
huge.
top 10 worst pets you can have.
What's that, Toby?
That's got to be a top 10 worst pet you can have. Giant spider.
Yeah, I reckon it's a rat. Apparently they're good pets, but I would never have one.
I had a couple rats when I was in middle school. Me and my sister.
That
Taught her how to
explains
do
everything, Toby.
taught her how to fetch and stuff.
But I would say, everyone from Australia goes and visits the rest of the world, but the rest of the world don't really come here, and they're missing out.
Just don't go to northern
Yo,
North
sorry
Carolina. Go to
about that.
southern
I'm
North
like,
Carolina.
what up? You guys are trying to chop up things that are not about flat Earth.
Yeah, we're just talking, dude. We're just contemplating life, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You would have dealt with India a few times. Yeah.
Yeah. There was only one time I felt comfortable speaking to Indio, like from the globe position.
Yeah.
And it was ironically about fucking the evaporation duct layer for radio wave propagation, like bouncing up and down. We chopped that up. I don't know. I don't remember what my point was. It wasn't a good globe argument, I could tell you.
Well, did you have any good globe arguments?
No, it was
You
all.
actually,
No, I don't think I made a good glober. Not even close.
you did, Brett. Well, you fit in when you were laughing with them. You fit in with them.
Nah, there's no way to be a good glober because Earth is not a globe. It's like being a good fucking asshole.
Yeah. Well, you can be good at being an asshole. So.
The best globers are the ones that actually go and show that the observations don't match the globe. Like, in my opinion, Shoebill, Jesse Gordon, Flat Earthers Are Funny, Seafoam. These guys, they actually show why the globe, Ruhith, they go out and it's like, yeah, standard refraction. Yeah, can't see the ISS where it's predicted to be. Yeah, everything's bent. Those globers are exposed in the model.
Yeah.
So they're top tier.
I don't mind Ruhif. I actually like Ruhif.
Yeah, he exposes how stupid the model is. He's up there.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. But he's honest about it. He's honest about it too, so I don't mind having a conversation with him. I've had many good conversations with him.
Ruhif was the one that got me thinking about refraction.
I like talking to Bill.
I never, I was all in on the whole QE argument about refraction, and Ruhif showed me a laser bending upwards. I'm like, oh crap, that's how refraction works on the flat Earth.
Yeah, that's why you see ships go over the horizon, right?
Yeah, the light deflects upward as the ship moves further and further away from that deflection point. It would appear to be sinking, as we've discussed, sinking refraction.
Yeah, Yoda showed me a good drawing once as well about things behind things looking the same size as them. It's refraction, sideways refraction too. Remember that drawing, Yoda?
Oh, with the wind turbines?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Sorry, hold on. What was the question?
No, it's all right. It's how you see the wind turbines behind the other wind turbines, and they look the same size. And you had that drawing with the light kind of bending away left and right as well. It was a primitive drawing, but
oh yeah, you mean like from overhead, showing how the hot pylons?
Yeah, like a plan view.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So from an overhead shot looking straight down, I mean those hot pylons against a very cool air and cool layer of water are going to potentially magnify themselves, and the work of Dr. John Dee actually exemplifies this with his work on the pylons, and he talked about this, how the reason why the pylons like 12 to 15 miles away look as thick as the ones that are like 5 miles away because of this magnification effect.
Yeah. It's very interesting stuff. That's what keeps them coming back. You think secretly some of them go away and go, oh, that guy makes so much sense, but it can't be, right?
No, my favorite is the flat earthers never right syndrome. I used to do that when I was on X and I'd go into spaces. I'd go into these discussions about quantum theory and, you know, Einstein theory and just have these conversations with these people. And I'd steel man them, right? And then after like an hour or two of steel manning them, I'd be like, oh, by the way, I'm a flat earther. And then just watch their whole demeanor change. How could you be a flat earther? You just said everything that we were talking about. I'm like, I know, and it's all wrong. You're wrong.
Yeah, Cross, it's good to hear you back too, mate. Long time no see. who killed the room.
Shit, you guys are talking about Indio as if he's like retired or something. What happened?
He passed away, man.
Say what? Fucking shit.
Yep.
Oh my god. I didn't know that. Holy fucking shit, dude.
Yeah. Yep.
A fucking legend.
Yeah, he's gone, man. Sorry.
Wow. I really liked talking to him, man. He was so knowledgeable. What a knowledgeable man. Holy shit, man. That's crazy. Fuck.
Yeah, we were very lucky to have someone like him on our side this whole time, you know?
If you're interested, Alec, we've been playing replays of him on if you can still get in it. So if you ever need to listen to it.
Flipping up his best stuff? Yeah, I wanna dig on his best stuff, man. That would be awesome. Dude, he was so fucking on point when he wanted to get into it the right way with someone. It's like there was no debate. You don't debate Indio. You just get schooled. Fuck, man, that's crazy. That's actually really crazy.
Can you still get into the home server? You're not. You still a member on there?
Right now, no. You can send me an invite. I'll join. Thank you.
Hello, 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 guys.
What's up, man? What are you doing? Thinking about the globe?
Breaking news, everybody. The Earth is a globe. Yeah.
All right. Why do you think that?
Because science proves, I mean,
What science?
everybody knows that the Earth is a globe. And
Yeah, but why do they think that?
because they've been they've been to space, they've been on the moon, they've been sending. Huh?
I would bet you've never been to space.
Me? I've never been to space, but I believe them. I believe what they tell us.
All right, so
And
that's the reason you think you're on a ball is because somebody told you they went to space.
no, they brought back proofs. They brought back lunar
What proof?
rocks. They brought pictures.
Proof?
They brought videos. Yeah.
What proof? Where is it?
They brought lunar rock. They brought pictures. They brought videos. And we saw them when they climbed on those big rockets and
Are those the same
left the Earth.
moon rocks that
So
was
if
determined
these
to
are
be
not
fake?
proofs for you, I don't know what.
All right.
Moon rocks? He's talking about moon rocks.
Moon rocks turned out to be fake, bro. That was easy.
Indeed.
What's up, DJ? How's your day?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, hot as hell here in Poland, man. It's like 40 degrees Celsius today. So yeah, just sweating my ass off.
Dude, I'm out there embracing it, man. I'm realizing this thing about heat. Everybody's like, what is gravity? What is space-time? Dude, what is heat? Because like when I breathe, like I desire like a cold sharpness as I inhale, you know? And it's just so fucking hot outside. It's like you don't really get it every time. I'm thinking about how like, you know, when we inhale, we can still seek some kind of coldness. And it's like it's like a very like I'm like breathing in while outside and I'm like finding like tiny bits of cold in my inhale, even though it's like all hot air. I was just having like that weird thought. Like, what's going on there? Is there actually like a bit of absolute zero, like within the heat? Because it's like in the middle of a transfer. You know, and can you just like be in tune with feeling that cold even though it's all hot?
So yeah, even if you're in a hot room, right, and you've got a fan blasting on you, it doesn't decrease the temperature in the room even the slightest bit. In fact, it will increase the temperature in the room slightly just because of the fan engine. But you can sit there and feel completely nice and cool in a hot room just with a fan on you.
Yeah, I think about how they say in the military, like, you know, people complain like, "Oh, it's so hot in the desert," or like, "Oh my God, there's like no AC." You know, "Oh, it's so fucking cold, like there's no heat." And then what do they tell them to do? Just close your eyes and pretend. And I was doing that. You know, I've been doing that in the sauna. You know, I don't know how it's relevant to flat Earth though.
Yeah, well, all of these things can only exist if the Earth's not a globe, right? Because everything would be dead if it was a globe in a space vacuum.
Friggin' space vacuum.
It's crazy as shit, man. You know what's impressive? They've managed to convince people that the globe idea is the normal idea and that the things that we claim are crazy and they can't even imagine it.
It's like, you know, it's funny, like talking to, there's a difference between like these globers and then like just people that don't realize that they just blindly believe in a globe. You know,
Oh, huge difference.
there's
Yeah,
like a switch
completely.
that has to get hit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, you gotta be like in that moment when they realize, like they get to choose. Am I just gonna assert globe like a dipshit, or am I gonna fucking accept this? You know, and like
Yeah,
honest people accept it, and then globers, they're just like, I'm just gonna spam and have fun and just.
Yeah, man. I
Yeah,
like
you know?
like hearing that. You can kind of hear that light bulb going off in people's heads when they're just an honest. You know, they never thought about it. They come in here and you explain it to them. Explain what we don't think. Right? We don't think it's some crazy disc in space shit. And then go over some stuff, and you can almost hear this like light bulb go off, or see this light bulb go off in them, and they're like, "Damn, what the hell?" It's that's the best part of it for me is seeing people wake up, you know, and start to think about it. And you don't get that in a lot of servers, right? Because like you know, like most of the flat earth servers are just filled with anti-flat earthers or just no globers, right? Just like people that have been debating the globe thing for years. And you know, they got scripts and they got like all that sort of shit, right? Anti-flat earthers, like worldwide debates. It's most of the servers you don't get like regular globers to talk to, but in the English hub and in the politics server occasionally you'll get these real globers, right? And they've, you know, they don't have an agenda. They just come in, they want to ask questions, and that's when you get to have those good conversations. That's why 24/7 is the best best flat earth server, because we actually have globe earthers to talk to, not zealot obsessed anti-flat earthers like Omnivore and shit like that.
Because is like the flat Earth theory says that the Earth is flat, but it's still floating in the space.
No, not like a flat planet.
Yeah, floating
Different.
in space is not required. It's not necessary. There's nothing indicating that you're floating in space.
Okay. So, can you explain more?
Hey, you're on the ground. You're not floating.
Yeah, so this is like a different way of thinking about the system that we live in. Everyone gets taught that everything resides in this big space vacuum, and that, you know, like an infinite space vacuum, and you've got all of these big giant stars like millions of light years away, and planets, and that we're, you know, in this space vacuum, you know, flying around on this ball. Okay, this is a completely different way of thinking about, you know, the system that we live in, and you know, it's hard for people to get out of that globe model, right? That heliocentric model. So people are always trying to insert the flat Earth inside the globe model or inside the space vacuum. We don't claim that. We're not even claiming to know the shape or size of the Earth. We're claiming that large bodies of water aren't curving, right? Like as they would if the Earth's a globe, right? Like curving over distance. And most of the surface that we know about is water, oceans and shit like that, right? Seas. And when we test it, right, using high-powered lasers, using amazing zoom cameras, we can't find the curvature that should be there. You know, we can calculate it, right? We could calculate how much curvature should be there, like would have to be there if it's a globe, and it's not there. You know, we can zoom in and see things that should be hidden behind hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature. And after researching it, yeah, go ahead.
So I'm just curious, like, is it like only like a flat Earth and like the sky is kind of? So I'm still confused, like where the sun goes.
Yeah, so, you know, we see the sun and all of the other things in the sky move in cycles, right? We see the sun moving over the Earth, above us in the sky. And, you know, it repeats its cycle each year, each 365 days. The cycle will reset and it will repeat itself again. And that's what creates daytime, nighttime, seasons, pressure systems, which create wind and so on. So I would say that the Earth's not moving, but the sun is moving above the Earth. And we also don't think the sun's like 93 million miles away in a space vacuum. That's ridiculous. Okay, so what exactly is the sun? We're not making that claim. Okay, we observe a big, bright light in the sky. We call it the sun. It looks about the same size as the moon. Don't know if it is or isn't. Okay, but it moves east to west. You know, and it rises and sets for each individual person due to the way our perspective works. Because things in the distance look like they get lower. Okay, like if you watch a plane flying away, or you look at clouds in the distance, you look at street lights going down a street or a hallway, it looks like everything converges into a vanishing point. And that's because of the way our perspective works. So we see the sun moving in the sky, and it alters its path throughout the year, right? To where you're going to have winter and summer, depending on how close the sun is to your particular part of the Earth. You know, so while it's going to while it's winter in Australia, it's going to be summer in, you know, northern places like Europe, for example. And then 6 months later, it's going to be the opposite. And you can explain it fine on a globe, right? I agree with that. But you can also explain that fine on a flat Earth. So some things are going to work on both, right? But nothing is only going to work on the globe. Especially the water, right? The water's
Like
not curving.
If like the sun is like revolving, like, and the moon is revolving around the Earth.
Mhm.
So I
Above.
guess we are kind of floating in space.
No, we wouldn't have to be floating in space. Just remove space from your mind entirely.
But like when the sun sets down, where it goes?
It's going away from you. Let me give you an example. It's not setting, right? It's not disappearing behind the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
May I
It's
ask dude a question? Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to ask him, like, perspective, you apply it to the ground, right? Like, do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
All right. Do you apply it to the sky?
No.
Why?
No. I guess because the Earth is like it's kind of flat from where I see it, so I can easily apply perspective. Also,
Let me
like
tell you this, bro.
the
Like, I'm
object.
looking at the sky right now. The clouds overhead, they look like big, and then they get, smaller relatively. They get relatively smaller and smaller as they get closer to the horizon. Like, the sky also has this convergence happening. Like, you see clouds near the horizon. That's how you know the clouds are getting lower due to perspective.
Okay.
Like, you would have to say that the reason the clouds are lower is due to Earth curve, which, I don't know. I don't see clouds. I don't see curving clouds.
Yeah, perspective, and you add to perspective that the sun is not that far away. It's not 93 million miles away, and it's not that big. And the light coming from the sun is definitely not parallel. So the light rays are diverging away from the sun, conversion to the sun. And that light coming from the sun is submitted also to the same laws that any type of light is submitted to. So the invert square law, light diminish when it have to traverse into like thick air. Some people call it atmosphere. So the thick atmosphere, so the light attenuation will happen because the light coming from the sun is just normal light. So yeah, that object in the sky above the earth, not around the earth. Don't imagine the earth as a disk and the sun is hanging around the earth. No, it's above your head, like it is. You see it every day, and above my head, and it's just going away from you. And that object, like those light bulbs in the street light, do you see them above your head, high above your head, couple of meters, like 3, 4, 5 meters, depending on the pole that is suspended on, and you see them like setting, like this, like the sun is doing, setting in when you see them in distance, they appear like they are setting. The one that is next to you is the highest one. The other ones farther from you will appear lower than the one before. Is it really like that? No, it's just perspective and the air around between you and the object that you are observing.
So what do you do? What do you think the Earth is lying on? Like,
no one knows. No one verified that.
Look at it this way. There's a gradient, and as you go lower in the ocean, like the density of animals changes. Like there's species of animals that are very light down there, but for them, they're just hanging out just like us up here. So the difference of like the weight of the situation, like it doesn't matter when you're actually there.
So why the Earth doesn't have borders?
So you got super saline lakes down there. It appears that there's lakes at the bottom of the ocean, And if you look at the SpaceX launches, the rockets are like skimming a layer of the atmosphere. It looks like water. It literally looks like the surface of water. So we're just in like a layer of water, and there's layers below and layers above.
The question that you asked is not correct. You said why the Earth doesn't have borders. So, do you have any information about those borders that the Earth doesn't have? Because your question contains a claim that the Earth doesn't have borders. So, why the Earth doesn't have borders? No one knows if there is borders or not. So,
Okay. How no one knows? Like in the globe perspective, like it's all connected since it's a sphere, so it doesn't require a border. But
yeah, no one knows, and no one went to verify if there is an edge or not, a border or no border. You didn't go to check. I didn't, and I assume that no one here went to check.
I think maybe it's
about an edge or no edge. Someone will have to go to verify. Other than that, it will be just speculation. Edge or no edge, it will be just speculation. We are talking about the thing that can be verified, that is already verified. It's not a suspended claim that needs an appeal to future or something like that. No, we are talking about something that happened. The surface that we are standing on is not curving, it's flat. The surface of the water, known bodies, the large bodies of water, starting from the cup in front of you, to the bucket, to the tub, to the pool, to the lake, to the ocean, is flat.
But like if the Earth like was flat, like when you have like a flat like area, like let's say like a square, like when you reach like one of the square like borders, like you don't find yourself like in the other like parallel border, right?
I completely understand you. Yeah, but so no one knows if there is an edge to that square, like you said. No one knows if it is a square or circle because no one went to see if it is a square or circle, if that have an edge or unlimited. Do you know if it is an unlimited surface? You can just go indefinitely till you die, and you can't validate if there is an edge or there is an end or something like that. No one went to check. The table, the flat table or the flat board, you can go and verify by yourself, check the edge of the table, measure if it is a curved edge, making an oval table, a circle table, or an edge with the straight lines and corners, so a triangle, a square, a hexagon, something like that. You can verify those things. But for the Earth, till this moment where we are talking, no one went to verify the edge. If there is one.
So where should I go to verify that?
Just continue walking till you find an edge.
Okay, so like I mean, like which country is like tends to be like on the edge of the Earth since it's like flat and has borders?
It's not a country. The Earth is not composed of a country. It's just the known continents and the known oceans. And the unknown is something that's unknown. Like, for example, going in a straight line from the north toward the south and continuing that same straight line. If it is a globe Earth, we'll just go back to the north from the other side. So we will just pass the south, the South Pole, and you will cross it and you will find yourself in the Indian Ocean if you are going from South America If you're crossing Antarctica, starting from the North and North America, South America, you cross the South Pole and you find yourself in the Indian Ocean, then South Asia, and so on till you find yourself again in the North Pole. You do that, definitely you will go to that supposed edge or no edge. You will just continue. If you don't go back to that north, means that it's not a globe. So you just continue on your path till you find or never find that edge.
Okay. So
No one
like
did.
what?
No one
Can I
tried
ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Why do you think satellite can't go around the planet of Earth in a circular motion?
I don't
So if
believe
the
that
if the
those.
Earth is flat, how can it be?
I don't believe that those objects in the sky, like they name them satellite, are the things that they are claiming they are. Like just metallic boxes with some circuits inside and some couple of chips, and they are hanging there without nothing. Just the magical so-called force, not force, or force, pseudo force, like those claims and hypotheses they're throwing everywhere. It claims that they are just hanging there by gravity and their rotation around the Earth or with the Earth, and that those things. I don't believe those things are the thing they are claiming.
Also, how can people travel from Japan to America and travel in
What?
like how can we travel in more than just a one way or a one, how can I say it? We can travel in a lot of directions if the planets of Earth have a border. So how can it be?
Like I said, you just again put the assumption in your question. How can, if the Earth have borders, how can we travel? No one claimed borders or edge or anything like that. You just assuming there is one, and you throw it in your question.
The circular or the round shape is the only shape that haven't a limit. So if we want to suggest that the planets of Earth have no borders, it must be circular or not any
So
other
I have
shape.
another question.
Let me just answer her question before asking another question. So, if I'm next to my house, and I'm starting from in front of the door of my house, and I want to travel around my house, does the street where I live and that block where my house is, does that place to just to travel around my house and come back to where I started from, does that block need to be a ball? Or can it be a planar surveyed by engineers and professionals, surveyed to be level, and I can travel around it, even if there is no borders? There is no tangible or even borders that are agreed on that are not really tangible, like the borders between countries. They are not real. So it's just a concept that we agree upon. So there is no borders in the square where I live. I can circumnavigate that house and go back from where I started from, without it being sphere, and without it having borders. I can make the circle bigger, travel around the city, go back to where I started from. The city doesn't need to be a sphere, though.
But if I change the direction of, if I change the way, it will be obvious, like the country and the path will change.
Sure, it will be obvious. That's what we were talking about earlier. He wanted to check where if there is an edge or no edge. I just asked him. Start from the north, go south in one single direction, don't deviate right or left. One unique forward direction toward the south and keep going. If you come back to the north again, it's a globe Earth, definitely, or a cylinder. It depends on it's not a point that we have to stop around. So it must be something like that, a geoid, a ball, a potato shape, something like that, where you go in a line where you don't deviate forward, deviate left or right, and you keep going just toward the south. If you come back where you started from, definitely a ball or something like that. You continue, you never go back to the north, means that it's not a ball. Traverse some more than the distance that you should travel to go back to the north, and you find yourself not in the north. Definitely, it's not a globe.
So you've mentioned that satellites are like just flying objects in the sky. So I'm just curious, like, do you think
every
do you think
satellite
like
must be one of the different HAPS that exist. HAPS is just HAPTS. It's just a high altitude platforming system. There is so many different type of
it's not related to the satellite, like it's more, the question is more related, like, do you think like zero gravity exists?
zero gravity. I don't think that gravity is a thing. Gravity, if you want to use the term, I would call it specific gravity. That's the only gravity that is really proved to exist. Specific
So
gravity, absolutely known as Archimedes principle.
I mean, like, if zero gravity doesn't exist, like they have to fuel the satellites from now, from now and then with the fuel, so like they keep like orbiting in the sky.
Like I said, if you're talking about the real gravity that I know that exists, really, that have been proven, which is Archimedes principle. So the zero gravity that you're thinking about, I will name it object in an equilibrium density with the medium, like having an egg in equilibrium density with the medium, which is water inside, so the egg doesn't float and doesn't sink. It's just stable in the medium. Even if you there is a test that you can do. You put an egg in equilibrium density with the medium inside the solid metallic tube, and you firmly close it. You drop it from high altitude. The egg never breaks. It will never move from where you put it inside that water, because it's just in equilibrium. You call it zero gravity. I can consider that term, but it's not the zero gravity that you are thinking about. The absence of the so-called force that never have been proven to exist, or the no force, like the other theories suggest. The fictitious force, on the other term, the pseudo force, the wrapping and bending of four-dimensional space.
Okay, so do you think like in the outer space, or like above in the sky, like there is like an equilibrium, like the egg floats in the water?
There is no outer space.
Sorry?
There is no outer space.
Like in the sky, like do you think
Yes.
there like become an equilibrium?
It depends on the object that you are putting there. Like, for example, if you release a helium balloon, that balloon will just continue rising until it hits a layer where it is in equilibrium with the surrounding medium, and it will stop rising and it won't sink. It will just float there, not moving up or down, moving up or down slightly dependent of the wind, but not dependent on its density. So if there is some wind, it will just move it slightly and it will
Okay,
come
but
back where
we
it
see,
was because it's in equilibrium with the medium.
but like we see the sun and the moon as like round objects, so
You see them as round objects. I see them as objects, as lights in the sky. I don't even know if they are physical objects, not even round. Round? Do you think that the moon is round? Or is just appearing to you to be like that and you assume that it is round?
yeah,
Can
it's
you
appearing to me like
prove that
it's
it's
round.
round and not a hemisphere, like half a sphere? Can you validate that?
No,
Can you validate that it is
no,
not a half a sphere with the cone attached to the other side? Half a sphere with the cone, like a droplet shape. Can you prove that it is not like that? That it is a sphere? You can't.
no, I can't, but
You can't.
but like the moon specifically has like sides, right?
Sides? What sides? Other than the only side that we all see.
Like you can like recognize like the sides like from the scratch on the moon, certain
Yeah,
scratch on the moon.
like I told you, if I assume that it is something, I would say that it is like half a sphere with a flat back, or half a sphere with the cone attached to the back. You can't tell because what you are seeing is just one face of something that appears to be parabolic shaped. It appears to be. It's not. It appears to be. There is so many differences there between the appearance and the thing. And what is the thing?
I think if you want to suggest that the earth is flat, you have to put a lot of new laws that are opposite, because a lot of laws are in favor of the earth being a sphere.
It's completely the opposite. Completely the opposite.
So
So
how can
let's take,
the
for
winter
example,
and the night
you want to bet? And let's take just one example. Gas laws.
Okay.
How, using gas laws, the known gas laws, how would you justify pressurized air sitting next to a vacuum? Without the air, following the gas law, the second gas law of thermodynamics, and the high pressure goes to low pressure and they equalize to and fill the volume equally. How would you just go around that law and justify that you have air pressurized around the earth adjacent to vacuum?
I think you are neglecting other laws. Like it's true that there's a law that concerning about the gas motion, but also there's a law that concerning about the gravity. The Earth have a gravity, and any other planet or shape in the outer space have a gravity. For that reason, if you want to like solve a math problem of an equilibrium, you don't have to neglect any force, because maybe the force that you neglect is the stronger force.
Oh,
The most
so
force that
gas
have
law. So
best
the gas
evidence.
laws are wrong. Following
Thank you,
your
thank you, thank you.
here.
All
Because
done.
gas laws don't
Wonderful.
introduce gravity and the force of gravity, pulling gases, making high pressure somewhere adjacent to a vacuum somewhere else. No. So you are saying now, by this sentence, that gas laws are wrong.
They aren't wrong.
They aren't what?
The gravity of and the
No,
force
no,
of
no.
gravity is stronger than the effect of this law. If
I'm
you
talking
have
about
an object and the
gas
effect,
laws. So, are gas laws wrong? Because what gas laws are precisely
we are talking
make
about
you
the space.
saying that if you
We
put,
can't.
if you have high pressure, and also the second law of thermodynamics, that include energy,
All
pressure,
of them are
the
true and work
different
very
things,
true.
temperature.
But we can't neglect other laws.
Yeah, but this law neglected gravity because it talks about the
No,
gas
the
behavior,
effect of
the
gravity is
non-gas
not.
behavior. So meaning, and all those tests that the laws of gas are based on tests that have been done on gravity, environment, meaning that they should say that if you release gas, high pressurized gas in a container, it won't equalize. It won't just disperse and fill the volume equally. Gravity will just attract some of them. No, they were done here. The tests were done here. The pressure were measured here. The equalization were found here, and based on those tests, they wrote and they made those laws.
Why do you think that?
Because gravity doesn't exist. There is one single thing that you can call gravity, which is specific gravity. Density and buoyancy, the Archimedes principle. And that thing is included in the gas laws when you are talking about different gases with different densities. They will just stratify. Yeah, because that gravity is real. The specific gravity is real. It's included in the gas laws. But your gravity, the gravity that you are talking about, which is one of two or more, there's the gravitons, but it's not really popular. Force by Newton, which is a force, and by Einstein, not force. It's the wrapping and bending of space-time. That's not mentioned in the gas laws. So you have to find an excuse. You have to find an, I consider gravity the excuse. Yeah, I consider gravity the excuse. The lie that the heliocentric people have to use to just keep their imaginary world together. Without that lie, everything will fall out.
So if you think it's a lie, you have to provide us with a narrative and support this narrative with true evidence. It's easy to say that something is wrong, but if you want to prove your point of view, you have to give us proofs.
Simple.
Yeah, what is your proof that gravity towards the center of a ball? There's no proof of that.
I have a proof. The proof that gravity have never been a scientific claim. It's always have been a pseudoscientific claim. And following the principle of a claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So your claim, gravity, have never been validated scientifically. It's just a hypothesis thrown like that without any validation. You have two claims. You have never been able to validate any one of them. Still, you just use all of them at the same time without knowing. I don't know how you work and how your brain works, but you use both of them. You agree with both of them. They are contradicting each other. One says gravity is a force. The other says gravity is not a force. One say the space is absolute. The other say space is not absolute. One say the object is attracted to the ground, so it falls toward the ground. The other say no, it's the ground going to the object, toward the object. The heck are you talking about? Which one have been proven?
We got the two narratives. Both of them have strong points and weak points, and they elapse together. We need to search and focus on proving and doing it in a scientific method rather than suggesting another 100 story without proof.
Good luck doing that. Been 400 years now since the claim. 400 or less. I would just throw the number. Newton, I think he was since 400 years ago, and he thrown his. Since that moment, have never been validated scientifically. It have never been following the scientific method at all. So welcome. Good luck doing that in the future. We're just waiting. We know the claim. We can steelman the claim. We can because we were coming from your side, so we were indoctrinated under the same things. So, and some of us know more than the globers about their own claim. So yeah, good luck. Like you just said, you have two different narratives, and it's accurate. I swear, it's the most accurate testimony said from a glober since a long time. You said we have two narratives. I agree. They are just narratives. Some people are narrating what they think, nothing based on reality.
I think if we stop...
The moment you will validate that scientifically and follow the scientific method, like you just said earlier, yeah, at that moment it will be something that we have to talk about.
If we are trying to be distracted every time, we won't reach what we reach. Like, there will be no Wi-Fi, no technology, there will be not a lot of things, because we need to work on the things that the people behind us had, they do a lot of effort, and we need to do a lot of effort after them to make the world better.
Yes, and I agree with you. But still, till this moment, nothing is based on your globe or the gravity. It's just assumed to be in what's happening. Like the simple questions when people try to talk about gravity, prove gravity, like Neil deGrasse Tyson did. His best, he's released a microphone and said, gravity. What the heck? If that microphone was in salty water, it wouldn't fall to the ground. It would float, go up. So what would he say? Gravity up. No, it's not like that works. It's not because you can throw the magical word into just find excuses for the things that you can explain and you see happening. You just throw that blindly. No,
the universe is an open system. We can't neglect any cause. Any effect have to be considered. If we didn't consider any effect or any force that affects our world, we won't reach the true result.
Yeah, even if I take what you just said as a given, there is another claim in your same topic, which is gravity. They say that gravity is not a force. So what you are talking about is a force. What you were talking about now, you were talking about force, and you said it. No, some people are telling you that those effects that you see, the pen falling, the microphone falling to the ground, that satellites, and it's gravity, but it's not a force. So
when they say gravity is not a force, they say that because it's something more complicated than the regular force in our small system. Gravity can overlap with time. The other smallest
doesn't overlap with time.
No,
gravity doesn't overlap with time. That gravity, they claim, is the effect. Gravity, the time first, like you said, to correct what you just said. Time overlap with space. That's why they call it space and time. It's a 4-dimensional space. So you have the 3 axes and you had the 4th one, a magical one, which is the time. Both are just concept. That's a big topic. But gravity is when an object, a big celestial object like a sun, like a star, is exists. It bends that 4-dimensional space and time. It bends it and wrap it. So the objects that are in that field that is bent, they will just go in free fall inside that bending space-time and go toward that object, like they demonstrated with the 2-dimensional example, the cloth and the balls, but it's in a 4-dimensional shit.
Do you believe in the Big Bang Theory?
No shit, no. Big Bang Theory? No. I don't go with stupid assumptions that can't be proven. And no one were there to see what happened, the explosion. There is no measurement that you can take to see the explosion happening, measure the joules. What you can do is just assume.
Do you believe in me, like
in what?
Being here in the universe? Do you believe that I am?
Repeat the question.
Do you believe in me being in this universe? Or maybe you are like imagining someone talking to you. You are seeing the effect of me. You are hearing me. You are seeing the effect. For that reason, you believe that?
If your question about reality, that I think that things are real, and I assume that you are a real person because there is AI, so I can confuse you with AI. Definitely, you are not hallucination. That's a check. So, and I'm not a brain in a jar. That's a check. Because I don't go with stupid ideas.
I could be an AI. You can be hallucinating.
Who made the jar? That's the thing, a jar. And you name it a jar. So it's something that you shouldn't know what it is. You named it already a jar. That's a stupid claim also that I don't go with that. So yeah, I believe that reality is something.
I feel you are taking the thing emotionally. You are believing on things that you like to believe in. You are
like I
subjective
said,
rather than objective.
like I said, you might be an AI. If you claim that you are a person, I can go with that. It's just something that I will believe. I won't claim its knowledge till I verify you personally. And I would claim to know you. So if I further discuss with you in private and other ways, and yeah, because I know people online that are people, but not every person that comes talks to me. I believe that what he's saying is legit. Like what the example that happened to us earlier. We couldn't tell if the guy was trolling, was legit, thinking those things. We had a long discussion about that. So, yeah,
I
I'm
think
not taking.
everything is possible, but we need to be objective. We need to follow the things that look to be more certain than the other thing. If
Correct.
we focusing on like just believing in the thing that we want to believe in, we won't like get the level of technology and achievement that we get before. If
Will you
we
trust me if I
change
tell you
the way
something?
that we are thinking about the world will, our world, and everything that we do will collapse.
Will you tell me? Will you believe me if I tell you something? We are all here. I'm talking about flat earthers. We are all here because we believe that the reality, that the truth, what we are talking about, is objective. That's all. So objective reality is the thing that is common between us, flat earthers here. We believe in objective reality. We have a little bit of what I can call it, like an antivirus for subjective experiences that can't be verified. Those things we are like skeptics about. Objective
So you
reality,
don't believe
the
in
thing that
that
I can
the world
verify,
must
you
be.
can verify, everyone can verify, is the thing that we go with, like flat Earth.
So you don't believe in the idea of the world must be objective 100%. Like
The world must be predicted 100%.
Yep, not predicted,
100%.
objective. Our world
Yeah.
and everything that we react with, our surrounding and the internet interaction.
No, I don't think that. I don't believe that we can acquire 100% of the knowledge that can be acquired. I think that the most we can have is just a fraction of the entire knowledge that can be acquired.
I agree with you, we can't. But here comes the importance of the direction of thinking. Like if you're focusing on imagining and thinking to impose another reality rather than the actual reality, you won't get any, how can I say, you won't get any kind of progress, actual progress. You can write a good narrative. You can use your imagination well, but if you didn't, if you try to be and think very, very freely without considering the law of the world, you won't get an actual effect on the outer world. You can write a good narrative, a funny narrative, an entertaining narrative, but you can't like doing something that can make the people get benefit from.
Use them both equally. I imagine I focus on tangible things. I use both of things, but separately. I can imagine. I have a good imagination. That's
No,
why I
you
have
have
my
to use
own.
them together.
I have my own
If you use
speculations about. I
everything
have.
of them, like just if you be objective 100%, you won't get anything new. But if you give yourself the ability to use your imagination with respecting the laws, you will do an actual progress. If you focus on being objective 100%, you won't get any progress. And if you focus on being imaginary 100%, you will not get any actual result.
So, because, like I said, I separate both things. I use them both, but I separate them because I want to use my imaginary ideas because it's just imagination. It's assumed things that I conceptualize or created in my mind and put it there as a concept or an assumption for, like, for example, the sky, what is beyond the sky, what is below the ground. I can conceptualize an idea about that. I can use my imagination and I conceptualize things, but it will be just personal. Because what I used to form those ideas, did I use something tangible? No. It was based on imagination. Nothing tangible. So I can't use those things to talk to people about reality and how is reality. I can keep that for myself. Yeah, we can share those ideas. I can share it with you, but not in an argument as like a proof or evidence or something like that, or something to argue with, to use in an argument. No. Can share that with you. You can adopt that idea. If you won't find it logic, you can throw it from the window. It's based on your own perspective, because it's just imagination. Tangible things, verifiable things, those are the things that you can argue about. Because the argument have to have an evidence, an argument, tangible argument, something that you can base your claim and found your claim on. Measurements, tangible things, verifiable things. And yeah, you can start an argument with that. That's why I'm always against debates about religions or religions against an atheist. Both I don't want to go say bad word. Both of them are talking about their own belief, something that they consider as a given. One is believing that there is a creator based on his logical inferences. He doesn't have any verifiable, tangible proof for that. It will be just personal experiences, testimonies, and what he believed from his scripture or people that he heard. That's why I hate arguments and debates about religions, because there is no tangible thing about that. You believe what you believe based on your own perspective. I believe what I believe based on my perspective and my logical inferences that I had, based on my personal experiences also. That's why we consider the globe as a religion. There is nothing tangible there. It's like a religion. Based, like the religion is based on scriptures. Yes, this is also based on scriptures, but those scriptures contain images, photos, so-called photos from space, photos of satellites, photos from a satellite of a ball Earth with the curved surface that you can never find in reality, but you can see it in photos, in videos. Testimonies also, like you can find in those religious scriptures, like the Sunni in the Islam, Muhammad said, and Shafi'i said, and Abu Bakr said, and that motherfucker said. Yeah, you will find he said that he saw. That person said that he sent. and that person said that he discovered. And majority of the claims that you will find is what those vague answers. Scientists found, scientists discovered. Who's that scientist? Scientists found. Go and search for that scientist among those millions. Because they heard it like that. They just repeat the same exact stupid phrase. They heard it like that. Scientists found that the Earth is a globe. Talk to him and you will repeat the same exact stupid phrase that he heard. Scientists found that the Earth is a globe.
I think to be fair, if we want to be fair, we need to get two people. Both of them got the knowledge about all of the religions and all of the experience and make them talk together. And then we will see what is true. It's like the science. It's the same. We can't talk if we don't know everything. Like when you say that, مثلا, when you say that this guy is about just from your experience, it's saying something not true and just suggesting that the scientist has proved that thing and you don't believe in this, you need to search. You need, if you want to start a debate, you need to start a debate with someone with a scientific experience and religion experience and talk with them. And actually I don't have the ability to argue in this thing.
It's so difficult. Starting from my own experience, yeah, I think it's so difficult. I think if I had the chance to have a long debate with the person that I could be in touch with or whenever I want, I think I wouldn't be flat earther in the time that it took me to change my my ideas, or I think I wouldn't be a flat earther at all. I think if I started from this code, I think my cognitive dissonance would just have the upper hand and will take over me, and I will never change. I will never use my critical thinking. I think the way that it was introduced to me, like just a seed that were dropped there, the guy that I heard, I heard by coincidence
about
saying,
critical thinking. Muslims,
it is.
atheists, Christians, and
I'm
Jews,
talking about
all
my
of them
own
are
experience.
using.
I'm talking about my own experience. If
Yeah.
someone else have different experience, I'm not talking. I'm talking about my experience, my own experience where I saw, and I can identify it, the behavior that I had because of my cognitive dissonance. Because I heard a guy that I know. I never knew that he was a flat earther, but I heard him just by coincidence saying that the earth is flat. Oh my God, the evil side of me just popped up. And I started saying those stupid things that I never saw it. It was the first time introduced to me that the earth might be flat. It was the first time I heard the word, I heard the claim. I heard that someone believed that the earth is flat. So I had the idea of the pizza in space, the disk. I started joking and trolling him using that. I had the disk in space with the sun, the moon, the planets all around. I had that in my mind. When he talked with, he asked me a simple question. Does the pilot have to dip the nose of the plane every time to follow the curvature of the Earth when he is traveling long distance around the Earth? Yeah, I using my cognitive dissonance. Those answers just started popping off my brain like that. Yeah, gravity, because of there is gravity. The gravity attracts the plane and make it follow the curvature. The pilot doesn't have to guide the plane down. It's just gravity. The plane will never go out in the space. And the guy at the end, he just asked me one single thing. He said, not for me, but for yourself. Try to find one single verifiable, and he asked me to understand the question. And then from there, I try to understand the language. He said, and it was in my mother tongue, he said, try to find one single tangible, verifiable proof that the earth is a ball. And it started with that. Sit with myself and started trying to find that proof. Every time I found the claim that might be an evidence, I check, is it really a tangible, verifiable proof? Or is it something that I just have to believe blindly? I just have to believe that it is correct. And it is what it says or what it shows. So I started with that. I couldn't find any proof for the globe.
So you rather floating in the river of uncertainty rather than getting to a certain point. Like with religions and science, you got the same problem. You don't want to get to you don't want to get in a point, in a specific point. You just want to float in the ocean of options. If we think in that way, we want to be like mentally and practically and in a lot of sides, well, it will harm us. For ourselves, we need to be objective and always thinking and trying to settle in a point that we are believe in it. So if you want to judge any religion, you have to study this religion and then judge it. I believe in this point. If you want to judge any religion, you have to study this religion and then judge it. Like Islam, if you want to judge this religion, you have to study it. The same with Christianity.
Yeah, true.
In every religion.
I
The
agree.
same thing happens with science. If you want to, like, judge anything that the science has achieved, you have to get a degree in this field at least, and then do
No, I
your
don't agree with
work
this. No.
in scientific.
I don't agree with that. Oh, no, I don't agree with that. Science is a method. It has a method that it is called the scientific method.
Of course, it's a
That
method.
method has a specific steps, specific known steps that you can verify those steps, and you can even repeat the tests that have been done. You can repeat the scientific method from start to the end and check if that claim is correct or not.
I think
I was agreeing with you
science
earlier.
is
No,
knowing
science is something
and
that you can
using
verify.
knowledge. You have to know everything and use it to judge.
Yes, true.
So if you want to like do an argument about anything that the science has achieved, you have to study and give the world your own experience and give the world benefit from it.
True. But the
Or
problem
you
is
will
that
be distracting
what we are
people.
talking about doesn't need any degree, doesn't need to go to school at all. The topic that we are talking about is a topic for dumb people. Any stupid person can understand because we are talking about geometry, measurements that have been done since the beginning of time. People could measure things, measuring, comparing thing with another thing that you can call a unit.
I think the shape of
Compare an
Earth.
apple to another apple to see if the second apple is smaller or bigger using a unit which is another standard apple. Yeah, that's also a measurement you can compare with, like the first measurement that have been done to claimed, I'm so sorry, I have to rectify my sentence. Claimed to have been done by the pharaohs is the cubic meter, the royal cubic meter, a unit of measurement that is from the tip of the elbow to the tip of the finger, comparing how many units, how many front arm from the elbow to the tip of the finger you have there, and if you have 10, you have 10 cubic meter, 10 royal cubic meter. Yeah, this comparison, compare something with something else. You don't need to go to school. So when we are talking about the Earth being flat, not being curved, that's a geometric question that anyone can verify. With what? Measurements. You compare some shit to some shit, other shit, the thing that you want to measure. Like, for example, what we've done. Lasers. You take a unit of measurement, which is a straight line of light. You compare it with the thing that you want to measure, which is the surface of water. And you see if they are parallel to each other or one will curve and then need the other. And you understand this? So we are not talking about science at all.
It's all about science.
No.
Like the shape of Earth overlaps with a lot of scientific laws.
It's about geometry. When you are talking about description of a surface,
everything is about science.
No,
Science
geometry is not part of science. You can
No.
use geometry apart and to use those geometric things, lines, to talk about science or build frames for your tests and something like things like that. You can use geometry, but it's not.
Geometry is for
Geometry is something.
and
Science is something else.
geographical things, not about the larger things and concepts like the shape of an old planet or about the universe. We can't like say that the shape of Earth is have a relation with geometry. It's not geometry.
No, it's not geometry. The shape is the shape. You study the shape. You study the description of surface using the geometry. You identify the shape. You identify the surface using geometry.
No, you
And
can't use
you use
geometry
that.
to Like-
It's the same. It's the same
And
thing
you
that
know
you can
the
use.
temperature of the room that I am living in it right now? No, you can't. Because you can't see it. Also, the planet of Earth. You can't be specific and know just by common sense anything about the old planet by your naked eye or just observation. It has to be with science.
I'd rather use measurements, not science, to study the description of a surface, the geometry of things, the shape of things, the geometry. I would rather use measurements and geometry to identify those things, not science, because science is to identify the cause of an effect. The science definition.
What about a
of science.
specific example, Necros? Right? What if we have a bathtub, right? A bathtub, and we fill it with water. Okay, and then I say, okay, I'm going to measure the surface of the water in the bathtub and see if it's flat on the surface. It looks flat, right? So I'm going to shoot a little laser across the surface of the water, just above the surface. Right, and I can confirm that the surface of the water in the bathtub is flat, just like it seems. Do you think that's science, or do you think that's just a measurement? Dua, question was for you.
Sorry, I didn't listen. Can you repeat that question?
Do you think it's science if I want to measure that the surface of the water in my bathtub is flat? Do you think that's science, or do you think that's something I could just measure?
It depends if I can observe it by my naked eyes, or if I can't. If I can't, I will absolutely use the science way, because
bathtub.
either of
We got a bathtub, right?
Way or observation will get me to the real and true answer.
Okay, so let's say we have a bathtub.
Yeah.
Right, let's say we have a bathtub, right? We're going to fill the bathtub with water. Okay, and we can see the bathtub. The water looks flat. Right, and I want to measure it to make sure it's flat on the surface. Okay, so I measure the surface of the water and I can make sure it's flat. Do you think that that's science, or do you think that that's geometry that I just did?
I think if the tub was very, 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 very big,
just a normal bathtub,
and the
normal bathtub size,
on the tool and the accuracy of the tool.
Normal bathtub.
It depends. It depends on the tool. Like if
What's it depend on?
It depends on the accuracy of the tool. Like if there is a percentage of a deflection, it may be not a flat. But
right, but it's approximately flat though, right? So I can verify that it's not bending, right? It's approximately flat. Okay, obviously.
Imagine that you are using a tool and this tool is not accurate. You will suggest that this top is flat while this top is not flat.
Okay, so how would you test it? How would you test it?
You can't.
So how would you test it though?
I can test it by doing it with the most accurate tool.
Yeah. So if a carpenter build tables using the most accurate tools and most expensive tools in his workshop, means that he's a scientist doing science every time, all the time? I won't think that.
Right. So let's say I use a laser beam, right? A very accurate laser device. And then I test it over and over again, right? I test it from one end, I test it from the other end. Right? We can confirm that it is flat across the bathtub, the water. Do you think that that's not science, right? It's just a simple measurement.
No, it's measurement by using science.
Really? So you think when someone builds, like Necros was saying, if a carpenter is building a table, the carpenter is also doing science?
Yes, he's doing science without.
Okay. What if I want to measure my foot? I want to buy some shoes, and I want to measure my foot.
You are using meter and centimeter and kilometer, and you are using things that the science has achieved before.
Oh, so if I measure my foot, I'm doing a science experiment, am I?
Even though if you were born before 500
It's not science that help build those things. Science help elucidate the cause of the effect. It's the engineers, people who have degrees in engineering, not science. They are not scientists. They are the people who build those scales, that laser measuring the thing, that scale, that super accurate scale that you can lose in the lab, in the science lab, and those places. So those are not built by scientists, but by engineers. You have to distinguish between the things. You have to distinguish between the things. So science elucidates the cause of effect. Scientists use technology that is built and engineered and fabricated by engineers. People who studied engineering, not science, studied engineering and have degrees in engineering. Don't have a scientist in working with Samsung. No, you have engineers.
Engineering is a science. The science
No.
is engineering.
I'm mistaking fields with each other. So for you, I think for you, everything is science. Cooking is science. If someone, that guy who makes those realistic chocolate cakes, when he does those accurate measurements and make the accurate thing with the millimeter and a fraction of millimeter accuracy,
No, when you talk about a planet, you need to be all precise. But if you want to talk about small things and daily things, you want to need to be very, very accurate. It depends on the thing that you want to talk about. If you want to do it on a large scale, you have to be more accurate because you can't give the observation to do it by your common sense.
I respect everything that you just said, but let me just correct you and I will stop talking. Science have a method. It's called scientific method. And following that method to make a scientific claim is an obligation. Otherwise, it will be just considered pseudoscience. The use of technology is not science. I repeat, the use of technology is not science. When you watch TV, you are not doing science. When you use that fan or that humidifier or that very expensive woofer or headset, you're not doing science. You're using, yes, technology built by engineers from different parts of the world, but it's not science. You're not doing science. What we were talking about is doing science to elucidate something. Like we were talking about the surface of the earth. We can use technology. Like I said, the use of technology that doesn't make you scientist, and that's not science. You can use technology for engineering, for science, for geometry, for surveying. All those fields use technology. That doesn't make from every one of us, even the babies, with the technology all around them and technological thing that mothers use to get the milk from their breast to give it that doesn't make make the baby a scientist.
Yes, but creating and providing and improving.
That's not science. That's
Technology
creating
is
and
a
improving.
science.
Like you said, it has
Using it is
a
not a
term.
science. You
Science
are enjoying something that another scientist or engineer has achieved. But when you improve or create, you are using science.
Yes, you use what an engineer or another scientist achieved. That doesn't make you a scientist, and you are not doing science. What that scientist achieved is a claim that he had to put following the scientific method. That claim consists on elucidating the cause of a so-called effect. He could observe. He observed an effect in nature. He thrown a hypothesis. He tested the hypothesis by doing an experiment and put it a scientific claim. That claim can be valid or not valid. You want to check it, you just have to follow the scientific method and see if that claim could follow the scientific method step by step till the experiment. And you can say if it is correct or not correct. Ask the AI, make your own research instead of just keep going on your false understanding of what is science. Research the thing. Like I told you, science have a specific method. If I ask you now about the method, I wonder if you would be able to answer what it is step by step. I want to go with that if DJ can take the flag, because I want to just shut up and listen a little bit. I'm tired by talking. So like I said, research the steps, the scientific method, the steps of the scientific method. You follow those things, you're doing science. Anything other than that, it's just pseudoscience. If you claim that the thing is science, you are in a pseudoscience. You have been a pseudoscientific claim. So go research what is science and what is the scientific method? What are the steps of the scientific method? It's not using technology. The steps of the scientific method are something different.
The point that I am trying to tell is, if we keep distracting ourselves by not focusing on improving and rather being just judgmental to the past achievements of the other people, we won't improve our world. Like, maybe I have a doubt. Sometimes this doubt can be true, and sometimes no. But if I got the the theory of conspiracy every time with everything, I will spend my whole life thinking and judging things that I had must take it for granted and then keep improving on it. I got a present from my ancestors. I need to use it to make my world better.
Yeah. Do you know? We all use knives. It's considered to be the first thing that human made. We never thrown that from the window. Guess what? We still use it to make things better, to make a good meal, good piece of steak, to feed my kid. Some people do use it in a wrong way. So yeah, I understand what you are saying. It's not something new. You just have to think and process what we were talking about. Ooh. Yeah, I understand that what you are saying, you're trying to be poetic and something like that. Yeah, but there is nothing new and useful on what we are saying. Asking us to not forget what our ancestor made. What? Do you think that we went out and started living in rivers? We still build like our ancestor built houses with
Maybe you are
roofs,
not. Maybe you
caverns.
are not like
And
Cont.
I'm not like who. Everyone still used the same exact things that our ancestors Made. Electricity is not the thing that you make, or I'm not. It's not made. I'm not talking about technology, AC current and those things, and DC current. Yeah, you're not the one who invented that. Still, you use it, I use it, DJ use it, Overlord use it, everyone here use it. I bet that everyone here uses a knife that is claimed to be made by first humans. Okay, we still use it. We never denied that it is a useful thing that we can use. Still,
And our
watch.
time is a useful thing to use. Like, you can use your time to improve rather than stopping and wasting your time on things that you must have been taking it for granted.
What I took for granted? What did I took for granted?
Like the shape of the planet.
The shape of the planet. Your sentence is completely wrong. You're calling this thing as a planet. Normally, the definition of the word doesn't refer to Terra at all. Planet is an object, a celestial object, a celestial body. Celestia meaning the sky. A celestial object means that an object that belongs to the sky. That's what planets
Like
are.
our planet. You are seeing the thing from your point of view.
The
You are
sky.
living in this
The Earth
planet.
is not. Yes, the Earth is not in the sky. It's not a planet. It's not a celestial object like planets, like the term planet, the word planet that you are using blindly without knowing what the signification of the word is. Planet means a celestial object, an object that belongs to Celestia, which is the sky. This sheet that we are standing on is called Terra. It's a terrestrial thing. So it's not planet. You're calling it planet. I don't know why you don't have any proof that the Earth is in the sky. What?
Hello. Are you people meditating? What's happening?
Yep, exactly what we're doing.
Oh wow. What's like the motto for this meditation session?
That's okay. You've interrupted it, so you have any questions?
Yeah, I just asked you. What's the theme of this meditation session?
Oh, the theme.
Are you pondering the earth?
Yeah, we've been pondering the earth for a minute, so now our brain.
Wow.
If you have any questions about the earth, we're more than welcome.
Yeah, like, so, you know, I've always been taught the earth is round, right? So it's like a very standard thing, and I feel like a lot of you people, you've kind of been educated on what it actually is, right? Like, not round.
Yeah, it's not round. No, I mean, it's not. There's no curvature, if that's what you're saying, right? Like a sphere.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like a plate, right?
No, I wouldn't say so. I'd say we don't know the entirety of our realm, right? We just know the surface, right? And if 70 something percent of the Earth is water, right? And
Right.
there's no curvature. Like if we measure distances over water, right, from like shore to shoreline, and there's no curvature in between that, then yeah, they're on a globe, right? Which they say that we live on a sphere. There should be curve, but no curve. So
Right, totally. Yeah, but
yeah,
that's what I always thought as well, you know? Like there's no curve, like at all, even like from a distance, like how they say it there is, it's not true. But some people also say that we live in a glass dome of some sort, so it's kind of round. So like the earth is the plate, but we've got a glass dome on top. And some say we are kind of inverted, so like we're inside a sphere in a way. I don't know what to believe, but like I've been told it's like just flat, you know, just kind of flat.
I think like the majority of the Earth, right? If it's water is the majority, right? But we have mountains, right? We have peaks and valleys, right? Like I'm living on a big hill, and clearly it's not flat. I barely have any flatness on my hill. But in the broad spectrum of over large distances, yeah, I'd say it would be pretty flat.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, mountains and things like that. I mean, that's clear as day, right? That doesn't mean that the earth itself is round.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, a lot of people want to make assumptions to say, "Oh, we live on a plate with a glass dome over us." And I mean, that's just because you can have gas pressure without a container, right? So immediately people want to jump to biblical scriptures and mix them with reality. But personally, I don't know if there's a glass dome or whatever, or whether it's like a concrete surface that we can't break out of, or I don't know. Personally, I don't know, but I just know.
But I still don't really understand. So if it's not round, like I always thought, right? And obviously it's not. But like, what about the water? Like, why? How come it doesn't run off? Like any edges or like, what happens?
Yeah, like like a beach, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think it is basically. Like the water reaches the edge, and and then there's land, right? I don't think there's just this broad like all of a sudden the world ends and then the water just falls off like a waterfall. Like I don't think that's what happens.
So, like, what do you mean exactly by beach, though? I mean, like a beach, that's where the water starts, but like, where does it end?
Yeah, like a beach, like you know what I'm saying? Like the water starts at one end, like the land starts, and then all of a sudden you have water, right? And then the water goes, and all of a sudden there's land again, right? I mean, if you could tell me
So,
if you can tell me some place where the water just falls off the edge, right?
I haven't seen any.
I don't know. No, I mean besides a waterfall, but I mean those are pretty small.
But like, how does it? So, it's kind of hard because like it's not round, right? So the round Earth is. They kind of say it's like one. It like because it's curved, right? So one beach ends like the water starts at one beach, and then this body of water ends somewhere else, like maybe even on the other side of Earth, right? Because the ocean is so vast and it curves all the way around. But like, what are you saying? Like, you're saying the world is actually kind of endless. So I could just find land endlessly if it starts with one beach and then just eventually there's another beach, but you can't go around, obviously, right? So how does that work?
Right. Well, there's like the known territories which we have, right, and then we have places where we can't go, where they say, "Oh, you're not allowed to travel to certain places due to government restrictions," right? Or or it's too dangerous to the public, right? Or you need a government access, and for them to take you to a certain, So it's like you can like have fun exploring in the cold, right? Because it's very cold in those areas. But like if people have tried to go there by themselves, right? They've tried to do explorations and they've been intercepted by like, the Navy Coast Guards, right? Big warships. And I mean, yeah, if you want to try, it's freezing. I mean, good luck. Maybe go like somehow go undiscovered and try your luck, but yeah.
Are you think they kind of restrict access because they just want to keep us believing that the Earth is round?
Personally, I can't jump that far, right? I mean, it could, but I don't know like the why they're lying, right? I can't find a motive of like how come their end goal, right? They say it's because they want to protect the the penguins and all that stuff. I mean, it could be, but at the end of the day, like I don't know.
Oh wow, I never thought that far actually. Like I thought, okay, well, obviously it's not a sphere. That's a big fat lie, right? I mean, we've never seen it again, but like, I don't know. It's kind of spooky for me to think about because I have like a distant fourth cousin. I don't barely talk to him or anything. But you're like government access of some sort, and he did go to these places, and we didn't hear from him in like 6 months, and I was kind of freaking out. I mean, obviously, at the time, I still thought it was kind of round. Obviously, there's not an issue. It's like normal, and like the government isn't doing anything weird. But like, it was kind of spooky, and that kind of made me think about what actually is, real and what's not. Eventually, he did come back, luckily, but he was different, so I'm not really sure. He didn't really talk too much about it. He was like normal about it. He was like, yeah, pretty cool. This was my job. I did this and that, But like, it didn't really go deeper than that.
Cool. So what's your so you're on the fence or you're a flat earther, I'm not sure, but what's your what's one of your reasons why you think the earth is flat?
Well, again, I kind of had a closer look and I just thought, well, yeah, you guys are actually right. There's no curvature. I didn't see any. I didn't see any. And it's ridiculous. And I don't know. I feel like if too many people just accept one truth, I'm always kind of naturally inclined to question it.
Totally same.
Yeah. So when I had this thing with my distant cousin, we're not really close, yeah, but like, still made me kind of think. Still kind of make me think about this kind of particular topic. I haven't really delved into it too much. Like, I'm not an expert like most of you guys, but yeah, I'm open to learn.
Totally. Well, you found the right place, and there's plenty of great-minded people here willing to explain different observations, different tests, experiments, e.g., laser tests, right? Where somebody goes on one side of the lake, right, and has the laser at like a 3 foot a height, right, off of the surface, like you know, where the lake is, and then obviously the land starts. So right where the land starts, 3 feet off of that, and shoots the laser across the lake, across I think it was like a 18-mile distance, something like that. And the laser reaches the other side of the lake where the camera is set up, and the laser directly hits the camera lens. And both of those equipment were set up 3 feet off the ground, right?
Yeah.
So according to the quote unquote globe and the quote unquote globe geometry, there should be I think like an 80 foot or like 100 something foot, like, you know, curvature in the way, right? You know, or I mean, not in the way, but I mean, the laser would go off, and then obviously the camera would be below it. But it wasn't, right? So all of a sudden, there's just 100 feet of missing curvature, and the best thing the Globers can do is either say, "Oh well, the laser scatters," or you're lying, or refraction. And whenever we, you know, push them, we're like, okay, so what type of refraction is it? What were the conditions? And how would it match on a globe? Right? It's just
Right.
a wall. It's a wall of excuses. So
Have we done that with an ocean? Or is the laser too short?
I don't. Yeah, I don't think we can go that far. I'm not sure the furthest laser test there is, but I think it's like 25 miles. Maybe someone else here could talk about that, but yeah.
I see. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Kind of hard to.
At the 36 miler laser test over land from the Salt Flat in Utah and Dr. John D's peer to peer in the side chat. Those are two of the best ones out there. Super comprehensive, take into account everything. Both globe destroyers. So those are two good ones to take a look at. That's all I can post for now because I'm working, but that is a really good start for you on some good laser tests.
Ah, I'll definitely test it over my pond in my backyard too, just to be sure.
Yeah, you can even do like a mirror flash.
What's that?
That's more budget. I wouldn't be able to explain it extremely well. I've heard people mention that many times on here. Anyone
Basically,
can.
if you go to a good length of water, something that should show some good curve, something 7 to 10 miles distance is really good. Like you say, you take a little pocket mirror, just something, you could buy something super cheap, have you stand on one side, a friend stand on the other, and have them like flip the mirror back and forth and reflect the light. And you can look across and see if you see that mirror flash, they know your friend is standing up, and over 10 miles, there should be about 66 feet of Earth curvature hiding your friend there. And every single time we do it over water, there's no curve at all. You can see the person, the rocks underneath their feet on the other side when you zoom in with a camera. So that's a really cheap budget way to do things without a lot of equipment.
Oh, wow. I see. I might have to look into that.
Yeah, there's a lot of holes in the globe, right? And according to the globe, right? I don't know why I say that, but according to the globe, quote unquote, even if you poke one hole in it, their whole model is flawed, right? And there's so many holes, and it's just a lot of excuses to why these things happen. And at the end of the day, this is just like a broad speed run. Like you can look into it yourself and obviously get your answers. But what was I gonna say? The globe is based off of the globe. What I mean by that is the globe is a globe because it's a globe because it's a globe. Now that logic doesn't check out, but according to them, it must be a globe. So the way they get it is they've calculated, right, the radius, the circumference, all of that, and it's never actually been measured in reality. Everything's based off of calculations. And I think that's just fallacious in the first instance, just to say, okay, how do we know the Earth is a globe? Premise one, let's assume the Earth is a globe and make calculations around that to, determine that the Earth is a globe, basically, to like wrap around the calculations into a ball of, and it's just like, how about we find out if the Earth is curving or is it flat? Like, we can't just automatically jump to Earth is a sphere and that's it, right? But I don't know. It seems like that's what they've done, and that's what everything's based off of. So I don't know.
Right. Oh wow. There's more behind all of this than I thought.
Yeah, because if you ask any glober, right, how did you measure the globe? They'll be like, oh, we measured it. And then you follow them down their line of reasoning, and you're like, no, like that's a calculation. And they're like, oh yeah, a calculation is a measurement. And you're like, no, a calculation isn't a measurement, but according to modern day science, it's so out there and wacky right now that's what it is. That's the general consensus. So it's pretty hard to argue against these people when they're so entrenched in their quote unquote religious belief of a sphere. So yeah, but we just bring it back to reality and just go from a baseline and say, okay, where have you measured curvature? And nobody can come up with it. It's just all calculations, assumptions. But when we actually go out and measure the Earth, we find no curvature, right? And we've been waiting for the day, right? We've been waiting for somebody to come here and present us a measurement in reality of the Earth curving. And not only that, of the Earth curving at the certain distance and, radius of the Earth that the Earth says, right? 8 inches per mile squared, right? So it's never happened. And we're waiting. We'll shut down the server as soon as somebody comes in, but until that day, Earth is flat. And that's my monologue of the day. I will see y'all later. I need Helioskeptic to come start yelling. He's been good lately.
right? Because the light from the bottom of a distant object hits the ground before reaching your eyes, right? We all heard about those boats, right? And none of you guys ever proved otherwise, which I personally didn't hear that's valid. So I want to
Hold on a
understand.
second. Stop. No, let's reverse this a second here. You
But you keep cutting me
claimed
off.
you know it's a sphere. Now you're
Yeah.
telling me that I have to prove something. No,
No,
this is
I'm just
your
saying.
burden.
I'm just
You
saying
made
that
the claim
you guys,
again.
You guys are.
You made the claim that you know. I want your knowledge passed on to us.
Why is this guy so
How do
mad?
you know
Bro,
it's a sphere?
Yeah.
It would be pretty crazy.
When did you realize, or when did you discover that the Earth was flat? Because I assume that you went to school.
Yeah,
when
of
did
course.
when did you realize?
Well after school. So yeah, I heard about it first in 2017, and then I spent, about a year looking into it, researching more about the globe. I realized how little I actually knew about this technical information about the globe. So I spent a lot of time learning about the globe and trying to debunk flat Earth because I thought it was stupid. And the more I looked into it, the more the flat Earth arguments made sense, and the observations that the flat Earthers were sharing were very intriguing. So I ended up deciding to go out and validate those observations myself by repeating them. And I went and did a whole series of tests myself. And the test that I did confirmed that there's no curvature over the surface of water. And since then, I've done so much research. And the more I look into it, the less evidence I find for the globe, and the more evidence we find for the Earth being a flat plane of some kind. Right? I'm not claiming I know the shape of the Earth or the size of the Earth, but the measurements, the empirical evidence shows that the surface of water over large distances doesn't curve.
Wait, so the opposite of curve is flat, sir. So you are claiming that the shape of the Earth is flat.
No, flat's not a shape, Robert. What the hell?
I understand. I understand. I'm just telling you that the opposite of curve is flat. So you are determining that the
Curve's
Earth
not a
is
shape.
entirely
Curve's
flat.
not a shape, and flat's not a shape.
That's what I just said to you. You're determining by saying it's flat that there's no curvature, because the opposite of curvature is flat. So you're telling us here in this room that the entire Earth is flat. That's what you're telling us.
No, that's not what I said. I said the surface of
So only water is
surface of
flat.
this. Yeah, the surface of water is approximately flat, right? Obviously, we have waves and tides and things like that. But in this context, it would be the surface not dropping over distance as claimed on the globe.
Okay, so again, I'm saying to you that only water is flat on this planet, on this place that we exist. That's what I'm saying to you. So the Earth could
Do
be
you think?
that water is flat, correct?
Well, 72% of the known surface area of the Earth is covered in water, so you can't have that and have a globe at the same time.
Okay, you cannot eliminate the 30% just willy-nilly. You get what I'm saying to you?
So can you draw me a picture? Can you draw me a picture of a globe, right? That has 70% water on the surface that's flat. I'd like to see that artwork. That would be freaking hilarious.
Sir, we have a globe in your very room. It's called the globe.
What?
Yes,
There's
sir.
no globe in my room. I
Okay,
don't
you
have a
took it out.
globe in my room.
In your library, there's literally a globe. It is a drawing. Hold on, I'm almost finished with him. It's a drawing of water on the globe with 30% of Earth.
Yeah, it's a drawing.
Yes,
Drawings
exactly.
aren't
That's what
real.
you're asking for. That's what you're asking for.
No. I want, right? So we want you said that if 70% of the water, right, the surface area of the Earth is flat water, then the other 30% of the land could somehow make the flat water into a globe.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you You have determined that all 72% of the water on Earth is flat. That's what you did. That's what you told us here today. That means
No,
you
no,
should
that's
be
not
able.
what I said.
Okay,
This is what
okay.
I said. Let me correct you really quickly. Right.
Okay,
So
go
this
ahead.
is what I said. Right. So every time we test the surface of water in various locations,
Okay.
we don't detect the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. I didn't say that I checked every single square inch of water over the entire Earth.
Good. Now, so you are admitting that you do not have concrete evidence that the Earth is entirely flat. You do not have concrete evidence that the Earth is not a globe. Please, just say that.
Right. So if the Earth was a globe and gravity was pulling everything towards the center of mass, that means that every single 10-mile body of water on the entire globe would have to have approximately 66 foot of curvature. So if we measured just and confirmed, right, just one or a few sections, or say a couple of hundred sections, right, didn't have that curvature that must be there, right, that would debunk the entire heliocentric model.
How? Did you account? Hold on. Did you account for every single phenomena on our globe?
Yes.
Okay, so you accounted for the 1% refraction. You accounted for your height versus the distance of the object that you're looking for. Is that what you did?
Yes. Yes.
And also, okay, so what we want you to do is to show us your numbers where you accounted for refraction, you accounted for your distance, your height, accounted for the distance of the object that you look for, and that's what we want right now in this room. Please provide that, and then tell us. This is the last thing. This is the last question I'm going to ask you. This is the last question I'm going to ask you. How did you determine that all of that, when compiled together, means the Earth is entirely flat? Go ahead.
All right. So here's the test in the side chat. Here's one out of many tests. Okay, so this guy here, he's a PhD in optics, right? He specializes in spectrophotometry. His name's Dr. John D.
That's
right?
an appeal.
This test was
that's an credential appeal.
No. He's not correct. He's not correct. You don't need to interrupt, right? And you need to calm down a little bit. So, okay, so in this, right? So I'm just telling you who did it. I didn't appeal to any credentials. I just told you the guy who did it, right? And what his credentials
an
are.
average everyday person. An average everyday person.
So it would be you would prefer that someone that isn't an expert does the test.
Absolutely, yes. Because you asked us, you guys asked us for that. I can produce to you an amateur rocket launch. I can do that to you right now. I can put it in your side chat. And the camera on that rocket showed the globe when it reached the appropriate altitude. Give me.
Hold on a second, right? So you're trying to run away from this test, right? So your problem with this test. Hold on, right? So you demanded it, the test, right? And then you wanted to go over it, and now you're trying to change the topic. And the reason that you're dismissing this test is because the guy is too qualified.
Yes, because it's a credential fallacy. Yes.
I didn't say it's correct. I didn't say it's correct. Hold on. No, I didn't say he's correct because he has credentials. So it's not a credentials fallacy.
Yes, you led with his doctor. We know what you're doing. That's a psychological move that you did. You led with his credentials. You shouldn't have.
No, I was just telling you who he is.
No, to say his name.
It's like an added bonus, right? It's an added bonus that this guy is actually an expert in refraction. So it's actually just an added bonus, right?
Right.
Yeah. Robert's never appealed to his own alleged credentials.
No. I'm using your argument.
Bachelor's degree.
I'm using your argument against us. You say we do a credential fallacy because
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about that. Right.
Oh,
so
you guys
I was just trying to present a test, right? That you demanded.
Right.
Okay, now I've presented the test, and you're trying to run away from the test.
No. I'm looking at your test. Your test is already debunked.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, because he did not provide the fact that he did not raise his height. He needs to provide that.
No, he did. He actually changed the height, and he did. So how do you know all about the test when you haven't even studied it yet?
I know because I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, what heights did he do the test from?
We don't know.
No, I know.
Okay.
Okay, so why are you saying the height, something about the height not being correct when you don't know the height?
Not correct in the video. Look at it again, sir.
Okay, so what's the correct height?
The correct height should be in his video for a 10-mile observation, sir. He needs to be at a minimum of 12 feet.
Why?
Oh, yeah, because we can duplicate that on the globe. We can duplicate
No,
it on the globe.
but why is his height? Why is the height that he did it from incorrect?
Because he's seen something 10 miles. If he put something 4 feet off the ground or 2 feet off the ground, he will never see that object.
Oh, okay. Well, he put it 6 inches off the ground.
Oh, 6 inches worse. He will never see that object. He's a liar. He raised the height.
Oh, okay. Well, no. He did it from first. First, he did it from 1 meter. So cool, right? So you just agreed that this debunks the globe.
No. It debunks what he's doing. He's lying to you because you can never.
Oh, okay. So
6 inches.
So he live streamed the entire test.
Okay, you believe
he
it?
live streamed it.
Were you there?
No, he live streamed it. It's on multiple people's YouTube channels that were there, all live streaming it at the same time.
Okay. You remember when the flat earthers and the globers did it on Discovery Channel? Yeah.
Okay, so this is
your
your rebuttal is that this observation would be impossible on a globe.
It's impossible.
Right? And if it's real, if it's not faked, then it would debunk the globe.
Absolutely, it would. Absolutely.
Well, there we go. Thank you, sir.
So there we go. Thank you, guys. So
globe debunked.
The guy lied. He obviously raised the height of his observation. He did it in the video, and we can see it. I'm watching the video right now.
What height do you think he raised it to?
Oh, he raised it to the appropriate height to see 10 miles. Period. That's all he did.
Okay, where did he do that in the video?
Look at the video again. Watch the video. Watch the video again.
What's the height necessary to view the horizon distance with 10 miles?
Right. You see, the thing is, guys, watch the video. I just watched the video. He literally raised.
Just watch the video.
He's a liar.
What's the height? What's the height, Robert? What's the height? What's the height necessary for him to achieve that sort of distance?
Right. So
that view.
Okay, not a problem. So all we have to do is take 2 times the radius of the Earth times the observer's height, take the square root of that sum, and you'll get that distance. Right? That is the formula for the curvature.
Tell us what it is. Tell us what the altitude. What height does he need to be to see 10 miles?
Every time I go and do this test, it matches the globe. So
what height? Tell me the height. Tell me the height he needed to achieve to view 10 miles.
Let's do the formula together. Are you ready?
Yeah, go, do it.
2 times radius. 2 times 4,000.
So
8,000.
So what's the height?
Times the observer's height. Okay, sorry. You. So what you're going to do now? The distance is 10 miles that he's looking at.
People,
right?
This is
so you do
stay away from crack cocaine.
Oh no, brother, it's okay. I'm doing the math. I know it's complicated. One of the problems with flat earthers is that you didn't study math. That is why you're a flat earther.
All right, so we can see here. Right, so we can see here in the side chat. Right, we can see the actual transit of the laser that was live streamed. Okay, and we can actually see them. We can actually see them measuring the height of the laser. Right, this was also live streamed.
Right.
On multiple, not on just one, right? So the person on this side of the body of water was live streaming, and the other person, Roxanne, on the other side was also streaming, and then there was a third guy streaming at the same time. They also shot lasers from both sides back at the other side.
Right.
Okay, so you've admitted that if this is real, it would debunk the globe. So anyone
any one of them.
Relax.
And hold on,
Relax. Hold on. Don't finish my sentence. I was going to say something different.
finish the guard.
Anyone can watch this video.
I just did.
And you'll be able you'll be able to see that this video is legitimate and obviously isn't faked. And there's not even anywhere to put the laser up to some crazy height that would be required for this to work on a globe.
Oh wait, all you have to do is 6 feet, 6 feet for 3 miles. He cannot raise the laser. He cannot raise the laser 8 feet.
The horizon would be at 3 miles
feet.
from 6 feet.
No,
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I'm just giving you an example. He did it 6 inches off the ground. He is lying.
No, he did it 1 meter.
1 meter, right? And he's not
let me go. I'll go over it all, right? So first, this is what he did. He had the target on the other side at 1 meter, and he had his laser measured at 1 meter. Okay, he got a direct hit. Then what he wanted to do was start lowering the laser to see how low he could get the laser and still get a direct hit. So then he put the laser down to 0.7 meters, and then he put the laser down to 0.5 meter, and then he put the laser down to 15 centimeters, which is about 6 inches. And he showed you the measurement. He shows you everything being done live, and he got a direct hit on the far side, right? And the far side camera was at 70 centimeters.
Is anybody riding on top of the laser beam?
No, nobody's riding on top of the laser beam, whatever that means.
So what I'm saying to you, hold on, guys, just what I'm saying to you is that unless you can show us the laser beam traveling to its target, you have nothing.
Yeah, so it's in the side chat just there, right? So it says yes, right? See where it says yes? So the last 2 screenshots, right? You can see the laser beam going all the way across to the target.
We see a laser beam. We don't know the height of where it is coming from. That is not in the video.
Yeah, it's in the next. It's in the next.
Only thing in the video is a claim of height.
No. It's in the video. It's in the video, and it's live streamed, and you can see them there with the tape measure.
I see them, sir. Are they
beam.
Are they following the beam and doing the tape measure on the surface of the water, sir? No.
No, it's hitting the target on the other side.
No, sir. The reason why he hit the target is he raised the emitter, sir.
No, he didn't raise the emitter. You can see. You can see, if you watch the video, you'll see that he didn't do that.
Yes, he did, sir. He did raise the emitter. You cannot hit a target 10 miles away for 15 inches off the ground. Impossible.
Because you're convinced the Earth is a globe, and it's impossible for him to achieve the results he did at that height. Therefore, he's lying.
No. I'm lying because he's not showing you.
Yes. That's your argument,
bro.
So you just said you were lying.
Brother, he needs to show us the measurement of the laser off the surface of the water all the way to the target. That's what he needs to do.
He did that.
No, he didn't. No, sir, you're a liar. He did. No one is out in the middle of the water.
This has to be a comedy act.
No one is out in the middle of the water saying, "Okay, here's a laser beam. Let me measure above the water to that light." No one is doing that.
Dude, all those times I banned you, I could have been getting this great content each time.
Of course, because you're a troll. You're a troll, dude. Listen, brother. Again, give us what we need. This is what we need. We want somebody measuring the laser off the top of the water to hit the target every time. You can't produce it. All you have is somebody. Saying, "Oh, I'm here."
We just showed you that. We just showed you that in this video.
No one is in the middle of the ocean measuring the height of the beam going to its target. No one
doing this that you're demanding. Where's these standards performed by Globers?
Yes, we have it.
No, you do not, liar. We've been waiting for you. We've been waiting for you for years to produce these constant same results every time.
Yes, we do. We have
consistent results. Yeah, go on, show us.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to put it in the side chat. Literally, there is an ISS in orbit around the Earth, and I can show you a video of it.
Oh my God, that's not somebody measuring the distance between the surface of the water and the laser over 10 miles?
Sir,
you're crazy, bro.
The ISS
talking about the standards you just placed on us. Now, I'm asking you where the globe sides tests are using those standards.
Sir, I'm just letting you know that the ISS would not work on a flat surface. Period. Period.
Yeah,
Right?
see, deflection. Deflection.
No. That's our measurement. The ISS goes around the Earth every 90 minutes. You can take a photograph of it. I have done that.
Cool story, bro.
So funny,
Right.
bro.
Yeah, I've done that. I've done that at different locations. The ISS going around the Earth 17,000 miles per hour. That is your globe.
You also told us that you have extensive photography of being at the ocean and looking out across the ocean and only being able to see 3.5 miles.
You can. I have done that. Yes, I've done.
Yeah, where is it? We're still waiting for it. For you to show us it.
No, I didn't videotape it. But I'm just letting you know. The sun set.
Yeah, and then when we ask you, you show that stupid thing from National Geographic, which shows the horizon beyond the target.
You heard what he said? He said stupid. You heard him, DJ. He said it's stupid. That means I can say your observation is stupid.
Wow, this is so funny.
No,
Hey,
no.
yeah, I got a new one to show you, Robert. You probably haven't seen this one. Right,
Show me.
This is our friend Lanolin, right? Very nice guy. He's got a documentary out, which I can share with you if you like. But here's a side view of a 6-mile laser transit. Not the one that I posted in the side chat, right? So it's coming, right? This is this one, right? This is a side view of a 6-mile laser transit, and he's using one of the most powerful consumer collimated laser beams that you can get on the like civilian market, right? So this picture here, okay, this is a long exposure, so you could get a really good clean shot of the beam, right? So his tripod goes down to a minimum of 3 feet height. So the laser is 3 feet height, and he's on a frozen lake in Alaska, and he's shooting the laser beam across, and you can see that the laser beam, right, isn't curving at all, and the Earth also isn't curving at all over this entire 6-mile distance. Okay. When the laser beam. Mm-hmm.
Okay, remember, light is not going to curve like that unless it's in a gravity well, right? So you're going to see that light travel very straight, right? The Earth. This is what you're going to see happen.
Straight.
This is what you're going to see happen.
That was my point.
First picture, I love your first picture. As you can see, the surface of the water is getting closer to the beam. Everybody can see that in the picture. That's your curvature.
No, that's called perspective convergence.
Give me that number. Give me that number for perspective. Go ahead.
Okay, so the beam would be getting, if the Earth's a globe. Listen, Robert. Listen for a second. Right. So if the Earth was a globe, the beam would be getting further away from the surface of the water, not closer to it. Okay. It's meant that if the water was curving away, right, from the beam, that means that the beam should be getting further away from the surface of water before it gets to the other side. So you're arguing for some kind of concave Earth right now.
No.
Curves upward.
The side that it is emitting from, right, is closer to the beam. Yes.
Yeah, but the Earth should curve away from you.
Yeah. It's in your picture. The receiving end is closer to us. The Earth, the ground is further away from the beam.
Which end do you think's the receiving end?
The receiving end is the end that's closest to us.
No, that's the laser.
No, sir. Show us that.
Yeah, that's the laser, right? Lasers also diverge, right? This is laser beams aren't that collimated.
We don't see the laser. All we see is a beam, and
that's a laser right there. That's the laser. That is the laser. That's the laser shooting out across to the other side.
That's the laser shooting out to the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, on this, in your first picture.
Yeah, the first picture. Okay, that's the laser on the tripod there, and it's shooting across to the other side.
On your tripod. Right.
That's a laser, yeah.
Okay, right. So even in that picture, it is showing you the curvature of the Earth, right? Because here's the issue that you're having, right? as objects get further away, we expect them to angularly dissipate, right? That's what we expect. Just like right, just like a car is further away from you, it's smaller, right? So as it gets closer to you, it's larger. That's simple. That's a simple explanation. This does not tell us anything. Even if the emitter is on this side or the emitter is on the other side, which is what I really think it is. I think your picture is fake because nobody was there. But nonetheless, I would
Someone's
expect,
obviously taking a photo, right?
right, absolutely. Yeah, it could be fake. Remember, I can give you the photo of the Japan probe, the Osiris X probe taking a photo of the Earth. What are you going to say? Go ahead.
How would you ever validate that? That's just faith.
No. We can validate that.
He's running
How?
away. No, we can. No, I'm not running away. We can validate that. All the numbers are there. We know when the rocket launched. We know who created it. We have the video of the launch. We have all of those things, just like what you have here.
Right, but as soon as the rocket goes out of view, you don't know what happens.
Okay, so when the rocket goes out of view, an assumption is made by flat earthers that it is gone to Narnia.
No, nobody said that. Right, I'm just saying you can't.
You are
once it goes out,
invalidating. You're invalidating. You're invalidating.
No, I didn't. Nobody said that. Please don't lie. Nobody said that it's going to Narnia. Okay, what I'm saying is that once it goes out of your view,
right?
Okay, then you have to watch the rest of it on a television screen or a phone screen or a computer screen, that kind of thing. And now you, once again, right, you can never validate, right? It's very easy to fake footage.
Oh, it's very easy to fake that footage right there.
What footage?
Doing what you have.
The footage that was live streamed. It was live streamed on 3 different live streams simultaneously.
So you've never heard of them faking live streams?
Yeah, people can fake live streams, but anyone that watches the video can see that this is not faked, right? And you already admitted. You already admitted, right? So you already admitted that this observation, if it wasn't faked, it would debunk the globe. And I think that that's pretty funny. Cause
No, solid. That's why I'm saying to you. That's why I'm saying to you. It's fake. It's false.
So all you would have to do, right, is go out and do your own laser tests, and you can also be someone that knows that the Earth's not a globe as well.
Good. Right. In my country, we have 3 mile buoys. The sun sets at that 3 mile buoy every single time. That cannot happen on a flat Earth. If you stand there, that sun gets cut off, same diameter every single time. How does that happen on a flat Earth? It's impossible.
Where's your evidence? Where's your evidence of the 3 mile horizon?
Okay, where's your evidence that this photo is not fake? Please.
Yeah, you don't.
Please. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know. Everything can be fake.
If you think it's fake, you don't have to believe it, right? So this is what we say. Okay, don't trust anything we say. You can go out and replicate these things yourself. Unlike unlike your probe footage, right? Unlike your space footage, you can't go and replicate that. But you can go out and you can buy a laser, right? You can claim that you have a P900. You can go out and show us the observations that match a globe.
Build a probe and take it and build it and send it up, DJ. Yes, you can.
Who did that? What private civilian built a probe and sent it up?
Okay. I can show you amateur rocket footage, right? That shows you when that rocket is launched. It shows you the Earth is curved. I can show you that.
Okay. All right. So then we would have to start going over how much curvature you would see from that height, what percentage of the surface you would see from that height, and what type of lens is being used. And then we can go over specifics of how the lens was being used, because I already know what you're going to show, and I already can debunk it really easily.
Okay, no problem. Just like so yours is debunked. You're going to debunk mine. So we're at an impasse.
No, you didn't debunk anything. You just said it's fake. It has to be fake because it wouldn't work on a globe.
No, it's debunked. The guy cannot see 6 inches off the ground. The laser is raised off the surface of the ground. It's literally raised off the surface of the ground. That's how he hit the target. Everybody can see that in the video.
6 inches is above the surface of the ground.
Yes, he raised it above 6 inches.
Yeah, he also did it from 1 meter, and he
And
did it from
right,
0.7
correct,
meters, and he did it
right,
from 0.15
right.
meters.
So what he did was showed you hitting the target at 7 meters. That's all he did every time.
7 meters.
Right.
Where do you have any evidence of that?
It's in your video.
Where? What's the timestamp?
You said he hit the target at 7 meters. Didn't you not say that?
No, he hit the target from 0.7 meters.
Oh, okay. I thought you said 7 meters. Okay. So the height that he hit the target, when he hit the target, it was at the appropriate height for the globe.
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
Right.
Holy
So
shit. I
from
will
the
pay
highest
you.
height. Okay.
I
What?
will pay.
Okay.
I'll pay you
Do you want to see
1,000.
the mathematics? Do you want to see? You're not going to pay me $1,000.
I would pay you $1,000 if you and I go out, raise an emitter 0.7
Dude, I'm not
inches
going
off the ground.
anywhere near you. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, you're right. I don't want to go anywhere near you either. I'm just letting you know that your
You
video
seem like
is
a
fake.
psycho.
No, you sound like a psycho, dude. The only reason why you are a flat earther is because you are susceptible
Who's
to
the psycho?
conspiracy.
The guy that's been banned over 50 times and keeps coming back on alt
No,
accounts? Yeah,
no.
he's a psycho.
It's more than that. It's more than that. It's 70 times, 71
Oh,
times.
exactly. So you're just shooting yourself in the foot. What the fuck?
Yes. I will keep coming and having this discussion because you guys are wrong.
Right, but you didn't do very well today. I mean, all you said that was if the observation's real,
right,
then it would debunk the globe, right?
Okay.
And then you made a baseless claim that he's having to lift the camera up to some crazy height for it to work on a globe.
Not a
And
crazy
now you're
height.
saying
Not crazy height.
now you're saying that it would work on a globe if he had the camera at 0.7 meters,
Okay.
which is not
Again,
true mathematically.
Right, the amateur video of them seeing the globe, a rocket launch. If that's true, is flat Earth debunked?
No, I can debunk the video if you
Oh,
want.
so I debunk yours.
No, I can debunk the video with an actual rebuttal, not just saying it's fake.
No. I did it with an actual rebuttal. There's nobody measuring the light off the surface of the ground of the water all the way
You
to
can see
its
them.
receiver.
Okay, so it's hitting the receiver. It's hitting the receiver.
Says you.
Okay, he's measuring it at the transit end, and he's also hitting the target at the target end.
Yeah, but who's measuring it in the middle of the water?
Why would it have to be measured in the middle? We can see it going across the water.
That is how you keep him honest.
Okay, what do you think the height of the laser would be in the middle of the lake?
It would be, remember, your Earth is flat. So if he's hitting a 10-mile target when his emitter is 6 inches off the ground, the height of the laser off top of the water is 6 inches. That's what we want to see. Right.
Yeah, so that's what we can see.
No, you can't see it. Brother, can you see oxygen?
No, but I can see the laser beam right here in the picture.
Yeah, but you cannot see the measurement. Come on now, be honest. Can you see the measurement?
Yeah, we can see.
Top of the water? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you going to lie?
Want me to show?
Don't lie.
No, I'm going to show. I'll show you the measurement. How about that?
Don't lie. Oh, so now, you're in trouble.
Want me to show you the measurement?
No, hold on. You're in trouble because I asked you for this earlier. Show me the height of the laser off the surface of the water all the way to the receiver. Go ahead. I asked you for this earlier.
He didn't measure it all the way to the receiver, but you can see it traveling straight across the water.
Then it's fake.
This will be good for the gander, so you show us the same.
Then it's fake.
It's fake. Yeah, it's fake.
It's fake because it's fake.
It's fake.
How many centimeters do we have to measure it each time we measure it? Like, do we have to have 60 billion tape measures all the way across to measure the height the whole way?
No, you don't need that much.
How many?
You just need to be able to see the previous one. That's all you need to be able to do.
Can you see the picture in the side chat of the laser beam going straight across?
Oh no, how high is it above the water?
1 meter.
No. How do you know? Is that written there?
Yes, he measured it. He showed you the measurement of it while he was shooting the laser.
You know what I'm asking for, and you can't produce it. Again, we need somebody who is following the laser and taking iteration measurements across the
Yeah.
water
So
at every
here you
single.
go. Right.
Right. Okay.
What height do you think the tripods are here?
No. I'm asking for the laser beam.
This is the two laser beams right here. So he's not using one laser beam; he's using two laser beams. This is
Okay.
the
So
same
we
test.
need so we need the measurement of the height of
Yeah,
the laser beam of the water for both of those laser beams. Yeah. We
Okay.
need that.
So when I show you that, are you going to cope again?
No,
Right, so
no coping
I'm
here.
going to show you them measuring the laser beams and the
I
targets.
asked you for this earlier. You refused to give it to me. You're coping because now you understand what I'm asking for, right?
You said you wanted to know the height of the laser beams, and I posted
Yes,
it.
all
right
the
here.
way, from the emitter, all the way. I want it all the way to the receiver. That's what I want. That's what we want. We want somebody
Oh,
following the laser
we
beam
don't have
and
that.
then saying, okay, good, fake.
Fake.
It's debunked.
So
We don't have any
how's the beam hitting the target then? If there's earth curvature in between.
Easy. When it hit the target, when he hit the target, he raised the emitter's height.
What?
Yes.
So what
Any
about you,
evidence of
Robert?
that?
Do you have what you're asking for? Do you have an example of what you're asking for?
I have the ISS.
So you're just being a schizo, got it.
No. I have the ISS. I have the ISS.
It's pretty weak.
Right. So hold on.
He doesn't have shit.
Hold on. I've spoken to astronauts that were on the ISS and astronauts who are there right now. And by the way, you can call them right now. There's a radio frequency you can call those astronauts
If
right
someone
now.
tells you something, that's really good evidence.
Okay, the brother told you in this video that his emitter was a constant 6 inches, and he can't show you that in the video.
Yeah, I can show you a video of a Polish astronaut saying that the Earth's flat, so the Earth must be flat.
Oh yeah, it's flat at certain heights. Everybody agrees with that. It has a radius value of 4,000 miles. That means
Polish astronaut, a Polish astronaut saying that the Earth's flat. An astronaut.
Yeah. There are other astronauts who say the Earth is flat at 20,000 feet.
No, he says that the Earth is flat.
Right. There's a lot of people.
He didn't say it 20,000 feet. He just said the Earth's flat.
Oh, so he didn't give you all the information then.
So maybe, all right, you're batshit crazy, dude.
No, dude, he needs to tell you his altitude.
Hey.
He was. That's simply it.
Yeah, he's an astronaut, so he went to space. He went into low Earth orbit.
At 30,000 feet, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's not low Earth orbit.
Can I say something?
Please, yeah.
Dude, my guy, no offense to you or anything, but you're not doing any global duty here. Dude, you really sound like you're schizophrenic or something, bro.
Okay, so that's your comeback. You sound like a schizophrenic because you
is literally this: that because they didn't measure the laser and the distance between the water at multiple increments over the transit, right?
Exactly.
That it must be fake, and because it shows results which contradict the globe.
Exactly, and guess what? I have a probe that took a photo. Hold on, wait. This is one more thing. I have a probe that took a photo of the Earth from 24,000 miles away, and you're going to say it's fake.
You don't have that picture. That's not your picture. You don't have a picture.
We don't even have pictures from 24,000 miles away.
Something that they claim is that, but you don't have it.
Yo, look at the side chat.
What do you know?
You
Well, those are
still
some
with us,
good
Robert?
clips.
Yeah,
That you
yeah.
left
That's going to be a hilarious clip for sure.
So you
Robert.
guys know about the guy that supposedly he drowned in space? So this is what
Yeah.
this is their water cooling, bro. That suit right there is the water cooling.
Hilarious. I wonder what he's doing now. What's a psychopath do when they get off a call like that?
Dude, I think he's for sure like hunting down like flat earthers or something, bro.
I think Flat Lloyd Wright got it in the side chat there. Maybe his computer time at the mental institution ran out and he had to go back to his ward.
I think the crazy part about that is that probably actually adds up because he probably is legitimately insane.
He's doing some voodoo. Yaga Bruno. Yeah, I'm gonna start feeling stabbing pains. That was funny. Margin, if you're listening, hopefully you can make a clip of that one. Says who? Came too late. You just missed. Were you listening by any chance on YouTube? Says who?
No, but I can go back and listen. What happened?
Oh, you gotta check it out, bro.
Freaking hilarious, man. We just had a debate with Robert Utah, and it was freaking insanity. But
I'll go check that out.
Instead of him
really
saying
funny.
like, "Okay, that's fake. Here's what really happens when you do this setup, right? This test." Instead of doing that, his rebuttal was, "I've got the ISS. I just appealed to the ISS footage."
So that was funny. He completely admitted that Dr. John's laser test, if it was from the height that he claimed, then it would debunk the globe and it wouldn't work on the globe. And he knows it must be fake because they didn't take a height measurement of the laser all the way along the 10 miles of water. So they know the exact height of the laser the whole way across above the water. That's how we know it was fake. And that was crazy. That was funny.
A laser always stays straight though, so
Yeah, he admitted that as well. He's like admitted that lasers only bend if there's a gravity well.
It's actually funny.
Yeah. Like I knew that guy was dumb, but I didn't know he was that dumb. Like
Yeah, that was the equivalent to. Yeah, but we got Brandau, but it has electrolytes.
Yeah.
It's what makes plants grow.
Gotta watch that again sometime. It's a great movie.
Almost as funny as the Welcome to Walmart. I love you.
It's great that their protagonist in that movie isn't that smart either. Like, I mean, he's like, I'm no
He's like
expert, but I'm pretty
he's the
sure
most
that
average
salt
person
kills
ever.
plants.
He's literally the most average person ever, bro.
Right?
Yeah, I rewatch that every 6 months.
It's like stop watering it with Gatorade. Well, what do we use? Water? Oh, this is so crazy. It might just work.
Water? You mean the stuff in the toilets?
The earth.
It depends on if it's reflecting light, then it's going to you
Well, how
you are
far
going
away?
to be able to see it from very far distances. If it's
What's
not,
the maximum distance I should be able to see the bottom of the building?
as long as it's reflecting light, you are going to see it. there is no limited distance. You can even see it from outside of planet Earth.
So infinite refraction would allow me to see my own back of my head if it was perfect refraction.
I can't truly say if you can see yourself inside your home because we don't have that technology yet. But it's possible in the future. Why not?
Right. So what's the maximum distance, right, that we should be able to see something before it's behind the curve of the Earth?
It's light. It's about light speed. It's basically light speed. How far can you get before you can no longer see instantly what's happening on the planet Earth? Before light speed starts traveling in 1 minute and 2 minutes.
I'm not asking how long it will take the light to reach my eyes. I'm asking you how far away is the maximum distance a 6-story building should be before I can't see the bottom of that building anymore.
You need to get truly far away from Earth, honestly. And by far, I mean like outside of the entire galaxy, as we know. Not entire galaxy, I mean by half the distance of this galaxy. Outside
You're
of
just
the
talking out your ass.
That's how far you can see. But with the right technology, as long as you can filter light out, you can see. But if
You're
you
just
can,
talking out your ass right now. You're literally just you have nothing to back up anything that you're saying. You're just making up an excuse after excuse. Everything I ask, and it's all basic stuff, right? You just keep making up excuses after excuses. You've never given any claim to anything. You've never shown any measurement, stated any measurement. You just keep saying, we have to get really far away. We have to leave the galaxy. That's dumb.
how fast does the light travel, man? How fast does the light travel? So we are talking about light. It's reflecting from a surface. You don't want to see that surface. What I'm saying to you is if you are totally aligned with that surface, you are going to always see. But when that alignment disappears, it's pretty impossible to even filter that out and find a correct way to absorb that light that's come.
Do we measure the one-way speed of light or the two-way speed of light?
We can only measure the two-way speed of light, and we predict the one-way speed of light. We can't really measure the one-way speed of light.
So if we have the distance of something, or if we look at something, we don't know how far away it is. How do we determine its distance? Just by the speed of light. How do we determine its distance?
By the time that light go to you. So when something hit an object, you send the light to that object, and that light reflects back to you. So it's a two-way. Two-way, you send the light and it comes back. You send the light and it comes back. You register when that light came back to you.
Okay, now we don't know what the medium is that it's in, and we don't know the distance. Now how do we determine the distance?
Well, that light traveled like for 5 seconds, let's say. We will simply use that light speed and x that by 5. So it's going to be in a trillion or in a billion. I don't know exactly what. So it's in a million, in 300 million. So it's going to be around 1.2 billion in 5 seconds. Something like that.
300 million in 1
You
second.
multiply, yes, you multiply.
300 million in 1 second. Did anybody ever measure 300 million? I don't even know what the 300 million is. I'm guessing 300 million meters per second.
Meters per
Is that
second.
what it is?
So in
Did
5
anybody
seconds.
ever measure a full meter of light, or 300 million meters of light?
You can't measure that. As of yet, you can't measure. But there is attempts to do that. I don't know.
So then, how do we know that that's correct?
It's a two-way. You send and it comes back.
Right. So you'd have to put something 300 million meters away, fire a laser, and then it should take 2 seconds to come back, right?
Right. So you divide that by 2. If it takes 2 seconds to come back.
Right. Who has ever measured 300 million meters of an object away and bounced it off that object for it to come back?
Yes. I think they calculated it by physics. I don't know the calculation. I'm not that physical engineer. I'm electronic.
Well, I know they calculate it. They do it over a short distance, and then they just extend that number out, over however long they needed to work out for that equation. But
Yeah.
I'm asking you for an actual measurement.
Yes, you multiply. You already know that speed of light that they determine it. You are using determination to calculate the distance. So let's say the light came back in 0.02. You simply multiply by 0.02 in that speed of light that you already determined. And that's how
Right. You multiply it times 100, and it gives you 2. I understand that. I want them to measure the whole thing out. What if they got the number wrong?
I don't think the number is wrong because you can measure the full way, but there are so many scientists that say there is a problem because we can't really tell, we can't really separate the direct speed and the reflection speed. Is it the same or is it not the same? And that's a question that we haven't
Right,
answered.
because you're taking an average. I understand that. It's not even a real measurement. It's an average.
It's an average, yes.
Which is weird because it's supposed to be a constant.
Because it's large. And, when mathematical things get large, you start turning them into constant and rounding things up.
Do you realize we've gotten so far away from the R value?
Yes.
Like, let's get back to C equals 2 pi R. Can we get back to C equals 2 pi R?
Yeah.
Do you know what C equals 2 pi R means?
C equal is it's a mathematical equation for the circumference of a sphere, something like that, of a circle.
Right. Can you find R if you don't know C?
Can you find R if you don't know C? No, you can't, unless you use some advanced physics. I don't think.
Can you find C if you don't know R?
If you don't know R, no, unless you use some advanced physics. Same. It depends on the position on Earth. Sometimes you need to determine the.
Well, how do we know R then if we don't know C or R? And how do we find R if we don't know, C?
If we don't know both, when we neglect all the physics and we are stuck in a circle. You can't determine C or R when you don't know one or the other.
Well, what physics determines the radius of a sphere or circle?
It's complex. I've seen it in the past. I don't know exactly how to explain it. It's not my strong point, but I've seen.
Brother, like it's just a measurement. It's not that complex.
If you don't know R and if you don't know C, you are and we are not going to use a tape to measure it. How can you know? That's what I mean by physics. It's complex physics. But if you are going to take a measurement anyways, we are going to know the R using a ruler or something.
No,
But
I mean, we need a measurement, right? We need an arc segment measurement. We need some kind of a measurement to prove R.
yes, we need an
So has
measurement.
anybody ever measured for R?
Yeah.
What did they do to measure for R?
On what plane? So I can tell you what's the plane we are going to measure R on. On flat plane, you simply take a ruler to measure.
Well, no, if it's a flat plane, there is no R. R is 0.
Yes.
Right. So if I shoot a tangent over the surface of something, let's say like water, right?
Right, yes.
Right. Then there should be deviation from the tangent. Right?
Yes. Yes.
And eventually the water, the ball should start to fall away from the tangent, right? Should have drop over distance.
Yes. It should drop.
Right. And if it doesn't drop, if it goes parallel, then what would you say about that water?
That water is, if it goes parallel and it doesn't drop, that water will be like static, something like that.
Flat? The surface
Yeah.
would be parallel and flat?
Yes.
It would be two coplanar lines?
Yeah.
Right. So how come when we shoot for a measurement over the surface of the Earth, we don't get drop over distance? What we end up finding is that water everywhere at rest is flat and horizontal.
Because water is like air, functions like air. We say always we start calculating above Earth from water distance. Why we do that? Because the water is going to fill all the gaps everywhere inside the Earth is going to flatten out. It's not something rigid. It's fluid.
Right. So water is flat. So you agree, water is flat on Earth everywhere at rest.
Yes.
Okay. So if the Earth is made up of 72% water, how is the Earth a ball if water is flat everywhere? That means 72% of the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Yes, but when we say water is flat, we mean the surface is totally flat. When we see it, it's like we feel something and it gets shaped in a level where it becomes level by the entire gravity and by everything. That's what we mean when we say water is flat. We don't truly mean it's a flat surface. It is flat because it is physics. It's going to fill the gap. But when we pick up a balloon and or a water bag, we fill it with water and we start moving it real fast. That water wouldn't simply spill over. It's going to be stuck and at that bucket of water, and because we are moving, and it's going to fill the gap there because of the pressure. So we are talking about a spherical globe that is moving around itself.
You do hear yourself, right? You're saying that the water on Earth is all flat because of gravity. You hear yourself.
Well, we are talking about the axis of the planet Earth. Let's say
we're just talking
around.
about water. We're just talking about water being flat.
Yes, but you can't explain that with physics. When we say water is flat,
Feel what? I see the water is flat. I don't need to feel it. I see it.
I understand. I understand that you see the water is flat. But like I said, it's because the Earth is rotating real fast, so it's going to appear flat, but is being pulled by the gravity in order to stay there. If water was truly flat, we would have no waves. But we do have waves, we do have air. You can't explain air and waves without.
I'm not talking about the choppiness of the water. If you go from crest to crest over each wave of water, the surface of water is flat.
It appears flat.
It measures flat. From crest to crest, over 20, 30, 40 kilometers, it measures flat.
Yes, but when we talk about 2,000, 5,000 kilometers, it's no longer going to be
You've
flat.
never measured 2,000 kilometers. No one has.
No one can. No one can measure that. For now, no one can measure that distance. It's a very rare distance. Because
So then how do they put satellites in orbit if they never measured it?
satellites don't simply measure it. What satellites do, they take part.
No, they had to measure the Earth first and then say, oh, we need to calculate the speed for the satellite to go around the Earth. Right? You got to measure something first. You never measured anything. In over 40 kilometers, there would be like 1,000 meters of curvature or more. Here, you know what? I'll do the calculation.
Yes.
Sorry, bear with me. Meters. We're going to do 40 kilometers. We'll do 0.01. 40 kilometers. Calculate. There would be over 123 meters of curvature over 40 kilometers. It's like a 300, like a 30-story building.
I see that. Yeah.
Yeah, except when we do laser tests, we don't do that. They run parallel to the surface of water. Over 40 kilometers.
Over 40 kilometers, you don't see that.
Okay, I'll post a laser test that shows that.
Here. There you go. There's one 40-kilometer laser test. And here's another 40-kilometer laser test. There's two of them. With two different laser colors too. One blue, one green.
Let me enter YouTube in a second to check that. Get the summary at least. I see this test, yes. Where was this test taken at?
Which one?
The first one, I only saw the initial one, the earlier part of the video.
Which one?
The early part of the video. The 23
The green laser or the blue laser?
Green laser.
The green laser?
Yes.
Give me just a second and I'll post it. Does it matter though? I mean, it's over water, right?
It can matter slightly. Because you don't know the actual Earth from the distance to the other distance. If this was taken straight up on boats, I would say yes, it doesn't matter.
Kootenai Lake. I'll type it in the chat and then I'll search it on Google Earth for you. So it looks like Kootenai Lake is in British Columbia, Canada. It has a lake area of about 154 miles squared. They give you all the information in the video. I mean, it wouldn't hurt you to learn something new, would it? To just watch the video or watch both videos and just learn something new.
Yes, it won't work. But what I know, as what we studied in our engineering schools, is that light doesn't travel in a straight line in our atmosphere. So it might be that after in this distance, the light is curving a lot or doing like a glare everywhere, something like that.
So because it looks like it's doing something flat, therefore it has to be refraction. Because we know refraction exists, therefore it has to be refraction.
Let's say the endpoint should be actually placed in 5 or 10 different points to check if you are going to still see that laser is being flat also from other vertical points. That's what I mean, because light doesn't travel straight in Earth when it's being on traveling on large distances. I don't know how to
So in this
calculate.
video, you can see the laser from the other side of the lake, leaving the laser gun. Okay. So
Yes.
the laser light is not going up and down and doing this little zigzag pattern until it finds the sensor at the other end of the lake. You can literally see the entire laser the whole time.
Yes, but can you see it also from 10 meters above and 20 meters above? That's my question.
See it 10 meters higher and 20 meters higher?
Yes, because you can. There is in physics, the glare will also show you something like that from very large distance. The light will get distorted. That's why I'm asking.
So if I was 10 meters higher, why would I expect to not see the laser?
Exactly, you are going to see it. Same.
Right, but I'm seeing it at ground level, at 3 feet or 5 feet or whatever he measures the camera level to, right? So why would I need to go 10 meters higher?
Because wouldn't you say that light curved down like the 125 meters? That's why I'm asking her. If
why would I say it's curving down? Have you ever seen a laser curve down in the air?
Yes. In the distances the light start curving. I don't know.
You've seen a laser bend. You've seen a laser bend down in the air?
I don't truly know much about lasers if they don't down that much in the air. But let me
If
check.
the Earth was a ball, with a diameter of 12,600 kilometers, the laser would be 104 meters above your head.
Well, I checked the ChatGPT and Gemini. They said the lasers do indeed curve in large distances.
Okay, they curve down in the air. Can you demonstrate a laser bending down in the air?
You can demonstrate it if you go 125 meters above the air and check if the laser is still flat with you, and then you come down back to the ground and see if the laser is still appearing flat. Then that entire distance is where the glare is going to happen. That's why I'm telling you it's more complex. And it's probably going to, you are going to probably also see it from the above to above the 25 meters. So I can't truly explain this because I'm not
I've never seen a laser bend down in the air. I've never seen air make a laser bend down.
It's the entire atmosphere doing that. It's not just the.
Yeah, can you demonstrate I can show you a laser bending up. Watch. Here, I'll show you a laser bending up. Hold on. I can demonstrate that in the air. This is done over 19 miles. Okay?
Yes.
Give me a second. Hold on. I'm looking for it. So here's a laser bending upwards in the air.
Hello, everybody.
All right. And then here's also another demonstration of a laser bending up.
Hey.
She left. Her name was like Aurelia or something.
Okay. I'll be able to tell what pausing too. All right.
Have to be quicker.
Right? We can see the laser bending up.
Yes.
Can you show me where a laser bends down in the air?
Well, we need for that to happen. We need to go above the ground by a lot, like 200 meters or 300 meters. I don't know if you ever done tests like that. We need to also do this test to confirm. We can't take simply one position and say.
So someone else has done it?
I don't know. That's why we need to experiment this. Let's share maybe
Okay.
the art of
Okay.
people
How
thinking
about
about
you
it.
do the experiment then? Since you brought it up and you made it up in your brain, why don't you do the experiment?
Because
So
I
you
don't
think-
have that laser. That's the problem, and I don't have access to high ground.
So what's your logic? What's your logic here, though? Are you claiming that in the lower atmosphere, light will bend upward as a normal?
I'm not claiming that it's going to go down or up. I'm claiming that it's going to glow. When it glows, it goes everywhere. Even so, you can see it from different distances and from different altitudes. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you haven't studied that. You haven't seen that.
Well, we know basic on light physics, but no one has done this test, so someone needs to do it. I think.
Well, we've
So-
done dozens and dozens of tests using different spectrums of light over different distances in locations all over the world at different heights. Right? We've not ever seen a laser bending downward. Most often, a laser will go dead straight. Occasionally, in a rare situation, it can bend upward, and we do have experts doing these tests as well.
What's the highest height you have done this at?
The highest height. Why? Okay, so why are you worried about the height? What makes you think that the height would change the result?
Because it's important to confirm if the glow is truly something happening or not. Because it's something very important in physics to understand where light is
Right,
going to
but
travel from one point.
for these observations to hit the target on a globe, the laser would have to be bending downward hundreds of feet to hit the target if the Earth was a globe. But quite often with these laser tests, we also have a side view of the laser, and we can see that it's not bending downward, even though it's hitting the target. This is not possible on a globe.
But is the side view done everywhere? I don't. What I
Well, it's
mean
not-
on the entire distance.
Yeah, the entire distance, right? Like if you get a giant frozen lake, for example, you can go 6 miles away and take a side view of the laser transit. We have a 12-mile side view, we have a 6-mile side view, and we're doing it with a rectilinear lens as well. And we can compress the image horizontally and see that the laser is absolutely not curving downward.
Yes, I see. Even at the end of the distance, like the opposite end, you can't
Say
capture
again?
like, the incoming laser or the incoming glow
Hello,
from a
everyone.
different vertical position from.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh my goodness. Just you. I thought you were somebody else. Oh my goodness gracious.
Wow, so you hate me? Why are you being prejudiced against me?
I never said I hated you. I just thought it was somebody with a genuine question about the topic
You're
coming up.
PP. What? PPPP. That's what he typed in there. It's not my fault. He.
Do you have any new globe evidence for us? Globe proofs?
Frills, do we have any globe proof or no?
Are you in a room with other people?
Nah, I got it, buddy. I got it. Chill. Frills doesn't have any globe proof, but I do. So, I believe. Well, you ain't
Is it
saying anything.
ChatGPT again?
No, Frills is a person. He's right on my shoulder.
Oh, it's a person. All right.
Yeah, it's a real person. I'm not talking to myself.
Okay.
It's fucking weird.
Hey, why don't you have that person throw a headset on? We could go talk to him instead.
Yeah, like why would somebody talk to themselves? He's like he can't do it. Like, but I hear him. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I was just wondering if you could throw a headset on him. That way we don't need to have like a middleman. We could just talk directly to him.
Like, no, he's on my shoulder. You're not understanding.
Is he on a different Discord room? Like on a different device?
Yeah, we're on a call.
Oh. Why don't you just invite him in here?
He doesn't want to come in here and talk to you. I think you talked to him
Oh,
before, though.
okay. What's his name?
Frills. Have you ever
Doesn't-
talked to Frills, lads?
I don't know. It doesn't sound familiar.
Okay,
Okay, but
buddy.
what is this globe proof?
He says he doesn't want to talk about globes right now, so I am.
Okay, what is your globe proof then? Or evidence or new something?
Negative, Nancy.
Shut up. I'm trying to think.
If you want to go to a Professor Dave video, you can go there too if you need.
I don't want to go to Professor Dave. Shut up.
Like that ever again. Tell him that.
Shut up. Hey, you're not helping. Yes, you are, bro. Bro, I'm literally too, like, crazy to think right now. Oh my gosh. Okay, so, golf proof, right? Okay, like, this, like, it kind of has something to do with the globe, but it kind of doesn't. Space. Y'all with space. Like I said again, where the hell do y'all think meteorites come from?
I didn't know that they're real.
Where did meteorites go? Yeah. So cute, a good one. I can't even lie.
Globe proof. We didn't make any claims about meteorites. Do you know where? You tell us where meteorites come from.
They come from space.
You ever
Oh, the
seen the
vacuum
rock
of
fall out of the
space.
sky?
Do you have any evidence that space is a vacuum and that meteorites come
I
from
never
a
said it's a
vacuum of
damn
space?
vacuum, but we have space. It's just
What's
there.
okay? So what is space? What is it? Where is it?
Space is just infinite. It's just there.
Infinite.
Yeah, it is.
Are you making up your own globe model now?
No, I'm not making up. My globe flat has nothing to do with it. Space is just space.
Okay. Well, how does that prove a globe then? If you see some things up in the sky.
No, I'm just saying y'all don't claim space.
You said it doesn't have anything to do with a globe.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with the globe.
You don't even know what space is, right? We think space exists, right? Like space is just absence of solids and liquids. You know,
How?
there's space all around you right now. You know, there's space all above you, right? The sky has lots of space, right? You got
No,
probably
that's
some
the
space.
atmosphere.
You got some space, you know, in your fridge. You can put some extra things there. You got some space in your trunk. You know, you got some space up in the sky that the birds are flying
You
around, you know,
know that
around in
like
the
a word
space.
can like have two definitions or like two
Okay, so
meanings.
what's the definition that you're talking about? What's the second one?
I'm saying space like in your house, like room for you to have, yeah, like something like that. I would say like it's literally like I don't know how to describe it. It's like just you having extra room. Basically, that's about
Space.
it. But like space up
Uh-huh.
there, it's like it.
You mean the
Bro,
sky?
shut
You
up,
mean
Jesus. Okay, you're talking
you
in my
mean the
ears and you
sky?
really piss me off. I'm so
You
sorry. I
talking
didn't mean to say that to you.
you talking about the sky?
Yes.
Yeah, we agree that
Not
the
kind
sky
of the sky,
exists.
but above the sky. That's space.
Well, when does the sky end?
The sky doesn't end, it's infinite.
Oh, okay, so the sky. You're just talking about the sky.
No, I'm talking about space.
Okay, where's space start?
It's uh-huh.
I can
Okay.
tell you, DJ. It starts on her left ear and then ends on her right ear.
That's the void. The black hole.
Exactly.
The hairy black hole.
So, like I was saying, um I don't know what's funny. Like I was saying, space is just out of Earth atmosphere and it's out of the other planets
Okay, so where does
atmosphere and stuff.
where does the atmosphere end?
I can probably look that up for you.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
All right. Let's see here. Hey Siri, when does the atmosphere end?
Uh-huh.
God dang it. You gonna answer my question or not?
Do you think the atmosphere goes past the moon?
I told you gotta wait. We're having technical difficulties right now.
Who's she talking to?
Siri.
Siri.
Well, I'm trying to get Siri right now.
Oh my thanks.
Yeah,
I
24/7
couldn't make it
versus
to save
Siri.
my phone. Now we all have to projectively wait until my phone charges so I can ask Siri. Because I don't want to type on my iPad.
Bro,
It's gonna take like 5 minutes.
that would be way faster just to open up Safari and just type it in. When does the atmosphere end?
All these judges. Oh my god. They're judging me and it's hurting me. What was that? What was I looking up? When does
Those.
the atmosphere end? Hold up. I will be back with your answer.
Oh,
Alright, buddies. So there's no edge or like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's no like block from the atmosphere. So it
What?
says it's. Hold up. Technical difficulties again.
What's the Karman line then?
There is no line, and we're having technical difficulties, so just wait a minute.
Uh-oh. I guess the satellites ain't working too good for y'all.
No, I'm trying not to fall asleep. Okay, so it just says it blends into the interplanet sphere medium. Planet, wait. Interplanetary medium. That. So it says as a result, there's no like defined edge, you know? Like there's like same way how there's no defined edge of like flat Earth, guys. Eek.
Right. So you were saying where space is where the atmosphere ends. So that's wrong. So you're
Well,
going to
yeah,
take that
I can
back?
admit that wrong, but we do
Okay.
have an atmosphere.
Right. We can all agree on that.
Yeah, that blends into space.
Okay. Where's space start? You said
I don't think it starts anywhere. It's just like there. It's not an end or a beginning. You know? It's like Jesus said. He's like the Alpha and the Omega or some shit like that. Whatever that Omega guy said. Ooh, I'm so like, you texted me. Damn. All right, hello? Hello?
Just pretend that she's not here.
Excuse me?
Hush, hush, hush.
Who are we hiding from? What's funny?
What's the topic?
The topic is Chanel and Coach bags.
he's meant to be trying to prove the globe, right? So she said meteors. Meteors prove the Earth's a globe? Is that what you're trying to say? Hippo?
No.
All right. Well, do you have any better globe proofs or any globe proofs?
No, it wasn't like really for the globe. It was just like to prove like space exists.
Space is in like the sky.
Kind of.
Well, we agree the sky exists already, so we're all in agreement
I think
here
we
on the
agree like the
sky.
atmosphere exists.
You said
But
it doesn't end. You Siri told you that the atmosphere doesn't end anyway, so
yeah, but it's still space.
yeah, like space, like the same as the space around you, you know, in your house, the place where birds fly.
No, there's like layers, and
Clouds
then
are in
like
space.
once you get to like above those layers, then like
All right, so where's the last layer? Stop.
I can probably X my thing again.
It already told you it doesn't stop though. Layers of what?
Oh, last layer. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so there's a troposphere, uh, self. I do not wait. I know these words. I just don't know how to pronounce them right now. But anyways, we know there's layers because if there wasn't, then planes should be able to go all the way up to the top. So we know there's layers and layers that certain things can't pass.
Yeah, what layer is that? What layers that things can't pass?
Planes.
Oh, okay. Why can't they pass?
I'm saying if they were to like get to the tippy top,
Where's the
then
top? What height? What
they would
height
be
is the
through.
top? What height
Like
is?
into outer space.
Well, where's that start?
If like there were no layers, it doesn't stop. Anyways, if there was no layers, then planes if there was
What's
no layers and
separating?
all
What's
the layers,
separating the layers? What is separating the layers?
I don't know. I'll probably have to look that up.
Do it.
Or maybe it's like pressure, how pressure works. There's nothing
Really?
separating it.
Is
Just
there
like the
any?
farther you go down, the pressure builds.
Yeah, but there's no layers in
Yeah,
the
but
ocean.
you can kind of do it as layers also.
How?
Because like the farther you go down, the more pressure it builds, and like
What do you
the
think a
more you
layer
go
is?
up, like
What
the
do you
pressure
think
is
a
like.
layer like if you what do you think a layer means though?
When I think of layering, I think of like a cake and like frosting.
Right, so it changes.
Yeah. Same like when you
Right.
go down into the water and the pressure changes the farther you go down.
Yeah, but it's not different layers. It's all the same. It's all just water.
No, it's not all the same.
Really? So you think you're
The
gonna put
pressure.
layers on a cake? You're just gonna put a layer of chocolate and then another layer of chocolate and then another layer of chocolate, right? On top of all the chocolates, and then it's just one big gradient of chocolate. And you're gonna call that layers.
Yeah.
Do you think a glass of water has layers, or it's just a glass of water?
Just a glass of water.
Okay, so how deep does the glass of water have to be before it's layers?
Gotta be real deep until like the pressure builds
Yeah.
up.
Where's
Yeah.
the first layer start?
I couldn't tell you. I wouldn't know.
Look it up.
But I don't want to do that right now.
You should, because it'll be funny, because it'll tell you that there isn't layers.
But I'm saying layers, like as in like the pressure builds up. So I'm saying like the pressure is like the layers kind of. That's what I'm trying to say. Cause yeah, it's all water, but it's different pressures. um
You guys spoken to her about gas pressure requires a container? She aware of that?
Yeah, I think we've spoke to her about most of the things, but did she retain any of it? No.
Oh.
yeah, probably not.
So, probably not, yeah.
So yeah, you know how space can't exist, right? Because gas pressure requires a container.
Okay.
Okay, so where's the container? Because we have we have gas pressure, right? Like you're breathing gas pressure right now, pressurized
Am
gas.
I?
Yeah,
I thought I was just breathing oxygen.
yeah, but it's there's a pressure, right? It's like 14.7 psi. It's the pressure. It's gas pressure. It's high pressure. So what happens, right? Let's simplify this. What happens if you stab a hole in a car tire? What happens to the air
The
inside
air
the
come
tire?
out
Okay, why?
because you're releasing
Why doesn't it stay
the
in there?
air. Because something's keeping it in there.
Right. So to have the pressure inside the car tire, you need to have a container, right? Like a car tire.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what happens when you open a soda can? right? It goes ch, and then what's the ch, right? What's that representing? What's happening?
Air being
That's
released.
pressure. It's like high pressure, right? It's like pressurized air. And as soon as you open the container, right, the high pressure inside the container instantly equalizes and fills the available space around it, right? Like if you open a balloon, right, obviously all of the air inside the balloon is going to leak out of the balloon really quickly. None of the air is going to stay in the balloon, right? So to have a pressurized system, you need to have a container.
Mm-hmm. So what this got to do with Earth not in space?
Well, it's kind of like having a car tire, right? Without the car tire. That's what the globe is, right? Think of the globe like a car rim, right? And then you've got pressurized gas, but there's no container containing the pressurized gas. Right? It's stupid, right? You need to have a container to have gas pressure. It's even in the definition of gas pressure, funnily enough.
Okay. Like,
So
I'm still confused. Are you like saying because we have like oxygen and different gases, that's why space is not here?
well, all the gases are kind of mixed, right?
Not really.
Or really?
Not really.
Yeah, you think that they're separated into layers? Do you?
No, I'm just saying like I don't think all the gases are mixed.
That's why they call it an atmosphere, right? Because it's like one
No, but
thing.
I'm saying like we got some like really, really like deadly bad gases. So yeah.
Like what?
Like what's the gas? I forgot what it's called. But it's like the gas. It's like a gas. Like the one that they used like was it for the Jews? I don't know. Carbon dioxide, like that gas as example.
Yeah, but it doesn't just stay there. Like it's going to blend in over time with all of the other gases.
Yeah, but like I understand what you're saying,
All right.
but
Let me
like
give you
all
an
the gases
example.
are not
Yeah,
together.
look
Because
in the
we
side
would be
chat.
dead.
No, they
We
are.
would be dead if all the
It's
gases were mixed.
it's called diffusion, I think. It all blends. Diffusion takes place and all the gases blend because they're just constantly bouncing around and moving around, so they just blend in with each other. But look, right? Look in the side chat.
Homogenize.
Yep, that's good.
So that's just the gas going into the vacuum?
Right. So the top chamber is meant to represent outer space because they say that outer space is like a vacuum, right? More powerful than any vacuum chamber we can make on the Earth. Okay, so the top chamber here is a vacuum meant to represent outer space. Now the bottom is a gas pressure system, kind of like what we're breathing right now, right? We're breathing gas pressure. Gases. It's how we stay alive. Now, how come as soon as he opens the valve, how come all of the gas instantly rushes upward and fills the vacuum?
Because the vacuum is sucking up the gas?
Because the vacuum is a much lower pressure system, and high pressure always goes to low pressure. It's the same reason all of the air runs out of a car tire, or a soda can goes ch, right? Or a balloon empties out if you open the balloon, because high pressure always fills available space. It goes to low pressure. This is a natural law. This is something that always happens. So you could set up this experiment 1,000 times. It's going to do the same thing every single time. So if you have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum, right, and then you separate, right, you remove the container, right, you remove the barrier. So you'll notice when they open the valve, instantly the gas just fills the available space. Okay, so you can't have a vacuum next to a high pressure gas system like we have here on the Earth without a physical container of some kind to keep the pressure in. You need to think about it.
What?
You got to think about it.
No, like
Anyway,
I
I gotta go.
literally
I
like
gotta
gotta
go. My
think
wife,
out.
my wife cooked food, right? So I gotta head off. Back soon.
All right.
Hello?
What up?
What up? What up?
What up?
Nothing much. If you had to give me one flat Earth proof, what would it be?
Depends on what you want. I got laser tests. Water is a good proof. Water in itself.
Okay. Just
Water lays
water?
flat,
Or
doesn't it?
which one?
Well, lays flat, doesn't it?
Yeah, when it's contained.
Well, it's contained on Earth, ain't it?
Wouldn't you have to borrow from the globe model to know that, all the oceans are contained?
No. Well, just
Well, then
look at
how
it
do you
this way.
know?
Well, look at a lake. What's a lake? Lake is a what? A depression in the land where water collects. So we live in like a big lake. The continents are like islands. Can you visualize that?
Oh, I visualize it all right. I'm visualizing a globe right now.
Of course you are.
Because that's the only way that you would know.
Where do
Or
you see a globe?
think that you know.
Do you observe a globe anywhere? Or is it just something that a story somebody told you and you just ran with it?
No, I'm saying like to know where continents are related to each other, you're probably thinking of a globe, aren't you?
Well, why would I have to do that?
Well, because you need a model beyond anything that you can locally observe for yourself.
Is a model reality?
No, that'd be fallacious.
Right. So you can make a model of anything. You can make a model of Superman, how fast he can fly. Doesn't mean it's real.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is beyond anything that you can observe for yourself, you need to conceptualize it.
Well, to a point, I guess. Well, I mean, we have local maps.
No, I know. So I guess what I'm saying is like, you said lasers, right?
Yeah, we got laser tests. Many of them. Hundreds of them.
So like, I don't deny that a lake is flat. I don't deny that any water body is flat. But when you
You just
measure
have a
that, when you
different definition.
no, I don't.
Okay.
Flat is horizontal.
Well,
But
sorry I
what?
strong-armed you there, Lou.
I guess what I'm trying
I
to say is
assume.
like if you shoot the laser over the lake, you're proving that the lake is flat. But that would be a local observation, right? That wouldn't be the whole Earth.
Right. I mean, that's all we really can do, you know? I mean, we only can do things on a local scale.
Exactly. So it's not really you're proving the Earth is flat, are you?
Well, the land, as in the land of Earth, well, we have topography everywhere. So water's basically the only reference that we can really use, right?
No, yeah, that's right.
I mean, there's salt flats, like, in the United States and Bolivia and Peru, but, there's laser tests on those as well. But for the most part, yeah, water's the only reference we have. And if you look at what the globe model claims, they say our Earth is what, 76 or 73% water. So how do you have 73% of your globe flat?
Yeah, that would be a tough one for the globe. But disproving the globe doesn't prove flat Earth. That's a false dichotomy.
That's not me, by the way. Well, it kind of does. It kind of falsifies the globe because, okay, if you go by the globe claim, it says that gravity pulls everything towards the center of mass, correct? So all those oceans and lakes and large bodies of water would have to be pulled towards the center of mass, which would in turn make them curved.
Oh, and nobody's seen gravity form a ball. Nobody's seen that. And like I don't care about that. What I'm saying
Okay.
is, like, debunking the globe, that's awesome. But that doesn't prove flat Earth. That just proves it's not a globe.
Right. And that's about as far as we can go. Empirically, all we can really say is that water is level, horizontal, flat, and the dry land has topography. So whatever you add 1 plus 1 equals 2. Yeah, it's an assumption for the most part. But that's kind of, we're just falsifying the claim, basically.
Yeah. And I think that's my main contention, is that there is no proof for flat Earth.
Well, I mean, it kind of is, though. It's evidence for the Earth being a planar. I mean, what other evidence could you possibly want? I mean, how
Well,
much more? How
exactly.
much
Like,
further could you go?
well, that's the thing. Like, how would you even go about doing that? It's
Well, yeah,
impossible.
you need a God's eye view of the entire creation,
Nobody's ever
or
had a
realm.
God's eye view of the whole Earth.
I don't
Even
think so.
the alleged pictures of the Earth from NASA, they're not even showing the other side of Earth. It's always one side. So it's not. Nobody's ever seen the whole Earth
But
in
that's
its
not what
entirety.
flat Earth is. Flat Earth is not a representation of like the entirety cosmology or even the entirety of the Earth. It's just a description of the geometry of the surface.
But the surface curves. We know the Earth curves
Oh.
when water flows, or other way around.
Yeah, no, we're just talking about like its overall distribution in a plane, in an axis. Yeah.
You need to model that, though. Like I
No,
said,
you
I'm
don't.
like,
No, you
it's
don't. No, you
always
don't. No, you don't.
local.
No, that's imagining. Yeah, and if I measure the water here and it's flat, and somebody measures it over there and it's flat, and then another person in a different place measures it flat, that's pretty good proof that it's just flat. You have to imagine that it's not. If you want to think that it's not that, right? And go with the, the mainstream narrative of it being a big giant spinning ball in a vacuum of outer space.
Well,
you have to imagine
remember
it.
what I said, how nobody's ever seen the entire Earth? That means, by that definition, you have to use your imagination if you're talking about the Earth. Doesn't matter.
No, you have your direct experience of reality.
Which is always local. We're going in circles now.
Doesn't matter.
It
Wherever
does
you go
matter,
is
because
going
when
to
you
be your
say the
local
word Earth,
vicinity.
that's universal. That's a universal claim.
But there's context, because we're not trying to present to you an overview, an overall view or idea. Like, it's just what we observe and experience and can test and measure, right? How we use it, right? All of that experiential evidence tells you that it's not moving and that it's flat. Wherever you go. And that's all you need to do. Like, that's all really you need to do. You just need to, like, observe the surface and, test it, and then say, okay, it's not that thing that they told me. It's the opposite of that. Whatever it is in its entirety, it's not what they said it was. It's not what I was told. Yeah. That's it. That's it. The rest of your life, you'll just go about your life like you always did, as if the Earth is flat and stationary, except this time you won't, right, make excuses for that. You're going to say, well, it's just such a big ball, right? You can just dismiss that. That's not even needed. It was never needed, right, to make excuses for why it looks flat and doesn't feel like it's moving. Just accept the reality that you experience and dismiss the stories and the TV images and whatnot, and the internet images. Just dismiss them, because there's nothing that you can do to ever validate those things, and what you can do invalidates it. So that's what you're left with. You don't need to then go on and have to explain or imagine things about the entirety of the universe and how everything works. Like, what is the sun? And all that. Where's the edge? You don't need to worry about any of that. Like, you can be curious about it, sure. You could even attempt to investigate those things if you so wished. Good luck, I say to you. Wish you all the best. I hope you get somewhere. Really do.
Well, I mean, there's got to be an edge. No takers.
There may or may not be. I don't know.
Well, don't you think this realm, whatever it is contained?
Yeah, I guess so. I'm in something, right? But the Globers think that too. They think they're inside an area, inside a universe, right? And that's contained, right? So they
Well,
have a
it
containment
appears as-
system as well, a contained system.
Sure. Well, I mean, I don't know about that, but oh, I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, they do. They give volume, right, and distance to the observable universe as they see it, as they interpret it. Yeah. So,
Yeah, we
and
must
it's
have a
contained.
volume. Yeah, exactly.
But what contains it, I don't know. I'm not going to attempt to. I can tell you this though.
Well,
through demonstration, through experience and demonstration and testing, we can say that it would appear, it's very strongly suggested that in order to maintain a pressure system, a consistent pressure system, right, gaseous pressure system, It needs to be physically contained and restrained. But you need to actually constrict the area within which an amount of gas can occupy, right?
Yeah, it's got to have a
Yeah.
continuous barrier. And I love that word physical. It's got to be physical because that's what we can see from our demonstrations. And then, but that if that's true, it has to meet the ground at some point because there's no such thing as a partially contained pressurized system. It's got to be.
Some people like ponder, they wonder if there's just like simply an end to the rendering of physical reality, like beyond which there just isn't anything. Like there's nothing, not space, just nothing, just it's beyond our comprehension. So like some people wonder like that, like is it just you get to a point and it's just like seems to be just like an end to the physical world, beyond which there's no space, no physical matter, nothing. There's no energy, nothing there. There's just nothing. And you can't go there. You can't get past it for some reason. You're just like walking into like in GTA, like you just you get there and it just can't go any further for some reason.
I like to picture it, like let's say you're boiling water. You could zoom in right before it starts boiling. You could zoom into the bottom of your pan, that bubble that's forming on the bottom of your pan. That's how I like to visualize the realm that we're in.
Yeah, but there's got to be an edge.
Yeah, I agree with you. Somewhere.
Somewhere indeed.
And it's got to be the container's got to be all around us. So the edge would be up.
It's got to be.
And out. For sure.
Makes you wonder where the rockets are going.
Well, we can observe them just going up and then, kind of curving out to the ocean. That's observable. There's a claim attached to it, yeah. We've all heard it. And we don't get any video proof past a certain spot because it's considered national security, so everything from that point on is some sort of CGI or whatever it may be.
Yeah, I feel like the contained system idea definitely gives you a lot to think about. But anyway,
well, it does.
I feel
doesn't
like
it?
I feel like my original points were kind of like glossed over. But anyway,
I get what you were going at. You want the concrete proof of the claim of flat Earth. I get it.
yeah, it just to me it kind of seems like both sides need to begin with assumptions, and proving globe doesn't prove flat Earth, or disproving globe doesn't prove flat Earth.
Well, flat Earth actually starts without an assumption because it's directly experienced. I mean, that's the foundation. The globe doesn't have that. The globe doesn't have the observation point.
Yeah, but you're
To
applying your
start with,
local observation. You're applying your local observation. That's the thing.
it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There is no altitude that you'll achieve where you won't see it as flat.
Like that's fair. I know what you're saying. Never mind. I think it's more of a strict logical thing, like philosophical. It's just, yeah, it's whatever. I don't really care about forcing the point, honestly.
Just because someone can say, well, but what if, right, doesn't make your local experience untrue. Like it can shed doubt, sure, it can make somebody, wonder, it can make someone speculate about beyond their experience. Like, is there is something else to it? Like, is it like it being a very large globe? And I mean, like that, mainstream have like set those values in stone, right? Basically, like unmovable, immovable values, right? And as much as they like to say that their science is flexible and it's open to change, it's not. Not when it comes to that. It's not. That's fundamental, solid for them. That cannot be shaken. And because of that, they have all these contradictions, right? It's like the long distance observations, what they say we shouldn't see, and then we go out and it turns out, no, you shouldn't see that thing, but you can. That laser shouldn't hit that target, but it does, right? Like these sort of things. So it's like maybe they should have been a bit more. Maybe they should have been a bit more flexible about it. Academia most definitely should be looking at these like the horizon distance measurements and things like that. They should be seriously based on these now hundreds of observations and measurements that have been done. They really should be like looking at it more seriously, ignoring the stigma about flat Earth and going, look, whether you like it or not, these observations and measurements have been done. And they do greatly. They, in orders of magnitude, contradict the current modeling and idea. So the academia should be saying, look, based on this evidence, we really